2. What is up, YouTube? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and I'm about to go live on TikTok, so just give me a moment, and we'll get everything set up and ready to go. All right, let's see here. We've got Kimberly. Now, what should I name this? Oligarchs. Pay attention. That'll work. That'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, here we go. What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth, and we're back again for another show. There we go. I updated my background to be what we're going to be talking about today. What's up, y'all? Just getting started here, so bear with me as I go through the motions of starting the show. All right. I'm going to come in. So if you're just getting started, I just went live, so, you know, do the things, tap the screen, share it out. Let's get those numbers up. All the numbers. All right, here we go. I got to share it out to my people. Well, they're not my people, but they're people that watch the show regularly. We are live. Oligarchs, beware. Boom. All right, now I'm going to go get my alt. What's up? What's up? Come on in, y'all. Don't be scared. Everything's going to be all right. All right. Let me put my alt up here so that I can yell at people even while I'm away. There we go. Oh, let me see. Chip, I see your request. Give me just a second. I'm pulling it up now. There we go. And here's my alt. What's up, man? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, you know, I saw your video that you posted about the guy with the lighter in the paper products factory. Yeah, I mean, the Luigi thing that went down, if he did it, you know, and other stuff. I think I call it the backlash, just to be in general. I think the backlash, as more people get, you know, just pushed beyond their point of breaking, you're going to see a lot more of this kind of stuff happening.
Yep. I mean, just like during the revolution, they you know, were pissed off at the British East India companies, you know, or at least the monopoly that existed in them, went and took all of their shit and threw it overboard. If they were to do that today, they'd be sitting in jail for a long time, you know? But we look back at that with reverence, you know? And for people that are in here that don't know what Chip is talking about, let me just play the video for everybody so that you kind of get an idea. Let me go back. Here we go. The following report from a warehouse fire should tell people that we're fucking sick and we're fucking tired of working for you pieces of shit and not being paid what we're worth. Some of you motherfuckers end up face planting on the sidewalk, and some of you end up losing all of your shit. Why don't you just do the right fucking thing and pay people what they're worth and stop treating them like they're your fucking slaves? How about that? Now watch this highly patriotic anti-fucking oligarchy video. You're welcome.
You know, if you're not going to pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this.
I'm sorry, but it's
all you had to do was pay us enough to live.
Music to my ears.
All you had to do was pay us enough to. There goes your inventory.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary. Fire officials say the fire started on Tuesday just after midnight and quickly grew because of the large amount of paper products inside the warehouse that fueled the flames.
Even Nelson Mandela had a moment where he realized peaceful protest was no longer functional. Now, I'm not suggesting people go out and do this. What I am saying to the people who own every goddamn thing is you should be afraid of crazy motherfuckers just like that doing shit just like that. Because everybody is sick and tired of being sick and fucking tired, and people do crazy shit. So if you don't want people to do crazy shit, maybe stop treating them like pieces of shit. This goes out to the CEO and owner of every motherfucking company in this goddamn country. We'll catch you in the next video. Peace. The following, I saw that this morning and I was like, good on you. It's. I hate to be that way, but what do you do? What do you do?
Yeah, they had the arguments about taxation on Fox News, and they would say, well, that's class warfare. I tell you what, class warfare has been going on in this country, and it's the war between the few wealthy and the many of us who are being squeezed, and they've been waging that war forever. So,
right. Yeah, and so I looked it up in Ontario, California, and I've actually been there several times because it's a big distribution hub in the LA area. I looked up the living wage calculator for San Bernardino, Ontario, because there's like a bunch of cities there together if you've never been. Living wage for somebody with no children, $28.26. The minimum wage in California is $16.90. And I looked up the beginning salary for a Kimberly Clark employee at that fucking warehouse, and it's $18.
Yeah. Did you guys, just to finish with this, did you see that video going around a while back? Ben Shapiro, maybe 3-4 months ago, said that people don't have any right to expect to live where they grew up. If you can't afford to live where you grew up, so what? Move somewhere else.
Yep, I remember that shit. Right.
That rich, overprivileged, Israel-funded, propagandizing prick talking down to everybody else when he's got the whole red carpet of the world laid out in front of him to do a goddamn thing.
Right.
Liberal, the issue that I have with that video that you just posted, right, is that I feel that it's going to lead to like companies now saying that, oh, you're required to get a college degree to work in a factory similar. Like it's going to lead to unnecessary requirements of having a college degree to do work that shouldn't have it.
Why?
Why? Because obviously we can't trust people without one because they're lighting up factories on fire. So, like,
how do you know the guy who lit it didn't have a college degree?
That guy may have had a college degree. Yeah.
Probably not, though.
Well, so when you look back on Lyft, when you look back on the Boston Tea Party, where they went on a privately owned corporate ship and took all the tea and threw it out, destroying it. Do we look back at that with reverence, or do we look back at that and say those people were fucking terrorists?
No, obviously we don't. Obviously, it's a part of the founding of our country, right? So I mean, I think obviously, but like,
so why do we judge when we live in a country that you're not paid enough for what Kimberly Clark is a massive fucking company. It's huge. It's all over the country. It provides all these fucking paper products. Like, it's basically a monopoly on paper products. It's huge. They make billions upon billions of dollars. That CEO, I'll look it up. I bet he makes tens of millions of dollars. And so when people are finally fed up with it, like, what do you expect them to do?
No, I hear you, but at the same time, like, if you look at it from the perspective of a corporation, how do you stop this? One way to kind of reduce the amount of opportunities is by, putting out some crazy requirements, like saying, hey, now you need to have a 4-year degree or whatever to be able to work, for a company. And the reason why I think people who have these 4-year degrees are less likely to do it is because they have more at risk to lose, by doing said actions, right?
Yeah,
I think it's reasonable to think, along this line.
I don't think so. I don't think that they'll do that. And I think this will spark other people to do it, because if you go to the comment section of the video from that news broadcast, everybody's like, I didn't see anything. Why would you post a blank video? People are supporting it because people understand. And so if the corporations do that, which Britain did clamp down, and they passed other laws that were more restrictive and even tried to get the colonists to fucking repay the private company for the damage that was done, what happened? We know what happened.
I think that there are better ways to get what you want done, which I understand.
What are those ways?
Like by providing incentives to corporations to increase wages, right? If their bottom line...
What incentives?
give them tax breaks for
They already get tax
spending,
breaks.
give them more tax breaks for increasing their wages.
So pay them, because if we gave them any more tax breaks, they'd have to pay it. That we'd have to pay them.
Look, around the look. I don't know the exact intricacies of it, but like overall, the thought process that I'm trying to go with, I think is something worth exploring. Right? If they save money, if their bottom line is even if it's 1 to 2% improved by paying out higher wages, it's something worth exploring. That's all I'm saying.
I think you're missing the point, because the people that are running the government are the ones that have set this whole thing up to benefit only those who have everything already, and have turned around and with special interest lobbying purchased the government. So that's part of the problem, right? So sure, we can pass taxes. We could penalize them if they didn't provide a livable wage, and give tax breaks if they did. We could do that, but guess what? That's not happening. It hasn't been happening since Reagan, and it's just going downhill. So the response to this not happening is exactly this. Crazy people doing crazy things.
Oh, there has been a movement towards it without crazy people doing things, right? You see in New York, right? Mondami's kind of how do I say, an arbiter of moving in that direction, right? He's kind of doing it.
Is he?
He's
trying.
His agenda is to do that. Sure, there's a little bit pushback. Yes, I see that, but you can get more people with that point of view, with that perspective, right?
Yeah, and you could also make sure that they remember that there's 8 billion of us, and there's only thousands of them. And so either they do the right thing, or crazy people do crazy things. Why is that hard? Nobody's suggesting, hey, go out and like burn up the centers. But this is the human's response to shit like this. When you're oppressed, people will freak out. When you back a coward into a corner and he's got no way out, he's going to freak the fuck out, and you better look out. And that's the point.
Look, here's what I'll say. That rationale, that way of thinking used to be more prevalent. And I'm not disagreeing that way of life should not be reintroduced. I'll put it that way, okay?
Well, I mean,
I think we're less likely to do it now than we were back. When you talk about Boston Tea Party, right? People were when they got upset, right? They didn't just write a comment on a post, right? They actually did something about it. Mm-hmm. I think we've moved away from that. I don't think we do that anymore.
Well, did you just watch that video? That's clearly not true.
Yeah. That's one example. That's probably very
Brian
small.
Thompson's family would disagree with you also. And I want to point out that Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, the former CEO of United Healthcare, they were going to make it where you could only get anesthesia for like a certain period of time. And so then you had to check in to make sure that you could afford the anesthetic while you're under surgery. And so when this happens, right after that happens, Brian Thompson finds his face planted up against the sidewalk. And then all of a sudden, United Healthcare decides, hey, maybe it's not the greatest idea to do this, because we're getting a lot of backlash. And like one of our guys just found his nose, implanted into the sidewalk. So it's a highly effective strategy for crazy people to do crazy things, I would say.
Look, overall, overall, this thought process has been becoming less and less prevalent, though. Because I'll give you an example, right? In like in New York, right? If you were to do crazy stuff, right, back in the day, right, someone would come up and pretty much knock you in the mouth, right? If you were acting up. Right, that doesn't happen anymore. Now all they do is take a video and then just kind of write complaints on a comment on a video. Like it doesn't like that. That way of life is becoming less and less more prevalent.
One man destroyed over 1 million. I think it was 1 million square foot warehouse that distributed toilet paper to 50 million people. One dude with a fucking 99-cent lighter.
Yeah, and then now everyone has to pay more money for toilet paper. So did it work? I don't know.
Do you think Kimberly Clark noticed? You think when they
Uh,
rebuild that facility, you think they might have thoughts about the pay? They probably will. How do we ensure that
Realistically,
this
no, it
doesn't
probably did not
happen
impact her.
again? I don't know.
Oh, you take
Chip,
your chances.
Chip, what do you? I mean, what do you say to this? Because
You raise the prices and then you don't care if it happens again because you're profiting more, right? There's things like that you could do.
yeah, I don't see it that way because if it happens once, it'll happen again. This is going to spark another person doing something. I bet you within the next 2 weeks, somebody else is going to do something crazy.
Yeah,
it's a domino effect. So go ahead, Chip.
the wealth disparity, and I'm not trying to whine. If somebody doesn't want to improve their skills or whatever, if people are just basically lazy as f, okay, so be it. They don't have a right to complain. But the wealth disparity purposely put in place because of tax policy and favoritism and political lobbying and stuff like that. It is so extreme. Let me give you one example. Okay, this is just from my own area. My mother, who's now retired, for 15 years worked for a guy who was CEO of the company that makes Milwaukee tools and a couple other different brands you see at Home Depot. Guess how much he made per year?
Probably 36,000.
24 million.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
24 million was what the CEO made. That was his base pay. Then in stock options, he had $600 million in stock in the company. Guess what he paid in taxes every year?
25%, right? If you withdrew the stocks, I guess.
Try 2.5. And that was all done through loopholes and trusts and shells and offshore banking and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
this is
2.5 at the
effectively the
moment,
problem.
but
So in other words, what happens
to access his wealth, he would be paying 25%.
the people who have the money lobby the system for better structured tax policies and loopholes that allow them to preserve their wealth and not having to pay taxes and other advantages as far as government contracts. So, listen, I don't begrudge anybody working hard and being successful. That's one thing. But when you purposely use your money and influence to illegally rig the system in your favor, that is not something that people should have to put up with. Now, the end result of that over the decades has been this vast, disproportionate accumulation. I refer to these groups of people as the sociopathic serial accumulator class. And they have nothing but more on their mind all the time. How can I add a zero to this number on my spreadsheet, my bank account, my brokerage account, whatever? These people are sick. It's a sickness. And that sickness from them pursuing their wealth accumulation has resulted in real impact on people's lives. The imbalance of wealth in this country, and I'm not a socialist. I'm for people going out and starting businesses and working hard. I'm an entrepreneur in my life. I don't want those opportunities taken away, but we have to level the playing field. And I think the only effective way to do that, unfortunately, is to have a absolute minimum tax. Forget about any of the bullshit, disclaimers, caps, whatever. Just an absolute minimum tax for wealth brackets. I don't care if you have to sell your stock to pay your tax. Boo-hoo. Absolute minimum tax.
I'll give you a different solution. Right
now, Lift, you can respond, and then I'd like to hear from Lonnie after that. But before we get to the newest panelist, because we have more people in here, I'm going to play that video again so everybody knows what we're talking about. So, Lift, go ahead and respond quickly, and then Lonnie, you go after.
All I want to say, Chip, is that I think that there's other solutions, right? Like, how about we expand how many unions there are, right? That's one way you could do it, right? If people actually work together, they can impact and make change, right? You don't need to attack a warehouse, right? You could choose to all work together and then go on strike, stuff like that, right? That's not something that
it's not working.
Happens, right?
It's not working. Been doing it for my whole life.
Yeah, it's worked with
my whole life.
I'll give you an example where it did work, right? And this is one that's pretty well known, right? Nurses, right? Nurses, they striked, right? They did like 3 weeks. They got a lot of concessions from what they wanted, right?
Yep.
So it does work.
Yeah, corporations go to war with up to and including, this is Walmart's position on unions. If a store expresses any intent to organize and unionize, guess what they do? They shut down the entire store. No questions asked. Just shut it down. That is murdering the working class. They have no ability to organize. There's a war going on between corporations and workers. And with automation coming and robotics and AI, guess what? It's going to get 100 times worse.
A lot worse.
And if you hollow out your society, this is, again, maybe this is the intent. They don't give a shit. But this is going to lead to more reverberations. Think about it this way. If you don't throw people a bone, let's say you have somebody working in your house, and you're paying them to do your gardening, and you're paying them dirt wages, and you can see them come, they're having to take a bus to work with 15 other people, and they can't even survive, and you're just sitting there with your cocktails on your porch drinking, going, isn't life grand? Do you think they might at least steal something from you at some point? Or maybe do something to you or break something of yours? It's the utter disdain and arrogance that people are more, not just the specific numbers. It's the attitude that people just can't take anymore.
That's right. Yep. And either way, you know, like when somebody strikes, you're hurting the pocketbook of them. So if you can't get everybody to strike, but then you just destroy an entire fucking distribution center and cost them, you know, tens of millions of dollars in lost product and even more than that to rebuild, like it's the same general outcome. It's the same general outcome. Lonnie, please go ahead.
So I want to go back a little ways to something that you had said before I jumped up here. I'm about to ruffle some feathers. And I know I tend to do that, right? And tickle people's cognitive dissonance in what I'm about to say. But I need y'all guys, if you really like me, to listen. Just listen, hold your horses, grab your coffee, just pause with me and hear me out, right? Because it's really about to tickle y'all cognitive dissonance, what I'm about to say. So are we ready? All right, hold on, let's go. The No Kings protest is just to keep everybody pacified. That's all it's for, right? And I know y'all are going to come at me with all these things, but hear me out, right? When
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Salem, when they marched in Salem, they had a purpose, right? When they boycotted the buses in Montgomery, they had a demand. They're letting us have these No King protests to keep us pacified, to keep us feeling like we are doing something when we're not, because we're not placing any demands with these protests, right? Hold on. I know y'all want to jump in and curse me out, but just hold on a second longer. Because if we really wanted to make the thing shake, we really wouldn't be doing it on a Saturday, right? Like, we really need to start disrupting some stuff, right? And I'm not saying that I agree with what that man did at Kimberly Clark. I'm not saying I agree with that at all. I'm just saying I understand why he did what he did at Kimberly Clark, right? But yes, they give us a little bit of an inch, right? They're like, oh, we'll let them have the No Kings protest. That'll keep them satisfied. That'll keep them from tearing the whole system down. Let them go. They're not hurting anything. We're still making millions. And I know that hurts a lot of people that participate in the Kings protest, that you think I'm coming after the protest. I understand the protest as well, but the protest needs to have more something oomph, like it needs to have a harder hitting purpose than what it's having, right? Because that's them being lackadaisio on us and saying, yeah, let them have it, but we're still going to, not pay them a livable wage and stuff and things like that. So that's what I wanted to add to the conversation. So thank you for understanding and hearing me out.
Lonnie, I completely agree with you. And matter of fact, I did a show about this, and I pointed out to people that the website that they use, the technology they use to coordinate, is owned by hedge funds that's run by a goddamned Israeli. They're fucking, it literally, I shit you not. I went through all of it and I showed everybody this stuff. When you follow the money, it ends up in one fucking spot. It's an exhaust valve for frustration. It's so that people can feel like they're doing something, do absolutely nothing, change absolutely nothing, but feel like they're actually doing something. And it's not to like shit on the people that are protesting, because they're doing it for just cause. They really believe that they're doing something, but at the end of the day, it's not what they think it is. And they're being...
Guess who's not welcome at No King's protest, by the way? Guess who's not welcome there? Anybody who's pro-Palestine.
Right, exactly. Yes. Now, for the people that just showed up and didn't see the video earlier, because I played it and I think we only had like 20 people in here, Before I get to the new panelists, let me play this video so everybody's on the same page as to what the fuck it is we're talking about. Report from a warehouse fire should tell people that we're fucking sick and we're fucking tired of working for you pieces of shit and not being paid what we're worth. Some of you motherfuckers end up face planting on the sidewalk, and some of you end up losing all of your shit. Why don't you just do the right fucking thing and pay people what they're worth and stop treating them like they're your fucking slaves? How about that? Now watch this highly patriotic anti-fucking oligarchy video. You're welcome.
You know, if you're not going to pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to... There goes your inventory.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary. Fire officials say the fire started on Tuesday just after midnight and quickly grew because of the large amount of paper products inside the warehouse that fueled the flames.
Even Nelson Mandela had a moment where he realized peaceful protest was no longer functional. Now, I'm not suggesting people go out and do this. What I am saying to the people who own every goddamn thing is you should be afraid of crazy motherfuckers just like that doing shit just like that. Now, I said a few other words, but you get the idea. It's Boston Tea Party modern style. They're burning shit paper, the thing that everybody rushes out to get every time they think that, a storm is coming or something. Yeah, good luck with that. Graffy was here before Blue Eyed and Andrew. Let me get to Graffy. What's up, Graffy?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Hey, panel.
Doing fine, man. What do you think?
Awesome. I came in when Lyft was talking about how we need to incentivize corporations, and I don't know. I just feel like we've seen enough of what they can do with all the money we've been giving them. Right? This idea of trickle-down economics, we've been doing it for 60 years, and all we've gotten from it is more monopolies, right? More forest damage and climate damage, right? Lower wages and more higher prices, right? So at a certain point, we need to rebalance the scales. Like I say I'm a democratic socialist because I still think we can use capitalism in the right way. The way that we've just been doing it, this unique American version of capitalism for the past 50 years there's no other word for it but toxic. It needs regulation. And simple regulation means I think it was Chip, he brought up the CEO and how much they earned and ended up only paying 2% in their taxes. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. At bare minimum, they should be paying the even 25% that they've argued for and pushed to have the tax rate reduced to. And they're not even doing that.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. I heard you say this multiple times. Say, pay the employees what they're worth. How do you determine what they're worth?
Well, so how much profit are you making? How much profit are you making?
Not just that. There's a combination of the hours of labor that's put in and how much that that final product is valued on the market. And right now, there's a big imbalance between the hours of labor that are put in, the price, right, the market price of the product that they put out, and how much the actual worker is paid.
Yeah, look at this. Revenue Revenue is $17 billion. I'd have to look up the profits there. Their fucking CEO makes $16 and $15 million a year. And their chief operating officer makes $6.26 million a year. And the employee in Ontario, California, which is where that happened, starts at $18 an hour. Minimum wage in California is $16.90 an hour. I looked up the fucking living wage calculator for that area. And for somebody with no children, it's $28.26 an hour. Jeez. And so you can't tell me they pay this motherfucker almost $20 million a year and their COO almost $10 million a year, and they can only afford $18 fucking dollars an hour for the people that actually provide the thing that grants them the money.
I'm so glad you brought
Fuck that shit.
I'm so glad you brought up that number because Lyft, you asked me a question, I got a question for you. If they have been getting record profits, right, and they have continuously been improving the logistics with all these kind of efficiencies or whatever as they claim, why do prices need to keep going up? Exactly.
There are
So we
multiple a
already have a couple
multitude of
cases.
reasons, right? Inflation would be one, right?
No, this accounts for inflation, right? Like they are making profits and having improvements despite inflationary factors, right? And what I'm talking about is they are pricing things way above inflation while maintaining low wages where people can't even afford the
It's a
products. This
capitalistic
has been
society.
proven.
That's a result of being a capitalistic society, right?
Yeah, this has
Prices are
been
always going to go
proven
up.
by. This is why Lena Khan is my bae, all right? Because she went ahead and prosecuted several corporations for this exact thing, especially during the C-19 pandemic.
Sorry, who?
Lena Khan.
I don't know who that is.
It's okay. I'm not surprised. She was the one of the chief antitrust prosecutors during the Biden administration. Now she's part of the Mamdani administration, right? And I'm a big fan because she just did a simple job. She made sure that corporations were held accountable.
They made $2 billion, it appears, in profit. They have almost a 13% profit margin. So I can look up the number of employees.
Look, I will say I'm personally biased in this topic because, I've worked my way up and I've made not a lot of money. I worked in fast food industry and then I make a pretty good amount now. I guess
You don't want to get taxed. You don't want to feel under attack. Cool. The initiatives to tax billionaires are not affecting you.
no, they're not. But at the same time, I think the way that it works is works pretty well. Like because you're not forced to be stuck in a situation where you're not getting paid enough, right? You can leave and find something else, right? And
Bullshit.
What you're talking about is social mobility, and that was higher in the 1950s, 60s, 70s when we were taxing them at a higher rate. Also, there was continued innovation, creation of businesses, all that kind of stuff, despite the higher tax rates. So this shit of keeping it under 30% is there's no point to it. But continue. Please tell us about how you're biased.
And someone in the comments wrote, "Jobs don't let you work your way up anymore," and that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that first of all, it's been proven the way to increase your salary is you quit your job and you get a new one, and then you get like a 20% bump every time you do that, right? You do that 3-4 times, then you're making massively more than what you used to make, right? I think
Did you
that's
not
just
hear what I just said? Social mobility was greater in that time period when we were taxing ultra wealthy at a higher rate. I understand the point you're making, right? It seems like it's easier, but it's not. It's patently not. The same exact avenues that people were able to use in the 70s, 80s, and 90s to level up, as you're saying, right? Like leave their job and maybe open something for themselves or get educated or whatever. All those avenues are way, way more expensive than they used to be in terms of like per capita and median wage and all that, right? In terms of buying power, your ability to actually take the money that you have and go level yourself up, that shit is cut in half, if not more.
yeah,
Can
but
I
what
interject
you're
real quick? I
advocating
just want to
is
interject something real quick.
Sure, Lonnie, go ahead.
Didn't the job growth under Trump decline? So quitting your job and getting a different one is harder now than it was under Biden, with the mindset that you think quitting a job, starting at the bottom of a company, working your way up for working there for 2 years, quitting and doing that again is somehow the answer when the job growth has dropped dramatically since Trump took office in 2024 than it was under Biden his whole term. Like, I don't understand the correlation. I'm confused.
you said the word dramatically, right? What is the employment rate? Right, pretty low, isn't it?
5.4%. I just looked up in Ontario.
What she's talking about is we used to create like 300,000 jobs a month or something like that, right? And Trump was celebrating creating around like 20 to 30,000.
No, I get
Dramatic
that.
drop. That's what she
I
means. By dramatic drop.
somewhat get that part, but
Unemployment
also that
rate
means
in that area is was 5.4% in January 2026, up from a revised 5.1% in December 2025, and up from a year ago, 5.3% a year ago. So,
yeah, but the point remains is that first of all, that means 94.5% of people are employed, which means you can probably do the thing that I'm advocating, which is quit your job.
so
And
okay,
get
so
a
where in Ontario should they go? Lift. Where can they
Ontario's
go in
Canada.
Ontario?
What do you?
No. California. It's California.
Ontario, California.
Yes, it's a big. Yes, they have massive fucking truck stops there. It's a big distribution center. I've been there several times. Yeah, it's a city in the
Oh,
Los
I'm not
Angeles
gonna lie. I thought you were
region.
talking about Canada too.
Yeah.
Nope, it's California.
Look, you live closer to a city that's not called Ontario. You live closer to an actual place, with companies and more opportunities. Yeah.
Yeah, so
If you live in the rural side, then I'm sure that this may not be applicable.
What I'm talking about and what host is talking about is beyond the fact of whether you live in a city or not, right? These kind of metrics that we're referencing, it doesn't matter whether you're in a city or not. You're still seeing the same kind of effects and issues. And the only thing you can say a city versus rural area is that rural areas are actually getting their asses kicked even more.
This here's Ontario, California, just FYI. And driving across this takes forever, but this is a huge, distribution hub right here. A lot of products. There's a lot of jobs in this area. But if jobs like Kimberly Clark, which in Muskogee, Oklahoma, if you worked at the Kimberly Clark factory in Muskogee, Oklahoma, you actually do make a decent living there because the cost of living in Oklahoma is a lot less. But if they're only paying their people, fucking $18 an hour to start out there in Ontario, they're fucking these people over. The median home price there is almost $600,000 for a fucking shack. So
and the bigger piece on that,
yeah, dude, you're talking almost $30 an hour required for that to be livable. And you're like, just go find another job. Where the fuck do you think you're going to find a $30 an hour job in Ontario? Lyft. This is the problem.
I can think of multiple ways.
Things are all fucked up, right? Things are all fucked up.
So real quick, I just got one more thing to say. So I work at a job for 2 years. I passed my 90-day threshold. I now acquire health insurance, right? We know that the affordable health care has been demolished, has been just slashed and thrashed and torn apart. For me to then quit that job, go get a different job, have to work 90 days minimum with no health insurance that I just had 90 days ago at my last job in order to gain health insurance again, and then leave in 2 years to go to another job to not have health insurance for 90 days to start that cycle all over again. That's your answer?
Wrong. You get health insurance the first day that you're employed. That's one of the first papers that you have to sign. That's one of the things that they first ask you. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No, Lyft. That is not ubiquitous. That's actually very rare, Lyft. The majority of jobs, you have to be there for a certain amount of time. Yes, you sign up for it when you start, right, or when you sign for the job, but you don't actually get access to the healthcare for a couple months in. And again, I need you to go ahead and prove how this trickle down shit has actually been beneficial, because everything that I could reference shows that it has created more monopolies, suppressed wages, destroyed our climate, destroyed our housing market, destroyed our education system, all that kind of stuff. So I'd like you to show us where you are getting this information from, or your basis for bootlicking so much for this trickle down idea.
Look, I'm not sure why you're so against my perspective, which is my perspective is literally trying to better the average worker, right? And I understand.
You're not sure why. I just told you monopolies, deforestation,
let me ask
damage
you.
to education.
Hold on. Let me ask you to kind of frame this. Lyft, do you think that the way things exist right now are fine for workers?
No, what I think is the solution that I'm hearing from you.
Do you think
and
that
also
right
Kathy,
now, do you think that there are things that need to be fixed in this country or not? Do you think it's fine?
Yeah, obviously,
Okay, so do you think the problems that we face are just personal problems and it's your fault?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that
I just want to make sure that everybody knows that you also see that there are issues that need to be fixed.
Yes,
so
I see that there are issues, and what the proposals that I'm hearing, I feel that it takes way too long to get that done. And what I'm proposing, right, by saying these things like quit a job in 2 years, is that these are things that you can do right now, right, and then you can still work on the long term issue, like creating a societal change. I just think, it's to be realistic. You're going to be waiting a long time for that to happen.
So are you saying states haven't?
Graffy,
Sorry, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I do enjoy listening to you, but I got new people on the panel. I need
No,
to
no
get to
worries, bro.
everybody.
No worries.
I'm just gonna go down the line to get to everybody. Blue Eyed, go ahead, please.
So something I want to say, a couple of things I want to say to Lift about trickle down, because he seems to go pretty hard for trickle down economics, which we've just proven doesn't work. Trickle down, it focuses on businesses as entities, right? Like we talk about Walmart, we talk about Kimberly Clark. These entities are run by people, individuals. Trickle down doesn't take into account individual greed when they're sitting in boardrooms trying to decide, oh, we have this much profit margin, we can afford raises for X, Y, and Z. Do you think they're going to choose to give themselves a $5 million raise to get to $20 million a year, or they're going to give their floor level employees a raise? What's been proven is they are more likely to give themselves a $5 million raise instead of their employees a raise. So you're just not thinking about individual greed whenever it comes to trickle down economics. These CEOs do not care about their employees being able to live with the wages that they have. They're going to put that money in their pocket, and I need you to understand that.
I understand individual greed, which is why the entire premise that I'm bringing up has to do with individual greed, right? You quit your job. Who cares about their profit margins, whatever? You get another one, similar industry or whatever, and you make 20% more. That's individual greed being put to work, right? Who cares if their CEO gets $5 million more dollars? You're getting 20% more. That's all you should be worried about.
Well, if they're paying a livable wage, then most people probably wouldn't care what the CEO gets paid, but that's not the case, and so it is relevant. Now, real quick, let me thank you, Wrath. I appreciate the donuts, and Disney for the goats. I appreciate that. Daghost Dem, thank you for the goats or the donuts. I appreciate it. And Bunny, as always, thank you for the finger hearts. Leanne, thank you for those finger hearts as well. I appreciate all the gifters. Thank you so much. I do have a gifting goal up there of 50 donuts. If you want to support the live, please do that. While you're in there, please keep tapping. We haven't even reached 10,000 likes, so let's get to 20,000 as quickly as possible. Let's move it along, make sure everybody gets a say. Andrew, please go ahead.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm not going to address, I don't know what Lyft is actually arguing for, but just the state of affairs as the economy right now. They're squeezing the bulk of the workforce. They're squeezing it from all directions. So at the top, they're threatening AI replacement at that end, and then at the bottom, they're threatening robot replacement on the bottom. And on either end, no matter which way you go, whether you're making more money or less money, it doesn't matter. Your job is on the chopping block next week. You have no idea because the technology moves so fast. So in the middle of that, you're being paid paycheck to paycheck, living paycheck to paycheck, or about half the country is. And right now we have this workforce that's called the discouraged workforce, the discouraged jobless. They are people who haven't looked for a job in over a month. We're at about 500,000 people in the country on that end. So we have all sorts of problems going on, but it isn't individual faults of the people in society. It's a structured problem, and it can't be fixed by someone just pulling themselves up really hard and telling their story about it. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Brianna, for the donut, and thank you, Andrew, for that. I appreciate it. Now, Disney, I really wish Susie hadn't left. I was really looking forward to hearing from her, but go ahead, Disney.
Yeah, you talk about just leave your job and find another one. I got a job in October, finally, after 2 years of looking. Okay. I didn't have health insurance because they don't give it to you right away. It takes 30 days, sometimes 90, depending on where you work. I have chronic health conditions that put me in the hospital. I was septic with something called septic arthritis from a gout flare-up. Almost unalived. You know what happened to me at that brand new job? They fired me. And I have put out thousands of applications for the jobs I am capable of doing and have not gotten a call back or an email. So I would really love to know how and where all these jobs that you're talking about are, that you can just quit your job and go to another one.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. And I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking sucks. Not surprising.
It's life, man. You know, I'm doing the best I can. So
Right. In the richest fucking country on earth. While these cocksuckers are making $20 million a year, I don't get it. But thank you, Disney. I appreciate that. Dag host, you'll be the last one that hasn't spoken yet. Welcome aboard. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
So basically, I got some background noise, so I'm not going to stay up long. But a couple things I wanted to say, though. One is about the warehouse, the movie you had posted. You know, the thing about that is, while I understand the frustration and I understand why, you know, people might think of doing something like that, I just want to say, you know, try to refrain from that, because you're really not hurting that company. That company's insured to the max, and I guarantee you they're going to slap at least double what everything's worth and end up putting it in their pockets anyway. And then all the people that were working there that needed them jobs are out of jobs. So, you know, like I said, I understand the frustration, but we really have to understand there are better ways to resist. There are better ways to fight this tyrannical government that we have right now. And right now, violence and burning things down is not going to get us there. And then basically that's all I really wanted to say about, you know, what's going on and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, my claim here. Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, that's a take. Would you have complained about the Boston Tea Party, those terrorists going on board that corporate boat, throwing tea across the bow?
Actually, no, because, you know, throwing tea in the thing is a lot different than a fire. You know what I mean? Like, a fire endangers the people that are there, the people that have to put the fire out. It's just a bad situation all the way around.
Here's the thing, that 1.1 million square foot warehouse, there's only 20 people in there, and they were all on break. The robots, they actually thought that the robots had caused the fire because all of those jobs that used to be there were replaced with robots, and they only got like 20 people in there per shift.
I'm a machinist by trade. Well,
so nobody was at risk is my point. The thing that got lost was the product. And Kimberly Clark, for the record, is self-insured. So there's no insurance policy. They're paying themselves out of this. Right.
I want to say this, right? Can I say this? It's wild how we injure people and then turn around and tell them how they're supposed to respond to that injury. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cut somebody and then you tell them, oh, you're bleeding too much, right? Like, it's crazy that we do that because these companies are pushing people to the edge, to the brink, to the very edge of life, right? Because we all know, all of us up here, whether you agree or disagree, we all know that federal minimum wage did not stay with inflation. It did not do it. And for years, I kept hearing people say, if we raise the rate, then that means everything's going to get more expensive. If we raise the rate, everything's going to get more expensive. Everything is currently more expensive, and we did not raise the rate. People cannot afford to live $1,200 for a 2-bedroom apartment in some of the most cheapest places to live while making $15 an hour at McDonald's, who is talking about going automated. It's too much. $15K a year ain't even, $15K a year ain't enough to live off anymore. And if you make $25 an hour, that's only $28K a year. And y'all get up here and y'all complain about the fact that y'all think McDonald's workers shouldn't make enough to live. But yet when someone got pushed to the point of no return, and instead of face diving off the cliff, he decided to take it up with the flame. It's so wrong of them to do. But yet these very politicians that are sitting in our government are not fighting for us. They are fighting for this war that is happening that does not need to happen. And y'all get up here simping for the corporations who the very moment you keel over from a heart attack because they stressed you out will have you replaced before your body gets to the morgue is wild work to me. And I'll pause there.
And I also want to point out that one of the things that revolutionaries did at the time was when they were basically boycotting the British monopoly company, British East India Company, is that they would burn the ships when they entered the port, and they would attack people who would try to take the products off of the ship. There was this Peggy, somebody may know in the comments, Peggy Stewart or something was the name of the ship. They told that fucking captain of this, they said, either you burn your own goddamn ship or we're going to hang you. This is what they were doing. And we look back today, and even Donald Trump would look back today and look at these actions of these revolutionaries and was, oh, they were doing it for freedom. But then when it happens today, we turn around and we look at it like, oh, these people are criminals. Oh, you shouldn't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Yet we got freedom from, quote unquote, tyranny by these very actions. I don't get it, especially when we grew up here and this is what we were indoctrinated into knowing and believing that we were, descendants of revolutionaries. I don't get it.
You don't think that like mass unionization would be more of a step up and get us in the right direction than what we're dealing with now?
Of course
that's
it
what I
would.
was saying. I was saying that as well.
Of course it would, yes. And we did that. And guess what? The middle class in this country went boom, didn't it? But guess how we got there? The Great Depression led to the New Deal, which half the country or just under half the country didn't want. And then we got those things and we unionized through violence. Mind you, remember when the companies would unalive the people that were striking? You don't remember that? They sent in mercenaries and unalived the people who were striking. This is true. And so we finally got unions, and then in comes the new Republican Party under Ronald Reagan. And what did they start doing? Chip, 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 chip. And now the oligarchs are back where they were right before the Great Depression, and so we're back here again. And so they can commit violence on us, and that's what happens when you try to take somebody's business away from you. But when crazy people do crazy things to these people who are harming them, we're like, you can't do that. That is a level of indoctrination that exceeds expectations for the people who began that indoctrination from birth. That's crazy. I don't know. Now, Graffy, I saw your hand up. Although I'd like to hear from Chip. Actually, matter of fact, let me go to Chip and then get to Graffy.
Chip, I'm looking up something real quick.
Okay, sure. And I don't know if somebody told me, was it Peggy? Somebody can look that up. It's Peggy something. I can't remember the name of the ship.
Real quick, what you were saying, Lib, was that these companies brought in these migrant workers to bust the unions. And Trump is supporting that by H-1B visas currently to this day.
And then turn around and bitch about the same immigrant taking your jobs. Yeah, because you brought them in to take the jobs, motherfucker. Chip, please go ahead, man. What do you think?
My dog's barking. Go to somebody else.
Okay. My dogs are barking too. I had to take my shoes off. Bad joke. Let me see. Blue Eye, did you want to weigh in? Well, I tell you what, Lyft.
Yeah, something I want to...
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Blood.
Something I just want to respond to really quick with the Lyft's whole, just get a new job, get your 20% raise thing is, in this day and age, I'm someone who's had to do hiring. I'm someone who's been applying for jobs and stuff like that. There's a new phenomenon that will get your resume thrown out. The moment it hits somebody's desk, called job hopping. So if they see that you're a job hopper and you only stay, if you stay less than a year at a position, for multiple positions, they're going to throw your resume out based on that alone. So this whole jumping from job to job to get
that's
your
why
raise,
I said 2 to 3 years. Right. That's why I said 2 to 3 years. Right. Then they don't look at you that way that you're kind of implying.
We're in an economic position though where 2 or 3 years on not enough money people can't survive for that 2 to 3 years. So it's one of those things where, oh yeah, 2 to 3 years on not enough money to, you know, put food on the rent. It just doesn't work like that, because you're talking about base level jobs, but base level jobs, we need people in those positions. I mean, the corporations are nothing without those jobs. So I don't think it's a big request to say, hey, pay these people enough money, because without these people, your entire company would collapse because you need them to operate. So I just don't know why you're so against just
you're
give people a
advocating
living wage.
you're advocating for corporations to change their entire value system. What I'm advocating is something that you can do without waiting for that. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to wait that long. You can do it on
You're
your own.
advocating for laying belly up for a corporation who screws over its people. I'm not going to lay belly up for a corporation to screw its people. They need to appreciate the employees who are the backbone of their company. You're advocating for them to step all over those people, and that's where we're going to disagree, because
No, no,
I don't
no.
believe in laying belly up.
No, you're wrong in thinking that, and I'm not sure where you got that idea because I never said that. What I've been advocating the entire time is for the worker themselves, and how can you do what actionable items you can take today, tomorrow, like the next day. Like that's what I'm
Liv,
saying.
you realize going from abusive household to abusive household doesn't necessarily make the household better, right? Just because you move from
Exactly.
one to the other.
Yeah,
And then also, just you're an accountant, right, Lift? You said that yesterday, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason your job's not taken is because AI makes up numbers. So as soon as they figure that part out, you're on the shit block. So I just want you to know that you better watch out, buddy. Looking for a job as an accountant is going to be like looking for a job as a coder, as a software engineer. They already got them done.
No,
They're
it
going
depends.
on you next.
No, it depends on what field, by the way. And by the way, there are multiple
Buddy,
different
as soon as they
accounting
figure out
fields.
that it doesn't make up numbers anymore and they get that down, Claude's got you locked.
You understand there's
I just want
accounting
you to know.
jobs that don't deal with numbers too, right? Maybe you didn't know that, but there is.
But he's talking about yours specifically. Like, he's talking about yours specifically, where you deal a lot with numbers and calculations, which computers have gotten a lot.
Are repetitive tasks that can be done easily, and they're trying to get the white collar jobs out quick because those are the ones that cost the most money.
That's great, but there's also decision making that's completely different.
When they see your salary at six digits, they're gonna look at you first. That's what they're gonna do.
My job will
So
never be.
I want to say really quickly. So what I was trying to put on screen, but I guess it's too big or wide or something. We lose like 600 billion annually to tax evasion and various tax evasion schemes from the ultra wealthy. On top of that, corporate policy, exactly what Andrew was talking about, right, has created a toxic environment where people are, if you're leaving one job to go to another one, you're likely going to leave it soon, because in general, none of these jobs are actually compensating people the way that they used to, right? I've already referenced the 60s, 70s, 80s, if you were listening, Liv. On top of that, I really want to get this clear from you. If we lived, or if we were able to impact change in a way where billionaires or ultra wealthy earn half as much as they do, but we have better roads, better healthcare, and better job creation as well, because we know from that time period when they were taxed higher, there was a lot of job creation at that time. So would you be okay with that, or would you just be mad that they're earning half as much?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Jesus Christ. Hey, host, I had something on screen that I want to put up, but it was just like too stretched out or weird.
Yeah, it's for some reason when I expand you guys into the big box, it fucks up. But if you like send me a link to it or something, if I can find it, I can put it up here and it'll be visible.
If you put it down and then pull it back up in the big box, it'll fit appropriately.
Well, let's see.
Okay, I'll wait for that.
Yeah, I use Live Studio.
You have to take it down and then put it back up. Gray, you have to, and then go in the big box and then put it back up.
Oh, take it down while you're in the big box and then put it up. Yeah, I've never been able to get this to work.
Nah, it's not.
Did you use TikTok Studio? That might be the difference.
Right.
It's okay. I appreciate the help. It's okay. But my whole point in bringing that up was we're losing around like 600 billion annually to various tax evasion schemes that are used by the ultra wealthy. 600 billion annually is a lot, and that's a low estimate. It actually goes higher. I'm just trying to be friendly. Okay.
Cayman
On top
Islands,
of that, the
Swiss bank
question
accounts. Yep.
exactly all of that is included in this number, and that's why I say like 600 is a low end because we don't even know the full amount that has been offshored or hidden or whatever. But the question I was asking you, Lift, if you're listening now, I'll wait.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. I'm not advocating that people go out and like burn up their job. That's not what I'm advocating for, but I certainly understand it. And these oligarchs really should be afraid of people. I remember this guy, they were denying him after surgery pain medication, these doctors. I mean, this dude, I think he had cancer or something. He was in fucking pain, and he, instead of, just unaliving himself, he went into the hospital and unalived the doctors that was refusing to give him pain medication. This is what people do when they're at the end of their fucking rope. And so the oligarchs need to realize there's a lot of us, and some of them are crazy. And so just do the right thing, and then you don't really have to worry about that as much. But instead, they build their fucking bunkers. They hide away. They try to act like everything is fun. I'm sick of it, frankly. But I'm sorry, Lift, go ahead.
They spent 50 years suppressing compensation, essentially. And
Yep.
to the folks, I agree with you 100%, host. Like, violence is not necessarily the answer, per se, but it's a tool. It is a very good tool, all right, because they've definitely been using violence against us. The exact example you gave, host, but also other many examples in the healthcare industry, right? People who, or in the healthcare space where people are essentially losing their lives because we don't have the revenues that we should have. Like I said, 600 billion lost annually. Okay, so Lift, if you're listening now, the question I'm trying to ask you is, right, would you be okay with better roads, education, and job creation, and healthcare, all this kind of stuff, right? Would you be okay with that if the ultra wealthy were earning half as much, or do you think the ultra wealthy should still earn as much as they do, and we suffer without all these good things?
I'm going to give you an answer, right? And I believe in all those benefits that you explained, but I believe that if everyone pays more taxes, including lower class people as well.
Yeah, because we're complaining about not enough pay, and you're like, well, let's take more of your money. That's going to fix your problems. That makes a lot of sense.
You get more benefits, but here's the thing: you're receiving more as well, right? So it's not just like you're taking away from them.
But Lift, American people pay 53% of their income in taxes. What more do you want to take from us?
Bro, we have a progressive tax system. It's not going to affect the middle class.
Exactly.
No, what I'm saying is that it should affect the middle class and it should affect the lower class. It should. We should increase taxes there. And
when
also,
he says effect,
in this country, dude.
When he says effect, he's saying extra burden. There's already a burden on the middle class.
there's also a burden on the upper class. There's a burden on every class. What I'm saying is increase that burden across the board.
What I put to you is that the burden on the upper class has been skipped to the tune of 600 billion annually. Sorry, host.
I'm not disagreeing with increasing their taxes. I'm not saying that we shouldn't.
Lift. The only time that the middle class should pay more in taxes is if they actually get something in return for the investment that they're making. Healthcare.
Okay, I hear you.
Childcare. Fucking paid family leave. You have a child, you get time off, and that's paid for. You know what I mean? Things like that. If we had that, people probably wouldn't give a shit. But we don't have that.
I don't disagree with you there, but what the largest part of this argument that people disagree with, right, is because they love to say, okay, yes, increase taxes on the rich, but then they neglect to understand that the bottom 20% pays close to 0% in taxes. And all I'm saying is that I can agree with you there, then agree with me here on this part. The increase taxes on them as well. That's all I'm saying.
If you get something in return, because currently, whenever I drove a truck, they took 33% roughly of my check. 33%, which, a truck driver at that time, I think I was making $60,000. This was when I first started off. Paying 33% of my check. I get nothing from that. I basically get nothing. And then I turn around and I pay, every time I walk through a door and buy something, I pay a tax. When I get my vehicle registered every year, I pay a fucking tax. I'm forced to have insurance. That's a tax. I'm forced to do all these things, and you end up paying even more than what they took out of your check. You pay more than that in taxes. So we're taxed to death.
Can
We
I
get
interject
nothing in
real quick?
return. There's no health care. There's no daycare. There's none of this unless,
the hard truth
it's
is
ridiculous.
The hard
No
truth is
hard
that
truth, lift,
no.
wait, hold
Let
on.
me.
I want to interject because you've been,
Go
this
ahead.
whole live is about trying to convince you on why your thought process is wrong without you actually going and looking at the information and understanding why we have such an issue with it. Because if we go back and look at the Great Depression, right, social programs and taxing the top 5% is what got us out of the Great Depression, right? Like, let's be so for real about that, right? We cannot deny the facts that these things have happened. We lived impoverished. Heck, people were eating dandelion salads, right? There's so many instances where we lived in the Great Depression and the government came in and implemented these social programs and taxed the top 5% to get us out of these impoverished situations, right? And history seems to sound like it's starting to repeat itself in many different facets in this current government, right? The fact that you're up here arguing for the top 5% to keep their wealth when we know as of today, there are countries who are cashing in on their silver and gold bonds, and they are tanking our economy, right? There are so many things that are currently happening, right? While you sit up here and you simp for these large corporations and think that trickle down economics is the reason, when there's more than just that is affecting everybody that makes less than 6 figures in this country. You complain that you don't like what we're suggesting needs to happen, but the reason we're suggesting it is because it's already happened and we've seen the forward moving progress that came from it happening, right? And I know you're on teacup, right? And I know you need to be the center of attention, right? But the fact
Well, to be
is
fair, he
that
is the only opposition. So,
I know,
you
I know. But I'm just saying, like,
Just some
everybody
teacup
around
does
the
not mean I'm not
panel,
listening. I heard
excuse
you.
me, everybody around the panel has given you an instance or some reason why they are against you, right? And you come up here and say, well, I agree with you, so that you should automatically agree what I'm saying. That's not how facts work. That's the problem with this whole conversation. We're basing our argument off of facts that we can prove, while you're sitting up here just spewing your reason and what you believe and why you feel the way that you feel, when we're all up here telling you, go here, this is the data, this is the fact, this is why we're saying what we're saying, and this is why I believe you're not up here to have a good faith conversation. You're just up here to prove your specific point, and this individual mindset is the reason why we are where we are, because so many people have believed the hype that this man has sold them, Donald Trump, and wonder why we are where we are. Instead of blaming the government like most of us are doing, you want to blame the poor people. And that's crazy. We'll never get out of this problem. It's only going to get worse. And we'll be in depression 2.5 in about 2.5 hours at this rate. But I'll pause there.
No, she's absolutely correct. And they're estimating between April 10th and April 15th, we are going to have gas shortages. We're going to start seeing food shortages. I mean, your little $180,000 a year is not going to be anything when we have to bring a wheelbarrow of money to the grocery store to get a loaf of bread.
I don't know if we'll get hyperinflation, but I take your point. That would be funny, right? Fucking. I'm sorry, Blue Eyed. Go ahead. I just thought that was funny.
You know, we have nobody to blame.
Blue Eyed. I'm sorry, Blue Eyed. I interrupted Blue Eyed. Please go ahead and finish your point, Blue Eyed. My apologies.
I just want to say to Lyft, as far as,
or was that Disney?
Tax,
or was that Disney that was talking? Was that Disney?
Disney was talking. I was just putting my hand up.
I had my hand up like forever ago.
I'm sorry. I thought it was Blue Eyed.
3 points I was thinking about.
I'm so sorry. I fucked that up.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But in reference to what I'm talking about, just look at Poland, because Poland went into something as similar to us that we're going through right now. And them little shoes that you get at like Walmart that are $10, yeah, Poland was paying $900 for them shoes. That's why I say you're going to need a wheelbarrow to go get bread. So I sincerely hope, Lyft, that you have survival skills and you have prepped yourself for what's coming. I promise you, it's going to get that bad.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see hyperinflation like that, but I mean, it's happened before. It's not an impossibility, and that would be
liberal.
That would be
When you were
nuts.
talking about willing to pay more if you receive more benefits, first of all, that increase in taxes that I was talking about, that's just to afford what we already have. It would have to go even higher if you want to see benefits as well, right? We are currently on a pathway where every president runs on lowering taxes, and now we've reached the point where it's unsustainable, right? And that's just talking about two social programs, right? So the increase in taxes would be just to afford those and make them sustainable, right? That's just like.
So okay, so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Since 1970s, late 1970s, early 1980s, they've been cutting taxes on the wealthiest among us and corporations over and over and over and over and over again and over again. And then now we can't afford the basic services that we did have. And, before you could get into college relatively cheaply without much debt. We didn't see as much of the debt we do. And now you're like, well, we're going to have to raise taxes on you to give you the same thing that you were getting before because they decided to decrease the taxes on rich people.
Well, no, it's not just that.
It's socialism reverse.
It's a population increase.
Take from the poor, give to the rich, and then if the poor want something in return, they're going to have to pay the government more.
I need you to realize what you're advocating for.
I think the altruistic view that I'm saying, because I'm willing to pay more. I'm willing to contribute. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is.
But you shouldn't have to. You won't have to contribute as much because billionaires and ultra millionaires have been avoiding so much taxes. That's what's so frustrating about your argument. You're talking about the middle class and lower class should pay more in taxes. First of all, they've already been paying a lot. And secondly, they are the amount of tax revenue that can come from increasing taxes on the lower and middle class pales in comparison to increasing taxes on the ultra wealthy and the billionaire class.
The ultra wealthy already pays the majority of the taxes.
I hear that argument all the time. Yes, they pay about 50-something, 60%, but they actually should be paying higher because they've been avoiding so many taxes. Right? That number is based on. That number is either based on.
They quit paying into Social Security after the first month of their paycheck because they only have to pay a certain amount. But should they get Social Security the same as we do? Why are they trying to throw it into the stock market? Why are they calling it a Ponzi scheme?
Right.
To be honest, I agree with you. I actually do agree with you on that.
Warren Buffett has been advocating, telling us that the rich need to pay more, and he's rich. He's sitting on $340 billion. I mean, these are people,
He's one of the rich people. He's one of the rich people that understands their wealth comes from public services, public goods, public money that was invested in infrastructure, education, all that kind of stuff. So if they continue to avoid taxes and cut away from that, they're going to have a dumber workforce, a poorer workforce, and worse infrastructure. Ultimately, if you even take their perspective on it, like Lyft, you keep trying to take their business perspective on it, they are shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, I mean, there are billionaires that have come out and said for their own sake and health, they should be paying more taxes because people are going to fucking freak out. I mean, they've said this openly. They're not stupid. They know what people are going to do when you take everything from them and give them nothing in return. Now, Blue Eyed had her hand up in the comments. Go ahead, Blue Eyed.
So I think with Lyft's argument on just raising the taxes and you'll see the social benefits, we kind of over the years, history dictates that's not true. I can use Oklahoma, my home state, as an example where, we had social programs under, I believe it was Henry, great social programs when I was in school that benefited us directly. And then we started seeing, I think it's at 150 to possibly $175 million of educational cuts, where we're still receiving that money for our education system. However, they've cut it from the education budget and it's being reallocated in a way that doesn't directly benefit the people. So Lyft, you're putting too much trust that our government entities and our corporate entities are actually going to put those things into benefiting the people But if you really look at the policies over the years and how they've behaved, they don't put it in to benefit the people. They're actually more likely to cut it away from the people. So that's kind of my issue, is you're putting way too much trust into these governments and into these corporations that they're gonna do the right thing and benefit the people, when history dictates that is not true.
Yeah, now real quick before I see some hands in the comments. Feisty, thank you so much for those donuts and that cake. I really love the Level Up Sparks cake. Anyway, I also want to give a shout out to. Oh no, I guess it was Feisty. I thought it was somebody else. Anyway, please keep tapping the screen, guys. We still haven't got to 20K, but we've got almost 70 people in here. Shouldn't take too long. You can get both your fingers going and fill that bar up. Every time you fill the bar up, it's 100 taps. TikTok wants us to be interactive, so the more you're typing or tapping, the better it does on the FYP. Lonnie, I think Disney had spoken after you. So Lonnie, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to give everybody a real-time scenario where companies are not paying their fair share in taxes, since people seem to think that they are. So right now, today, I can prove it to you. You can go into like Walmart, right? You can go into Dollar General. You can probably go into Target, right? And you can purchase whatever you need to purchase. And you get to the register and you check out. Somebody somewhere, if it's not the person that is checking you out, the screen will pop up and say, would you like to round up your change to the next dollar to donate to such and such charity, right? That sounds amazing, right? Yeah, let me round up to the next dollar and donate to said charity, right? I love helping people, right? But then what happens is these corporations take all that round up change that you rounded up to the next dollar and said, we had donated 50 grand to this charity. We need a tax write-off for that, off of your rounded up change. And so because they donated 50,000 of your rounded up change, then they get the tax break. And that's the part that y'all forget to see. That's happening
fucked up.
today.
Yeah, that's really fucked up. And you know, and they probably own the fucking charity too, or have somebody on the board making, you know, a couple of $100,000. Crazy. Now let me get around the room. I'm going to go to Disney. I see your hand up, Graphy, but I haven't heard from Chip in a minute. I'd like to hear from you.
No, you're good.
Disney, go ahead.
Yeah, my dog finally stopped barking.
There's a few things, right? So in a lot of the scenarios, Social Security is not enough to sustain a person. Like my mom gets about $2,000 a month. It's not enough. So she has to, as a disabled 73-year-old woman, she has to go to work again. She drives Lyft and Uber to make ends meet. That's first. Second, there is a non-violent way to solve all of these problems, but people have to be willing to take that chance. And that is a general strike across the board. Stop paying everything and stop going to work, because the only thing these people understand is their money. That is it. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. We are cattle to them. Goy, okay? And Dollar General, just so you're aware,
yes,
came out with a report stating that even their poorest customers are only buying the absolute bare necessities. Don't you think that's a problem with capitalism?
Fuck yeah, it is. And did you guys see the Doritos? Doritos was like, oh, I can't believe that these customers won't pay $7 for a bag of Doritos. And so they cut the price of the Doritos bag by like 15%. It was like, I don't know, not even $1 or maybe just over $1. And it's like, okay, they don't need the $7 to recoup their money. They're trying to price gouge the fuck out of us, and they reached the head of that where people were no longer wanting it. So people should just stop ordering from fucking Doritos, stop buying Doritos products, stop buying Pepsi products, because they're gouging you unnecessarily, thinking, oh, I think we can just squeeze just a little bit more out of these motherfuckers. It's gross. Now, Chip, please go ahead. Since it's been a while for you, I'm gonna go ahead and give you 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, I think it was Disney that was just saying some of the tools that we have. So we've talked about this ad nauseum, but it's even bigger than that. So, for example, we have to buy just our money itself, what we do or don't buy. So my package would include the following tactics: Don't pay any of your debt obligations. So, for example, you could have a mortgage, you could have a car payment, you could have student loans, you could have unsecured credit card debt, whatever else you may have. Just don't pay. Stop clicking. That's one. Number two, don't send your kids to school. Number three, don't pay for your health care. Number four, don't buy anything that's other than absolute essentials from any corporate entity outside your local area. So those are all things we could do. That's a massive boycott. And then finally, don't go to work, obviously. So if we did all those things simultaneously, even 3 to 5% of the population, it would seize up the economy. I typed it into ChatGPT. What if X% of the population did the following things simultaneously? So we don't need many people to participate, but the aggregate impact of that. Now, would there be some repercussions from that? Yeah. And will we have to be prepared for that? Absolutely. But it's like a union. You know, when you have a union, you don't just go on strike one day. You have a planned successive escalation, threat, and you have things to back you up, like a union fund to plug the holes for those who have the greatest needs. So similarly, we're going to have networks of mutual aid, alternatives at the economic level. We don't need much to survive, by the way. We're so conditioned that we have to have all of these things. We can thrive later, but in the short term, we're going to have to endure some hardship. And we don't have to do it with violence. But if you're not willing to not have Netflix, you're not willing to not have, steak for 6 months, you're not willing to live, 3 people to a big house for 6 months, we're never going to get ahead. We're going to have to I know it sucks, but, I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm willing to have a dozen people come live here if need be, if we go through this process. It's going to suck. It's going to be inconvenient. It's going to be a pain.
You can't just abstain from work like this willy-nilly. Like, it's not how it works, man. I don't think, if you work for a corporation, you're sitting in the office, you're going to be like, oh, I'm just not going to call in. I'm
Say that it was
I'm not going to do anything.
planned, willy-nilly.
No.
Let's be generous
Right.
here and listen to what he said. He said it's planned and there are levels of escalation, not just if you.
But what I'm saying how about say it in practice? How do you do it? What are you gonna do? Hey, boss, I'm not coming in because I'm joining a general strike tomorrow. Which ain't gonna do shit.
Actually, we have
You could go up to your boss and say, "Hey, if you don't join us, fuck you, you scab piece of shit."
Obviously, your bosses aren't going to fucking join me. This is really what you're explaining.
You're not their slave, Lift. You're not their slave. This is the problem. They have got you. They've got you by the balls, and Lift is like, "Yes, Daddy, you give me everything. I don't give myself anything. I will do for you everything that you ask of me." Stop.
No, what I'm saying is it's easy to
stop
say
doing
things.
that.
When you look at it and trying to put it into practice, it's not how it works. If I had an employee who was like, "Hey, I'm going to be out tomorrow because I'm going on strike,"
yes.
I mean, come on, no.
Weren't you earlier saying that people would protest? Weren't you
earlier?
Liv,
you just
saying that people should protest?
Don't know history. You just don't know history. How did we get the 5 day? How did we get the weekend? How did we get the 8-hour workday?
I don't give a shit.
What are you talking about?
That already happened. Whatever.
So
no, I'm saying you don't know history because you're acting as if this stuff is impossible and was never done before, or it's so damaging that no,
you
we have
understand
a
the
literal
ramifications.
I agree with everything Chip said because
I can't hear 12 people talking at the same time. I was going to go to Graffy anyway, so Graffy, you and Lift, go ahead. I'm going to give you all a couple of minutes if you want to go back and forth. Go ahead.
What I'm saying
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I go ahead.
Understand the ramifications of literally just calling out for work and saying that you're doing it because you're going on strike. You don't understand how they're going to react to that. Like, you don't understand that your job's at jeopardy now.
Do.
You're not a reliable worker anymore. Like this is just reality of how it works, dude. I'm not saying this right, but I'm saying this is the reality.
This is the business ideology that you're saying is the reality. The reality is that people would stop, right? Yes, they might try and find some scabs to replace them, but ultimately the system would be pushed to a halt, right? Chip, I agree with everything you said. I did similar math a while ago. We only need like 20, 30 million people to do this. There's damn near 400 million people in this country. We only need 20, 30. Go ahead.
In your office, it ain't going to be 50% of the population who's doing that, right? It's going to be maybe 1 or 2 people, and those people are going to be targeted for like, oh, look at these people, like they're not reliable employees.
And this is where you are misconstrued. This is Lift. This is where you are misconstrued.
Where you think
Lift. There's a flaw in your based understanding because you're assuming only 1 or 2 people would do this. You're assuming. What is it? You think only 1 or 2 people are upset at their workplace right now? Are you
I
thick?
understand reality. You live in a fantasy world, right? I'm just telling
You
you
can
how it
keep
is.
saying that. You can keep saying that, but you are the one that is pushing pro-business ideology that has not worked for 50 years. I am talking about sociological, public health, and financial
No,
economic
you're
data that has
wrong
been
because it
tracked
does.
on
It
how
actually does work. I'm
that has
not
been
spewing
tracked on
stuff
how
that
trickle
doesn't
down
work.
economics
I'm
has not
spewing stuff that
worked.
actually works.
Trickle
Yes,
down
you
has
quit
not
every 2
worked.
years. You'll see your fucking pay increase tenfold, right? You keep doing that. So
You're
I'm
talking
saying
about a
some real
mechanism
shit.
that hold
I'm
on.
saying some
You're
real
talking
shit.
about a mechanism that people started using because
I don't look.
pro-business
It doesn't
ideology
matter what. It
had
doesn't matter.
starved the job
But you know
market.
what?
You're talking
It's a
about
mechanism.
how people
It's
have
a mech.
responded to the fact that you
Yes,
can't stay at a
it's a
company. You're
mechanism
talking
that
about
was
how people
invoked
can't afford
because
to stay.
they work with reality.
You're
They
talking
work
about
in
how
the
people
new
can't afford to
reality.
stay at a company for 20 years anymore. That's all you're talking about.
Bro, you're living in
That's
fantasy land,
literally all
and
you're
what I'm
talking
telling
about.
you
People
is
can't
that
stay at
in
a company for 20
reality,
years
this is
anymore.
the things that they do in practice. Things like quitting jobs serious. This is called adhering and evolving to the certain methods that are in place today. That's it.
Okay.
No,
Yeah. Okay. So I appreciate that.
It does work.
Blue Eyed wanted to go. Go ahead, Blue Eyed. Blue Eyed, I saw your hand in the comments.
Saying that
Yeah,
these
go ahead.
Worker protests. Sorry, my mute wouldn't come off. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
You're good. Go ahead.
All right. So Liv saying these things don't work just it objectively isn't true. In the past, I think 2-year period, Spain, Italy, France, Bolivia, Belgium, places in Brazil have all done these worker protests.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm still coming down.
Blue Eyed, you got muted again. I didn't mute you. Blue Eyed, you're muted.
I don't know why that keeps happening, but like all these other countries that have done this, it's worked. All these European countries, South American countries, they've done worker strikes. They've done public strikes for public benefits, and it has worked. So to say that it doesn't work is just objectively wrong.
No, it works. They did it against Elon Musk not too long ago, where it's one of like Norway or something like that. I can't remember which country it was, but they striked from the dock workers all the way up to the iron. I mean, the whole country striked against Elon Musk. I think it had something to do with he was taking Starlink away from the Ukrainians or something like that. But yeah, they wouldn't even let his Tesla cars off the boat because there was nobody there to take them.
I think the only country that
real quick
does it
shout out.
the right
Thank
way-
you, Bunny, for the donuts and that hamster. Those fucking hamsters are everywhere. Thank you.
I think the only country that does it correctly is France. I think they do it the way that it should be done. I think that's how you're
They
supposed
burn
to
shit to the ground. Lift. France
yeah, but you
burns
also
shit
have people like
to the ground.
Yeah, but you also have like firemen who are involved in it, right? You'd never see that here, right? You don't see government employees.
Okay, wait. So you're okay with burning shit to the ground as long as they invite firemen to come and put it out?
I'm fine. I'm fine with making a strong statement done well with a lot of people involved. Yes. Okay. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Even if I disagree with the topic, even if something I don't agree with, if you make a strong statement like that, you know what? Then you know I'd be fine with it. I'd be okay with it.
Okay.
I might even support it, possibly. Who
So
knows?
again, you're going back to your assumption that only 1 or 2 people would do this, right? Like
that's interesting.
The whole idea of the No Kings protest, the massive general strikes in Minnesota, like all this stuff flies in the face of what you're talking about. There are massive amounts of people who would be fully mobilized to participate and shut this shit down. And now you're arguing against the idea of protest, and now you're trying to say that, oh, it can work a certain way. My guy, earlier you were pushing out pro-business propaganda entirely.
Yeah, but
you're the
here's
op.
the thing, right?
You're the person who, if we were planning a strike, you would tell the boss.
People are saying that I have no sauce.
You would tell the boss. I agree with your stance. You would tell the boss.
Yeah, let me
believe something strongly enough to be advocating enough to do certain things that are considered, you know, pushing against the norm. Then I will support that. Like, yes, I will give up my own views because it seems that you are passionate enough about something that you're willing to go that far. Yeah, I'm willing to you know put aside my own views for someone who believes that strongly. And if they support my side, that's great. That's even better. But if they don't, then you know I'd be willing to at least entertain it.
But these no kings and strikes are for
Well,
you.
he still has a timer. Lift. Did you want to? You got 30 seconds left.
Sorry.
Did you want?
No,
Or
I
are
don't
you
need
good?
time. I
You good?
randomly interject, so I apologize. So I don't.
Thank you, Feisty.
People can
Now,
interrupt me easily. Like it's fine.
well, I want to make sure I try to get to everybody. I don't know that I do the greatest of jobs, but Lonnie did want to go. I saw Lonnie's hand up. Lonnie, go ahead.
How do I put my hand up?
So,
If you real quick, there you go.
You write the word hand in the comments, and then it should pop up with a hand. Like if you write the word hand, you should see a hand, and then just hit the hand instead of the word. But I digress from that. So I'm not sure of the guy who said it, but there was
Sorry,
a
Disney. I'll get to you right after. My apologies. I must have missed it. Go ahead. I put your timer back, Lonnie.
So there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but I seen the video that he did, and he stated that if only 2/3 of the workforce were to, your background noise is a lot. If
I got him. I got Dag.
The workforce were to walk away. 2/3. That's all it is 2/3 of Walmart employees or whatever case may be would walk away. It would have a dramatic effect, right? So that's what Gaff was trying to say, right? That's the point he was making. Number two, what I noticed is that there are a lot more people that are fearful of losing it all, right? They got to hold on to it all. And I think Lyft is one of those people, right? Like, oh my God, if we do this, I'm going to have nothing. I'm going to have nothing. I'm going to have nothing. But not realizing that we are heading on a bullet train towards nothing right now. So it's kind of like, do we choose to have nothing so that we can spark change, or do we go full steam ahead on this bullet train towards nothing and then not have a chance to have change? And that was really prevalent in the back and forth between Gaff and Lyft. Lyft's fear is prevalent in this, and this is why he is so pro corporation, because he doesn't want to lose what he has, because he can't see that a lot of people don't have what he has. And that's what we're fighting for, is equity in this country. And we don't.
But
that's
there's
a
a
good
part
point,
that you're
Lonnie.
neglecting to know when I say this is that I believe it for other people too, not just me. I'm not saying I'm the only one who benefits from it. I'm saying other people can. I'm saying when I'm in a position of power to hire someone who see, like, maybe they didn't do great in school, whatever, I hire them because I interview them and I see what they're about. And so, like, I'm not just up here like spewing this propaganda and only like helping people who look like me. I help people who deserve the help, dude. I'm out here making a difference on a day-to-day basis, you know?
Well, good. Now, real quick, guys. Suzy is Suzy. I say Suzy, but maybe it is Susie. I don't know. Is wanting up in Lonnie. You're technically in the hot takes box. I haven't used it in a while, but let me go ahead and drop you, Lonnie, and then bring Suzy up here to see if she.
I was gonna drop anyway, but just to Lyft's point before I go, Lyft,
Sure.
you are one in a handful of small business owners who want to see better for the world. We're not talking about small business owners. We're talking about corporations like Walmart and Costco. And
I'm talking about corporations.
Like,
I'm not a small business owner.
That's the part that you're obfuscating purposely.
No, I'm not. I'm a middle. I work for a large corporation.
See, I can't even finish my point because you're in your field. Because you just sat here and said, I hire people that I know that other companies might not hire because I believe in lifting the smaller man,
Yes,
right? But
as an employee for a corporation.
That do that. That's the problem.
As part of
you're not listening. Can I finish?
Okay.
I know your wife can't, but can I? Like, can I make my point? I let you make yours, and I didn't even say anything.
You're right.
Until after you finish, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you're one of the few, and unfortunately, that's the problem. You're one of the few. I was trying to give you a compliment, but you're so in your fields, you automatically started to defend yourself and not see the bigger picture that we're describing to you. These large corporations are going to eat you up and spit you out, and not care about you because you want to be one of the good guys, but you don't want to see that. And I'll go down into the comments, Lib. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, thank you, Lonnie. Always a pleasure. I appreciate it.
First, I don't work for a small business. I work for a large corporation, first of all, right? And I play a pretty big hand in hiring people, right? Because I'm part of the interview process, and we also have the discussions on the side, right? And so, like, I just want to make it clear that these are corporations that I'm talking about, where I'm giving, or where I'm helping out people because I didn't start off great myself either, right? I get it. I get people, have situations that, essentially, maybe they lagged a little bit in certain parts of their life, but I look past that, right? And what I'm seeing is that there are plenty of other people like me. And if people believe in corporations like I do, then there could be a lot more people like me who also, give opportunities to people, like us.
Okay. Well, they don't do this for altruism. They're trying to make money. And so if you get in the way of that, or they think you're not going to make them as much money, your ass is gone. They don't care about you. They don't care about you at all. And that's just the way it is.
I know, but I contribute enough to the company that that they can't get rid of me. Like they could, but I can find another job pretty easily, and I can do the same
Thompson
thing that I'm
disagrees
doing.
with you. Brian Thompson literally disagrees with you.
That's funny.
Well,
he probably
Thompson
thought he was he thought he was indispensable too. Real quick, let me get to now. I do have a list here. I made a sticky notes of everybody that put their hand in the comment and in the order. I'm going to go to Susie first since she's been trying to get up since like way early this morning. It is Susie, right? I kept saying Suzy, but because of the two Z's.
Yeah.
I think we had this conversation last time you were up. Anyway, I have Disney, Chip, and then Dag Host were the hands that I saw. But I'm going to go to Susie first. Go ahead. 90 seconds to you.
Okay, so I think that two things can exist at one time. So I have been on both sides of this, where I've been in the corporate world and I've been outside of the corporate world. And when you're in the corporate world, you have the mentality that Lyft has, right? And when you get out of the corporate world, which I've been out of it for 3 years, you realize that corporation is modern day slavery. And what I've realized is slavery never ended. The same people that owned slaves back in the day realized that having people as cattle like that doesn't work for society. So what they did was they invented now corporations, right? Where they convince you to go somewhere for 8 hours a day. They tell you when you can be, you can go to your lunch, and it starts in the school system, right? It was Rockefeller that monopolized the oil, and then he's the one that created the education system along with many other of the families. And they intentionally designed the education system to go into corporations, right? They're the ones who created the college education system that's a waste of our money, that they don't teach us real history. They don't teach us real philosophy. They don't teach us real things. And then they control our perception of reality. And then we go along life thinking that corporations is the way life used to be, when before the Rockefellers of the world, there were no corporations. People lived, right? People didn't pay for the land we were born onto. People didn't pay money to drink water. The land was the people's land. It was not the family's land. Right now, the Black Rocks of the world are the corporations that are now controlling everything, that are buying up the land, that control the banks, that control the politicians, right? And you think that they care about you, and they don't. And they never will.
I don't care if they care about me, because I know the value that I bring, and I can provide it. For whatever company pays me the most.
To Susie's point, a lot of people don't know this, but in the U.S., corporations as they exist today did never exist. They would allow them a short term if they needed to get a bridge built or something. They would allow a corporation to form, and it was temporary. The corporations, if they wanted to be long term, they literally had to serve a public good, and if they were going to be longer than like 10 years in existence, they had to pay back the communities in which they were operating within in order to continue having their charters renewed. And if they didn't, those charters were revoked. The corporation was dismantled. That's the way it used to work here in the United States. That's the way it was.
We used to ride horses as a method of transportation. We evolved from that.
That is irrelevant to the point. The point is that the corporation as an entity serves a function. Once that function is no longer needed, that corporation can go away because they're not people. They're not people.
Yes,
they don't have rights.
We've evolved from that, is all I'm saying.
It's totally unnecessary.
We didn't evolve from that, because at the end of the day, like, free energy exists. The reason we don't have free energy is because of corporations.
No,
right?
it's not free, first of all.
Yes, it is.
No,
No,
it's not.
it's
You
not
have to
free
pay.
now. It's
You have to
not free
build the
right now.
windmills. You have to build the solar panels.
Nikola Tesla. Go look at Nikola Tesla. They discovered ways to have free energy where humanity did not have to pay for energy. And anytime somebody has discovered ways that humanity can, things that can help humanity, they
It's
end
an
up
urban
dead.
legend. Urban legend.
It's not an urban legend. It's history, dude. Go read a book. It's
Okay,
history.
then why don't we have it now? Why don't we have it now then? If
That's
what
what I'm
you're
trying to
saying is
tell
not
you
an urban legend.
because okay, for example, okay, I have traveled to over 40 countries. And in this time I've wondered, wow, how come in all of these countries like Thailand and Vietnam and China and Cambodia and Sri Lanka, wow, how come, yes, you have areas that are not great, but how come in so many aspects they're better taken care of? How come my ex, who's from Belarus, they get 3 years of maternity leave, right? And the government pays for all 3 years. How come he was shocked when I told him my sister only gets 3 months of maternity leave, and he had to call his dad in Belarus, and his dad thought it was propaganda, right? I had to now look at all these things that I was told, how come I can be in Bangkok and I can get from one side to another without ever getting in a car? I can either walk because they have sidewalks that are meant for people and they have subways and it's clean.
It's a small country. It's not the same, dude.
It's not a small country, dude.
America
I
is
live in
massive.
Dallas, Texas.
All of Europe fits
I
in
live
like
in
what, Texas and
Bro,
three other
$4
states.
billion is going to Israel per year. They have the money, okay? Israel has free healthcare, okay? I met Israelis. I met them traveling. Okay? They tell.
I think you put yourself on mute.
I'm not showing that she's
can't
muted.
afford
There
it,
she is.
okay?
Okay.
Sorry, my phone rang. It's not because they can't afford it. It's because our money is not being appropriated the way it should, and our government is stealing money from us, and they are not. And our country has been infiltrated by this group of people. They're called Sabbaty and Frankus. You can look it up if you don't believe me, because you're going to say it's an urban legend. And these are the likes of the Epsteins and Rockefeller.
Uh-oh. You're very popular.
Sorry, again. Yes.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. This somehow.
Well,
yeah, you go read because it's all tied
JP Morgan
together, right?
actually had pulled his funding for Tesla because he realized that Tesla was trying to like wirelessly distribute electricity.
Yeah, but also the efficiency of that was like very low, right?
That's not why he pulled his funding.
You were there? How do you know?
I know, but
you
that's not why.
said it didn't exist.
That's not why JP Morgan pulled his funding, though.
Yeah, but
he just said it was an urban
economically
legend,
feasible. It was not economically feasible to do that, right? That's why I say it's.
That's not why JP Morgan pulled his funding, though.
Economically feasible. Do you think going to the moon is economically feasible?
The fact is that, like, when you can wirelessly distribute power to everybody that can just access it.
Guys, we can't be surprised. Lyft has been shilling for billionaire boot this whole time.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, Lyft. Like, and you're not even like a wealthy person. Like, you may feel wealthy, but like they look down on you even. That's
fine. I don't care what they look down on. Like, I don't care about that. Because
I don't want to out you, Lyft.
Can I get whatever I want?
Real quick, Lyft. I don't want to out you, but do you earn more or less than 400K annually? 5, 4, 3, 2.
I don't.
Bro, that was a simple question.
I don't think you need to make 400K to be.
Okay. Oh no. That wasn't what I was asking. Right. I was asking because we had a presidential candidate who was going to ensure a very progressive tax policy that was not going to hurt you at all. And now and now there's a lot of people.
It should impact my wallet. I should be paying more. People like me should also be paying more.
You don't think? We already addressed this point.
Okay.
People like you have been paying more and a lot for the past 30, 40 years, way more than they
like
should have.
30%,
Based on economic data, I understand how you feel about it, but based on economic data, you have been paying way more taxes. All of us have been paying more taxes than we should.
That's true. Here's the thing, Lyft. If you think do you think a billionaire finds out that there's a way for somebody to obtain something very, very cheap and they know that there's a way that they can make it so that person can make a whole shitload of money, do you think that wealthy person is going to allow everybody to have it cheaply, or do you think they're going to consolidate that so that they can make a lot of money personally? Which do you think they would choose?
I think you choose a smarter option if you're in that position, right?
Which option would that be for yourself?
You know which one it is.
Well, I'm asking you. I just want to know if you can at least acknowledge that these people would take something that could help a bunch of people and not do that thing if it benefited them to a great degree. Do you agree that they would do that, these billionaires?
That they would provide it, or they would not consolidate it?
No, that they would consolidate it to benefit themselves. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
so then you understand the problem that we're having here with these people, and that's not right? Do you agree that that's not right to do? So you think it's right? You think it's right to fuck a bunch of people over to benefit yourself? That's very telling. Now let me get around. Let me get around. I had to let none of you answer the question without saying a fucking word.
No, I didn't.
No, you did.
I had to think about it, dude.
Yeah, I heard the big sigh. There's nothing to struggle with there with that question, Lift. If there's something that benefits a bunch of people, or you can find a way to consolidate that to yourself to benefit only yourself, you couldn't figure out which is right. I'm sorry, but what do you do
about being altruistic? Then sure. Then I see.
It's not altruism. You could still make money. You just wouldn't make as much.
Okay. Well, I think if you I think if you make up to, below the threshold of 400K, right? Then I think that you're pretty well off. You're pretty fine, right? You can do whatever you want in terms of the day-to-day basis. You can buy whatever you want. You have a massive amount of freedom, and I'm talking about that. And I don't even make half that, right? I'm under 200K. I'm over 150K, but I have freedom to do pretty much whatever I want. So I feel like that freedom is afforded to everyone, in my opinion. You just have to work with these corporations that you are talking about.
Talk about fantasy land. I've got a list here. I'm going to go Disney, Chip, and Dag. Disney, go ahead.
Okay, so my super relevant point to this is it's anecdotal, but I used to work for CVS, specifically Omnicare. They do long-term care filling for long-term care facilities. I caught a mistake in the cycle fill, which is automatic fill for facilities that was costing CVS billions of dollars. And you want to know what they did to me, my guy? Fired me. Then offered me a job taking less money in another office building. That's how much these corporations care.
But look at it from the other way. I found a lapse in a banking system that allowed people to take double the amount of loans that they were. I don't know why your voice is
touching mine.
What?
I was not done.
Oh, I thought you were done. Let me give you your time back. Yeah, I thought you were done. My apologies.
No.
Go ahead, Disney.
Because there's a few things. So the propaganda has us YT people feeling so comfortable that until we are completely uncomfortable, we are not going to make any civil changes. YT people have never had to fight for civil rights. So we don't understand the discomfort necessary to get up, stand up, and actually do something. The guy that did them fires, he gets it. Italy is currently doing that. And they are fine. Nobody's losing anything. But the entire country is striking. So I don't understand where the disconnect is. That you're not getting that almost everything out of your mouth is propaganda.
Can you explain to me what Italy is doing? Because I've heard multiple people bring up Italy, and I have no idea what's going on there.
So in Italy, they're doing a general strike. Literally, the entire country ground to a halt. They decided they did not like what their country is doing, and their government and the leaders and the people with money are doing. So they stopped going in. They said, "Fuck you, we're not doing it."
Are you being completely unbiased, or you're being completely honest with me? This is
I'm not kidding. Look it up. We're not seeing anything about it because guess what? The propaganda in the United States of America doesn't want us to see it because then we might get ideas.
So their stated reason is because they don't like the way their government is being run.
Yeah.
So they just
Yes. There are things happening, and they do not like what's going on.
You said you like France
now,
is
real
doing.
quick, I want to give a shout out to somebody on YouTube, watching on YouTube, says Boots is his favorite flavor. I assume they're talking about one person on the panel. I just thought that was funny.
It's not talking about me.
That is Scapegoat 193. They didn't specify, so who knows? Could form your own decision about who you think they're talking about. Escape, thank you for watching on YouTube. I appreciate that. Now let me get over to Chip. Chip, go ahead.
Yeah, really what this all comes down to, especially when you compare it to what Susie said in her travels, is what is the priority in society? Like, what do they focus on? And in most cultures, I think rightly so, they try to, at least to some degree, focus on the general well-being of as many of their citizens as they can. Every place has its own limitations and problems and challenges. But in general, the difference between the American system and most other, especially in developed economies, is that our focus is almost solely on materialism, wealth accumulation, and militarism. And that is a huge problem. It's a huge distinction. So most of the money in our budget gets prioritized in places where it would never get prioritized. That's why we have more than the next 10 countries combined for our quote-unquote defense spending. It's bloated, it's over the top, it's ridiculous. And who do you think benefits from that money? Most of those dollars who flow through the military machine go to shareholders of the contractors and defense production companies and manufacturers who make the weapons of war and who run the systems of war that we're constantly involved in. That's a huge problem. That's a transfer of wealth, just like every economic downturn and stuff is simply a transfer of wealth. From the debt is borne by the society, the benefits of said spending go to the very few.
All right, and just real quick, Scapegoat Scapegoat says with SpongeBob laugh emoji. So I'm sorry, Scapegoat.
It's not my Andrew is what he's referring to.
You think they're talking about Andrew? Is that what you said?
Yeah. No, I know they are. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Let me get back to my list. And thank you, Chip. I appreciate that. Who was next? Dag, go ahead.
So, just a couple things. Like, we have to really look at ourselves for all these things that are going on. We actually had a president that walked the picket line before.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
I said we're kind of going backwards, We had a president walk the picket line. We were going in the right direction. People were starting to make more money. Stock market was doing great, and now it's all tanking. That's all. I mean, we ain't got no one to blame but ourselves.
I guess what was your overall point, do you think? I'm not really sure I followed necessarily, Dag.
His overall point is that we should take over Cuba and make it part of the U.S.
Pretty sure that's not what his point was. But, well, either way, thank you, Dag. Let me get to Andrew. You haven't talked in a while. I see you in the comments, so go ahead, man.
I have OCD, and I just kind of jump in to respond to certain prompts. But right now, like off the top of my head, it's just I don't understand just anything that you want, Lyft. Like, what do you want? I want everybody to be able to live a normal human life with middle class ability to vacation every year if they save enough, and be able to quit their job and not feel like they're going to be doomed for 6 months or something like that. That's all. I don't know why you have this problem with making sure that corporations. Okay. No. What the problem is how we get there, I think. And the problem is a lot of people are suggesting tons of ideas, and you're saying that's not how the real world works, but we are in control of our own world if we collectively organize. And that's what they don't want us to do, is organize. And I don't think accountants are the leaders of organizational politics right now. So I'm not going to take,
we're the gears that are in place that makes,
your job is moving rich people's money around to different accounts. That's it.
Right.
You are a cog in the machine that is going to be replaced soon.
That
and
helps.
You have to realize that
and it helps fuck us over.
I don't disagree that I'm a cog. I will agree with you that, yes, I get that I'm a cog in the system. I understand that. I've seen many accounts. I get that part of it, yes. but it pays decently well. So whatever.
For now,
Yeah, AI can do your
now.
job. I just want to point that out. It can do your
they
job
can't do
already.
my specific
Oh yeah,
job,
they
but,
can.
yeah,
Yeah, they
Bro,
can.
they already
You're,
do. You know
they
what
can
ghost
do your
jobs
job.
are.
Your job will be worth a lot less once AI replaces the majority of it. I mean, I didn't make it up. This is what's
they come out
happening.
with
Here's the thing.
White collar jobs
liberal.
are on the chopping block, and when it happens to you, Lyft. I mean, what are you going to expect people to feel bad when you sit up here and you browbeat people for making waves and trying to change the system by either striking or having when somebody goes nuts and they burn up a fucking a toilet paper factory or whatever the factory is. Any number of things can be, and you're like, just go get a better job. Just move somewhere else. Just get a better job. If you work hard, it'll happen for you. Come on.
They said the exact same thing, right? When they talked about outsourcing, they said the same thing. They said you're going to lose your job because you're going to outsource it to India. And then you know what? And then I was in the
white collar jobs.
Sure, but I worked with those.
Okay, so it wasn't a problem for the white collar people when they were getting bigger bonuses because their company just now sent somebody else's fucking job over there, and instead of giving it to everybody else, they give it to the white collar employees. Y'all benefited, and now for the next the revolution in jobs, it's going to be y'all. And I actually think that's kind of funny.
No,
I think it's kind of funny.
First of all, the point that I brought up with India is that they said that's going to replace our jobs, and every sector that they increase hiring and decrease American jobs in those sectors was terrible. All they could do, right? Because people are like, oh, they can replace your job, they can do whatever you do. All they can do is recreate things, right? They can't think independently. They can't do that, right? And also, when we talk about AI is just it's a word language model system, right? It doesn't have any more capabilities past that, right? That's all it is.
Bro,
none of that makes any sense.
I'm sorry.
Because
here's
the thing.
Painfully misinformed.
Yeah, here's the thing. Look, when they outsource jobs like that hurt blue collar workers. Didn't hurt white collar. Nobody was saying all these white collar workers are going to lose their jobs. Nobody said that. And they didn't give a shit. Y'all didn't give a fuck. Y'all didn't give a fuck. And y'all don't see the train coming down the tracks directly at you. And when it happens to you, you're, and then you know what? The rest of us should just respond to you and say, hey, just go get another job. Just go get another job. Because that's what you say to them. When you don't give a fuck about anybody else, Lyft, why should anybody else give a fuck about you? You are the quintessential white collar employee.
Yes, I am.
You're hiring at a toilet paper factory.
Now, real quick, let me give a shout out to Dag. Thank you for the bubble gum. I appreciate that. Feisty, thank you for the bubble gum. Also, somebody else said, Wrath, thank you for that bubble gum. I appreciate it. We got 3 left. If you want to support the live, three more bubble gums. They're like 99
Bro,
coins
I'm
a
not
piece.
disagreeing that I am the quintessential white collar worker, but that means I know things about how white collar employment industry works, right? I think that's fair for me to say.
When you suck ass better than the next guy, you get a promotion. No, I get it.
No, you don't have to look.
Oh yeah, it's about sucking ass. When you get into the white collar industry, it is all about sucking ass and licking that fucking boot, shoving it up your ass and licking it some more. No, that's all it is. I know for a fucking fact that this is what it is. I know for a fact. It has nothing to do with how good you are at your job. It's ass and dick. It's sucking both.
No, it's just a little bit of kissing, sure. A little bit.
It should be none. It should be no ass kissing. The person who is best able to do the job should be the one that gets the job, not the guy that's over there. The best.
No, I disagree because first of all, you can be really good at your job and be totally socially awkward, and then you're not the best fit for the job if you're the best.
All right, please stop. My dad was head of product development for a company. Okay, he goes to those board meetings with the owner of the company, who's a billionaire, Iris. And let me tell you, it's a dick measuring contest of what we did lately for you, honey. What we did lately. Oh, these numbers are up, and these numbers are up, and our group of 5 companies are doing this much, and it's all please don't fire me. Please don't fire me. Please don't replace me.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh shit,
There's nothing wrong with
Kibi.
that.
I meant to bring you in, Kibi. Let me drop myself then, and then bring Kibi in. Look, so now we've kind of gotten away from the, I guess the point of it. The point is that the people that own this shit, right? The people running everything need to be afraid of the public. They need to be. As if Brian Thompson, his face on the fucking pavement wasn't enough for them. That clearly wasn't enough. And now you've got an entire fucking distribution center for shit paper going up in flames because of one dude with a 99-cent lighter. Time to start taking notice, motherfuckers. It's time.
Look at AI 2027, the paper. It's online. But there's Lyft. Your job is. You said they can't think for yourself. Yeah, current LLMs like ChatGPT and all that. But lately they've been adding. They're rechanging the whole system from being large language models to AI agents, which can think for themselves. It can self-improve. That's coming, and between now and probably less than 3 years, all our accounting jobs will be gone. I mean, the only jobs to be left within 5-10 years would be plumbers, but until the robots come along. And I just saw a new technology that NVIDIA just released, this $250 computer that's meant for, it's like the Raspberry Pi, but it's bigger. It can actually run AI models because it's meant for people to practice and train on it and help to build that open source with NVIDIA. It's a computer that you can put inside of a robot because that's what they want. They want these AI models inside of robots. So we have a short window into how long until we can actually, when we can do what France is doing. Because after that, they're going to have robots. They're going to have AI.
That's right.
So,
but you understand that
You can't unfuck that fuck. That's right, Kibi. Now, real quick, because Graffy has had his hand up for a while. I did hear Graffy talk, but I don't know if Graffy got out what he was trying to say. Lift, if you want to rebut that, please go ahead. 45 seconds to you.
One thing
Then I'm going to get to
that,
Graffy, and then I'm going to get to the new people. Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but can you please understand what I'm saying? That this we've experienced this before, and they said the same thing about outsourcing. Can you understand that? Like, yeah, there was a whole push. They said we're all going to lose our jobs, and it never really came to fruition. Can you please understand that side of it?
False. How can we understand something that's false?
Well, this is Lift's. Hold on, guys. This is Lift's time. Let's let him finish. We can rebut after. Graffy, you'll be next. So go ahead,
I'm
Lift.
literally trying to find common ground here, and the fact that you don't realize what I'm saying is true when I've literally seen it firsthand is like, how can I agree with you on anything that you're saying if you can't, agree with a basic premise, that we've heard this before. Right? That's all. Look, I'm trying to find something that we can agree on. That's it.
No, I understand you're trying to find common ground, and yes, we've heard some of this.
Okay, well, hold on, Kibi. Graffy is next. Graffy, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say and trying to find some common ground now that you've been getting your shit kicked in. But point being, right? Yes, there was some rhetoric around, there's some jobs that might be lost, but now it's entirely different. Right? Like, I agree with you. If you want to find common ground, cool. We found common ground. I agree that there's previously the same kind of rhetoric, but it did not have the same kind of backing or expected impact. Right? Right? I'm waiting for a yes or no.
I would partially, I'm not sure.
What?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that what you're saying is
okay. Well, where I'm coming from is right. You said earlier that you are coming from your own business experience in the corporate space, right? I was also in the corporate space, but I'm not deferring to everything that I was told or the kind of culture that I had in that corporate space. I'm deferring to the economic, sociological, broader data that tells us the effects of all these kind of decisions, bro. Okay. And you're still here bootlicking. I need you to take the boot out your mouth. That's all I want to say with my last couple seconds. Take your boot out your mouth.
Okay. Now, since you're the only op, if you want to respond to something, let me know. I'll give you 45-second rebuttals. But I wanted to add to what Graffy was saying. The claim that you made that no jobs were lost during the outsourcing is absolute and total fucking nonsense and
No,
horseshit.
I didn't
An
say-
entire industry basically was taken, and this is one of the reasons that Donald Trump won, is because that industry basically went poof, up in smoke. And while people did find jobs in the service industry, the jobs that they went to paid far fucking less than the jobs that were gone. We lost about 7 million jobs in the manufacturing industry because we shipped them over to China or to Mexico or Bangladesh. And let me give you an anecdotal story. When I was driving a truck, there was this fucking town in Arkansas in the Ozarks. So in midwestern Arkansas, some fucking where, I'd picked up a load of pants from Laredo, Texas, which is on the border of Mexico. So a Mexican driver had driven this trailer to Laredo, and they were allowed to come over a certain number of miles into the U.S. to drop. And so I would do a drop and hook. So I drove into the yard, picked up this trailer of pants, drove it back to this fucking massive warehouse. I mean, this warehouse was huge in a town that used to have like 1,400 people in it, 1,000 of which were employed at that fucking factory, that massive factory. And this huge parking lot was just, I was just like, this thing is weird out in the middle of nowhere in a small town. There's this huge fucking thing. I drive through, there's like 3 cars in the back. They turned what used to be the place where they made the same goddamn pants that I was delivering to that place. They used to make them there. They shipped all that, and all that fucking parking lot was a waste. And now it was just a distribution center, and they had like 6 employees, and that's it. And they used to employ the entire fucking town. So yes, they absolutely unalived an entire industry. So I don't know what you're talking about. People didn't lose their jobs. That's weird. But go ahead. 45 seconds.
People did lose their jobs, but it also was not to the extent that we were lied to about. Right? They said that everyone's going to lose their jobs. Yeah. Okay. Some people lost their jobs. Some jobs that are easily replicated. You know. They like, because that's the only type of work I saw them, replaced are jobs where you copy and paste essentially on Excel spreadsheet. And actually, even then, they would fuck that up, to be honest. But like, I think that we're facing the same type of rhetoric that we heard the first time, and it wasn't true the first time. I don't think it's gonna be true this time.
Also, you're looking at a group of people, either the rich or the elite. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm still. You're saying that it's not true this time. What, that white collar jobs like accountants aren't going to be replaced?
I'm sure some would, but like not enough to make it like it's not a revolutionary thing where enough people are going to lose their jobs where it matters that much.
If that's what you believe, like, I actually feel bad for you in like 5 years, because in 5 years
I don't feel bad for him.
It's going to happen, and the shock and horror on your face, and you'll probably remember this conversation when it happens. You'll probably remember when this happens. You know what?
No, brother,
I mean, good on you.
As an accountant,
the whole middle class
many exit opportunities, right? I don't need to work for a corporation. I can start up my own CPA firm if I really wanted to, right? So, like, I'm not going to be impacted by this, dude,
bro.
Okay. I mean, that's. Okay, sure. I'm going to get to the new. We got 2 new people in here. Let me get outside, and then I'm going to go to F your feelings, and then at that point, everybody will have had something to say. So get outside. Wait,
Liv. I'm sorry. When I had my turn, I think Blue Eye had her hand up like soon after. I don't know if she got a chance to hop in. I'm just saying.
We have another Trump supporter up.
Get outside. Get outside is Blue Eyed. Forgive me for missing your. Hold on. Get outside. Get out. Hold on. Jeez. Blue Eyed, give me just a second. Let me bring them in, unless it's something that is relevant to a point that you may forget. Is that? Would you say that's accurate?
You can bring them in. It's just something for Liv.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to risk you forgetting what it was. I just want to bring them in real quick.
We're letting up someone else who's going to attack me. Yeah.
No, I don't. Get outside is probably I believe a Trump supporter.
Well, here's the thing: is I am a Trump supporter, but the thing is I don't. I agree with you all that somebody needs to pump the brakes on all the AI, all the shifting the jobs out, because for him to say that this isn't that the jobs getting shipped out wasn't really that bad, it gutted the whole middle class. That's why there is no more middle class. That's why when you walk into McDonald's, you don't see 15-year-olds working at McDonald's, you see 40-year-olds working at McDonald's because the jobs that were here are are gone. They're gone. All the good paying middle class jobs are gone. And I get that you're a management.
The middle class jobs that are
management.
easy, right? Let's put an asterisk on that. The middle class jobs that are easy, yes, they don't pay the same anymore because it's
No,
easier.
what middle? And here's the thing. Do you think, okay, and you work in a corporation, do you think that for 1 minute that the CEO of that corporation, when he sees, hey, I can spend $1,000 on this software that is going to do all the accounting work that I pay 10 people to do, and it can do it in less time, do you think that they're going to, in an instant, not do that? So you can start all your accounting firms you want, but if all these corporations and all these businesses can buy software that they have to buy one time to do your job, do you think in an instant that that's not going to happen? It's absolutely going to happen. Everybody knows it.
It would be reasonable and logical to do it. Yeah, I get that.
And again, that's where the stupidity comes in, because if nobody's got a job, nobody's going to buy anything. If nobody's going to buy anything, then there's no reason for the existence of your corporation.
Yeah, but that system, that product that you're talking about doesn't exist. It won't exist.
Kibi,
doesn't exist.
Okay, Kibi, let me, because after I get everybody in and get to, well, hold on, because Blue Eyed has been waiting for a while. I need to get the new people in, but I'm going to go back to Lift and Shift and get outside because I'd like to hear a conversation between you two. I think that would be interesting. F your feelings, please go ahead. 90 seconds to you.
Yeah, it does exist. It's called TurboTax. They have taken more in the last 5 years. They have quadrupled the amount of people that use their software instead of going to an actual accountant. What makes you think that they're not going to come up with software for businesses? Because they already have it.
Bro, I use the software. I know what you're talking about.
What do you think the AI, once they put AI in that software, your job's gone, buddy.
Bro,
you ain't going to be able to start no CP firm. You're not going to be able to find a job. You're going to count what you are. You're going to count Tic Tacs as they come down the line. That's what you're going to count.
You don't understand the industry, so you.
Oh yes, I do. I understand the industry because you know what? You know what I do for people
about something you know nothing about.
Really?
Like, really?
Really? I did 44 income taxes in the last 4 months for people.
Okay, sure. And you bought the software to do it, right?
Actually, no. I just went to TurboTax. I signed them into their account. I did all their paperwork. I showed them how to do it, so they didn't have to pay H&R Block.
Because you're not certified. So
it doesn't matter if I'm certified or not. That's the thing.
It does matter.
I don't have to have a fucking degree to do your job. The computer does it for me.
Joke. You're a joke, dude.
Really? I've been doing income taxes since I was 16 years old, buddy.
Liv, what you're ignoring? What you're Liv?
It's not
Liv. What you're ignoring?
Okay, real quick. Hold on. Listen, I know everybody wants to jump in. This is why I don't like having 8 people on the panel because everybody. Like I want to hear from everybody, but it's hard to do. Let me get to Blue Eyed real quick. Lift. I'll give you 45 seconds. Right after that, I got to get to Blue Eyed. She's been waiting for a while.
All right, 45
go
seconds.
ahead.
Dude.
45 seconds.
So you understand? There's a reason that we have trust in our financial systems, right? Because there are accountants, right, who do things other than tax to ensure that the financial system is stabilized, right? To ensure that the numbers that you see on their quarterly or annual reportings is actually true, right?
Yeah,
those are other jobs. And you know who does that? Accountants do that, right? They're not just doing taxes, bro. They're not just doing taxes. And so you neglect to realize that part of it. That's all I'm saying.
QuickBooks does it.
QuickBooks does not fucking do it, dude. You have to verify the numbers. You can write whatever you want into QuickBooks. You know, it's gonna garbage in, garbage out, right? But you need people to actually verify those numbers are true.
Well,
apparently not.
Or like Enron. Enron had accountants. I bet they did exactly what that fucking company paid them to do. That's another reason that they want accountants, because they want them to help steal fucking money and fuck everybody else over and or hide fraud. That's what you're for. So you may be right that there's going to be really shitty accountants that exist out there that are willing to take the bullet for a corporation that'll throw them right under the bus. It wasn't me. I paid an accountant. It was certified to do it.
I'm not saying that
throw his ass in jail instead.
So that's exactly what the accounts are going to be used for.
Look, I gave you rebuttal time. I got to get to Blue Eyed. Blue Eyed, please go ahead. And you know what? I'm going to give you 90 seconds since it took so long to get back to you. Go ahead.
You're fine. I just want to make a point to Lift that, you know, he's very convinced that AI and the automated system can't take over his job. But if we look back 50 years ago, 60 years ago, we had a lot of people convinced they're not going to develop technology that can take our job. Factory workers were convinced, you know, there's no way we're going to make robots that can pick and pull orders the way that I can. And as the years have progressed, everybody who was so sure that technology wouldn't advance enough to take their job, it has advanced enough to take their job. They found a way to outsource it, whether it be overseas or just developing the technology. So you really, I implore you, like, you need to get out of this bubble that you live in of I'm safe, my job is safe. This not even an American bubble, but like in a corporate American bubble that you live in where you're, you know, very solid and sure of yourself. But looking back in time, 50 years ago, other people had that very same confidence that you had, and their industries are unalived now because they were slowly but surely replaced by that technology. So you need to get out of that confident bubble that you live in, because it will implode at some point.
Look, I don't care. Like, if my job is taken over by AI, that means the market efficiency has increased. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the market efficiency. I understand that. I will pivot. I will find another thing to do, because my role is important, period. It doesn't matter whether AI takes over a certain aspect of it, right? Because they won't take over the entire industry. They'll take over certain aspects. I get that. And probably, honestly, it'll probably be helpful to have it, to be honest. Because if you understand the menial work that's involved sometimes, right? Which I dish off because I don't do that anymore. But like, you would understand how there could be value in having AI. But I just, I think where we differ is that you're acting like we can have 100% faith in AI, and we're going to be fine just doing that. And there are certain aspects that you can't trust in that, because, like, for reasons like host brought up Enron, right? Good example, right? That happened, by the way, if you actually know about it. It was due to pressure from the top side, right? But here's the thing, and this is why I think education is important, is because I would not risk my license to falsify documents or not review certain documents and just pass it off and say this is good. I wouldn't do that, right? But if you have someone who doesn't have a certification, they probably will. I probably could tell someone who doesn't have a CPA, hey, just sign off on this, and they'll probably do it. But like, I do think that I'm not sure where I was going with that, but I think I just went on a rant.
I mean, a little bit, but it was your rebuttal to that, which, you know, you're, I think, the only opposition. Now, Graffy, I think, was wanting to say something. Andrew had his hand up in the comment section. So Graffy and then Andrew, and then I'd like to hear between Lift and Get Outside after that. Graffy, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely like to see the 1v1 between Lift and Get Out. But no, I think Lift, you want to keep claiming as if your point isn't being understood. It's not that at all. You just keep pushing pro-business propaganda that has been patently disproven over the past 50 years of data, right? You keep pushing the ideas of what corporations and companies want people to think and believe about our economy, not what actually needs to happen for our economy to function well, right? Like, I don't think you would disagree that we need a healthy, capable, and
movable workforce, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Awesome. So a lot of what you are like kind of bootlicking for is antithetical to that, has been dismantling that for the past 40, 50 years. So again, get the boot out your mouth, bro. Like there's a whole lot of there. If the boot that I have in my ass is sociological and economic data, I'm gonna ride that boot. What you have in your mouth is quite literally unaliving you.
I'm sure you like things there. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I just think
That
we
took a
need to move
turn.
beyond like
Yeah.
That took a
Why
turn.
did you have to be disrespectful like that?
I don't know. I just I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't have said that.
But realistically though, even though your job is nice, we need to actually start moving beyond, because the left used to think about it all the time with post scarcity and post labor economics. I mean, the whole system that we have is pretty much almost over. And yeah, the corporations are going to own AI for probably 10 years, maybe 15. But in the long run, it's going to be open source and it's going to be used by everybody, especially when integrated circuits get replaced.
Look, ultimately, the reason why I disagree with you guys on
well, Kibi still has almost 40 seconds. Kibi, I mean, technically, I was supposed to go to Andrew, but Kibi started. So go ahead and finish your statement, Kibi.
Well, the whole point is, I understand that all the jobs are going away, and we can do what we can with unions to try to cover it, but we should really focus on UBI and to move past and think beyond that, think beyond 15 years, where we're going to be, because it's going to be, whether you like it or not, money is pretty much almost becoming worthless, because AI, everything's going to be free. Even Elon Musk and the rich people understand that. So you got to think beyond that, and that's why when I talk with liberals, especially with uploading brains and all that, that's the long-term goal of everything.
Yeah, I mean, eventually it'll be
birthing pains.
We'll be like that fucking that cartoon with where all those fat people are flying around on those like wheelchair things. Just utopia.
That's
what the fuck was that cartoon?
Wally.
Wally. Yes, thank you. Fucking love that shit. But that's how we'll end up being. Man, it's like, oh, those must be Americans. Damn. Anyway, let me get to Andrew real quick, and then I'm going to get to Lift and Get, which sounds kind of cool together. Lift and Get. Andrew, go ahead, man.
Okay. So basically, what I'm thinking of, two things here. One is an analogy to Lyft. I feel like Lyft is analogous to a horse and buggy cartsman in the now in New York City on winter, where he's arguing that, look, they didn't take all the horse and buggy jobs when the cars came, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. Like that's what I hear and see when he talks about how it's not all jobs. It's not all jobs.
They have cabs.
No one on this green earth, logically speaking, should be saying all, anything, ever. Only cis deal in absolutes, okay? So anyway, the other analogy is basically, I don't see. Can I have like a few more seconds here? Just look. Here's the
land it.
This is the dark world we have here, okay? We're looking at a world where it's uncontrolled by the billionaires to their wants. So what they want is to reconstruct the world in a way where they control every transaction of your entire human existence, from breathing, eating, living, to sleeping. And if they can get you so sad, so dejected, and so upset with the current state of your life, go fall into their meta AI virtual world and live there where they control every aspect of what you see, hear, and think. And this is how we destabilize an entire country to where they're just worker bees and everybody else gets to be educated, and we're in the Gilded Age once again. And I'll land my plane.
That's right. Yeah, fucking A. Well said. Now, real quick. Yeah, Graffy, thanks for sending those roses. Somebody sent a bunch of, was that Little Red? Yeah, Little Red, thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. Guys, everybody that's gifting, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. That's a good way to support the live. Please keep tapping. Now, I'd like to get to Lift and Get. Would you guys like to talk to each other for a minute? Because I think it would be interesting to see the dynamic between two people who I believe both support Trump, at least to some degree. If y'all are good with it, I'm going to give you like 4 minutes to go and have a conversation. You both good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like, I would probably agree with Lyft probably 90% of the time, but not on this because, and again, he does have a point. They probably will not totally eliminate the human being part of a job. But then what you have is let's say you've got 10,000 accountants, but now I can eliminate 9,000 accountants. Well, the 1,000 that are left aren't going to make shit because if you ain't going to be satisfied with the $35,000 a year that I'm going to pay you instead of the $100,000 a year that you used to make or more, whatever, well, that's fine. I've got 9,000 other people that I can pick from.
Yeah, but it's different. It's different because when I say that, first of all, you have to understand that I have a certification, right? Certification that is incredibly hard to obtain. But
are you?
Hold up, that certification. As a company, you can say, "Hey, we are employing these people with this certification," right? It makes the company look good. So like, I think that you don't understand that part, which is fine, and can I ask you, why did you support Trump? Because I'm not sure that like your actual a real supporter. Why did you support him?
I supported Trump because I wanted the no tax on overtime, no tax on tips. I wanted the secure borders. There's a lot of things that I agree with Trump on. But here's the thing. Okay, so now let's do this. So you say you've got a certification. So we live in a country of 300 million people, right? Mm-hmm. How many of them would you say are accountants?
Probably like 90,000 have the same certification.
Not 90,000. Okay, so out of that 90,000, you think you're the only one that's got that certification? I bet at least 10%.
No. I think if you factor in personality skills, right? I've been able to talk to everyone on this panel, right? You factor that in, I think I'm well ahead of the curve.
You think? But again, out of 90,000 people, you think you're the rare person that can just talk to anybody and have
no. Obviously, there are people that are better than me. I get that, but I'm ahead of the curve. Of those 90,000, I'm probably in the top 10K. I would say.
And again, that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, is you think you're the rarity, you think that you're the exception. But you're not.
No.
It's just like me and the job that I do. I think I'm the exception, but I'm not.
Brother, you can look at the bottom 10,000, right? Like, because I think that I'm better than certain people, it doesn't mean that I understand. Like, if other people also have the same certification that I do, that means that they had to work their asses off to get there. So you can already tell a certain amount of things about those people, right? You can tell that they know how to work their ass off. You can tell. There's a lot of things you can tell. And the point being is that I believe that there's a certain amount of security in people who have that certification because there's certain things that you know about them just because they got it. You know that they're hard workers. You know that they do whatever it takes to get it. You know that they probably had no life for like 3 to 6, probably 18 months, right, to do it. And those are the employees that you want.
And again, I understand that. But if you have 10,000, you see what I'm saying? It seems to me like you want to argue your point in the corporate side of things so badly that you just really, it's not sinking in. It's corporations. They will do whatever they can do to make money, and they don't care. And here's just one more real quick example, and then I'll land my plane. So I'm 58 years old. When I graduated high school and went into college and decided college wasn't for me, If you graduated for college with a computer science degree or the A plus or the AA plus or the C plus or Microsoft certifications or whatever, you could pretty much write your own check, right? So that was late 80s, early 90s. Come out of college now, those certifications don't mean jack shit. And 90 and now, where a job that paid you probably $90 to $100,000 back in the 90s, as soon as you came out of college, you'll be lucky if you'll find one for $35,000. Why? Because everybody's like, oh shit, I can do that and I can get this and I can make this much money. Well, now when you got 100,000 people a year graduating with that degree ain't worth nothing.
Right.
Yes, in certain
And
industries,
degrees themselves are worthless.
No, but here's the thing.
Yes.
Right? In the same vein, Get Out, right? It's pretty well known if you when you were going to college, right? If you got a psychology degree, you probably were not going to be making a lot of money, right? You automatically knew that, right? In college, right? Is that a fair
statement? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So in the same vein, right? I think certain degrees that you're talking about, right? The C++, it's that industry, changes pretty frequently, right? But you also know that there's stable industries, right? Like healthcare, right? Like accounting, right? We've been around since the ancient Egyptian times, right? You could also go into those industries and expect stability.
What? I guess I don't expect civility.
Yeah.
No, stability.
Yes, you're talking about
stability.
Okay.
I heard civility. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
But again, everything changes with technology, right?
Yes, but healthcare doesn't change, right? You need to still see a doctor every so often, right? Right. That's a pretty
well. Surgeons can be replaced. Nurses really can't, although triage can be. They're accountants are one of the easiest things to get replaced with AI. It just is just the nature of the AI itself.
It's been around for 3,000 years, brother. It'll be around for another 3,000 years.
And look, and AI is relatively new, and we're already seeing it replace accountants.
AI is creating biological. Yeah. Can I just say something really quick?
Yeah, and sex workers have been around since the beginning of mankind. There are certain robots that can replace some of that. Just saying.
No, bro, they're gonna be.
Just saying. Why are you doing a spinning robot?
Just saying.
Women can't spin at 400 RPM.
Bad example. Sorry, guys. Real quick, let me give a shout out to the people on that are watching on YouTube. Son of Man, I've been loving your comments. He said, "Give unto Trump what is Trump's. Give unto God what is God's, and give all you have to follow me." Son of Man, thank you for watching on YouTube. I appreciate it, guys. You can watch the replay of anything. If you missed something, you can go to my YouTube channel. Please subscribe to me over there. You can do that. Also, if you want to keep the show going, please send gifts. And to that point, Raw, thank you for the roses. I appreciate that. Andrew, thank you for sending some gifts as well. Lonnie, thank you for that. J Girl and who is that? Oh yeah, F your feelings. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Keep toss everything up in the air.
Hold on, Lift. Hold on, Lift. We've got a new panelist who hasn't spoken yet, who I think wants to jump in there. So let me give your 90 seconds, Old Wolf. Welcome in. Go ahead. Old Wolf.
No.
Old Wolf, you are muted. If you don't know, you are muted.
Can I speak on their behalf?
On their behalf. I don't know if they'll share. Okay, lifted shift 45 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, look, 45 seconds right now. But look, overall, I hope that you guys have been.
Oh, there he is. Yes, let's let me. I'll get to you right after Lift is finished.
All right,
Lift,
go ahead. No, let him go first.
Okay, all right, 90 seconds. Go ahead, Wolf.
Look, it doesn't matter what job you've got, from the CEO all the way down to the janitor. Trust me, been both. AI is replacing them. All the jobs, including yours. Everybody's just trying to say this to soften the blow. Even Get Outside pointed out, you're going to go from at least 6 figures, you're going to lose 3. It's just facts. nothing more.
Look, I hope that.
Hold on, he's not done. He's got a timer.
I sound like it was on. Sorry.
No, I'm good. Go ahead and rebut.
You're good? Okay, go ahead.
Look, I hope at the end of the day that you understand that, like, first of all, I believe in all of you people. I believe that you could do better. I believe that
I can do better.
Yes, I
How
believe
old are
that
you,
all you
son?
guys are capable of doing so much more.
How
and
old
like,
are you?
there's pathways to get there.
How old are you?
Bro, I'm 35.
I turned 59 this year.
Okay.
Every job that I can do so far has been outpaced simply by technology or AI.
Bro, I
Just
work
go back
with
to
6-year-olds.
just go
I
back
work
to
with
school.
65-year-olds.
Okay, it's only 10 years to become a
It's
doctor.
only math. You're
No. Look, I work with 65-year-olds as well, right? And they provide their own perspective that is beneficial as well.
And they can use TurboTax too.
What?
So, real quick. So, apparently, TikTok really doesn't like this show. It's not letting anybody repost. Is anybody able to repost? Because I went in my alt, and it won't let me repost on my alt. It won't let two other people in the comments repost. Is anybody able to successfully repost? And if not, yeah, if you can't repost, just copy the link and I guess paste it in your groups or whatever. Share it to, friends or whatever. If you're trying to get it out there, TikTok doesn't like me. These people don't fucking like me. So, it is what it is. That fucking sucks.
Look, hold. I got to walk away pretty soon, which I don't want to, but I have to walk away pretty soon. But I want you guys to understand that, sure, maybe some things that I said is a little bit controversial, but overall, like I came from nothing, and I feel like, I feel like you guys can also kind of reach the success that I've had. And whether I'm naive or you want to call me naive, that's fine. I'd rather live in a world where I can be naive and expect these things out of other people, expect better for them. And, that's where I'm coming from at the end of the day.
I just want you to look into AI.
There should be one expectation that is taken away from this live, and that is that the oligarchs should expect us, because if they keep fucking with people the way that they're fucking with people, they're going to do to them exactly what this dude, and for the record, if you haven't seen this yet, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. I want you to see what'll happen if you fucking oligarchic puke fucks don't stop. Here we go. Let me pull it back.
You're fucking in them like they're your fucking slaves. How about that? Now watch this highly patriotic anti-fucking oligarchy video. You're welcome.
If you're not going to pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to... There goes your inventory.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary. Fire officials say the fire started on Tuesday just after midnight and quickly grew because of the large...
Where it was once tea and a Boston Tea Party, now it's a shit party and it's toilet paper.
Now it's TP.
That's a TP.
Actually, I was about to say that's similar.
Yeah. Lift, the arrogance coming from you is weird.
The arrogance was deserved. I earned.
No, you didn't earn. No. Listen to the condescension real quick. I believe in y'all. Bitch, you are not my daddy. Don't talk to people like that. Lift, don't talk to people like that.
I was not trying to be offensive.
He's a kid. He doesn't know.
Dude, that is...
Have you ever used ChatGPT?
All you have to do is go get a job that pays you shit, because Lyft was able to bring in $180K a year for an accountant job that's going to be replaced by a fucking
my delivery
robot.
was not the best. I get that my delivery was not the best. I understand that. Okay, I get that. I could probably work on that.
Delivery, bro, you were stillborn on that one.
It's the arrogance for me. Like, I came from nothing and I made it.
Yeah, dude.
So everybody else
for you.
has to as well.
Bro,
like,
dude, I had to face all like so many obstacles, dude. I faced so many obstacles. Like,
what
and, like,
obstacles did you face?
bro, how about not being white for one? Okay, right? I had to face
Oh
that.
my goodness.
Okay, what other obstacles?
I had to like I have ADHD. I didn't do well in school.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so ADHD and you're not white.
Yeah, those are two big things. First of all.
Okay, anything else? Inspire somebody. Tell your story, Lift, because I've heard that you came from absolutely nothing. So apparently you were born with a child. I don't know.
Single parent? No. I had one parent raising me.
All right, can I say something?
Oh, I thought you were saying you were a single parent. I want to hear his story.
Lift.
I want Lift to inspire.
I was raised by a single mother, dude.
Okay.
Right? And I understand the struggles, right? That's why, first of all, I have affinity to look out for single parents, right? I understand what they're going through. It's really fucking hard. And now I have nephews, and that shit is, I have no idea how they do it, to be honest. But like, I look out for those people. I look.
What did your mom do for work?
Bro, I had to sit in college classes with her because she was a single parent. She had to, raise us, and I had to go to college with her. I saw what she did. She works in the healthcare industry.
So what was her role in the healthcare industry?
She was a nurse.
And how old were you when she became a nurse?
I don't know, man. I was fucking young. I was like, I don't know.
Okay, so basically, the majority of your life, you were raised by somebody that was a nurse.
The one that was downstairs.
She became a nurse first. She didn't even speak the language here.
Right. So
all,
like an RN nurse or like an LPN?
Yeah, no, like an RN nurse, the real one.
Okay, so she made really good money. So you didn't come from nothing.
No. Well, she earned that position. She got there.
That's not my point. You always claim when you come up here that you came from nothing, but if your parent is a registered nurse, they make good money, enough to feed you and shit.
Eventually, she did. Yes, she got to that point, though. We didn't start there.
Well,
right?
you said you were 5 or 6, so you're basically the majority of your remembered life. You were a nurse, and you didn't. So you didn't like come from nothing. You came from something.
I did come from nothing because you also have had to fucking live.
And why are you supporting the conservatives that don't like the type of people like what your mom is? If you sound like an immigrant, you're a second immigrant, they would deport you.
No, you can come from certain parts. You can come from certain parts of the country where they don't speak English. Okay, right?
Okay, so your parent was an American
who didn't speak English. Yes.
So she didn't like come here and have you. You weren't like what they would call an anchor baby.
No.
Okay, but she became a nurse and she made decent money.
Yeah, she made. It depends on the year.
So you didn't come from nothing.
But she worked like 7 days fucking week, dude. Sometimes 24 hours a day.
Right, but you didn't come from nothing. When you say I came from nothing, you're like, this is we're talking poverty. That's not poverty.
So that part of your protected.
The first 5 years prior to that, it was poverty, dude.
You said you were 5 or 6 when she became a nurse.
Bro, I grew up in the hood, dude. I grew up in the hood. I went outside to get free lunches. I got fucking, I had to fight.
Can I just point out,
doesn't make you special because I went through the same thing, buddy.
I know, but
that's how I started too. Your story's not unique in this country. Like, I was raised by a single mom. I was diagnosed with ADHD at a very young age. I have the first college degree in my entire family. I got it at 20 years old. You don't have a unique story. It's how a lot of us start out. So, and you act like it makes you better than other people. It doesn't make you better.
First, I think it is, but also the point that I'm making by that is that people can also come from challenging backgrounds and make something of themselves. That's literally all that I was trying
Well,
bring up.
Well,
that's
sure, it
kind
can
of
happen.
outdated. And can I say something quick? But
Sure.
Lift, before you leave, he says, I want you to have you looked into ChatGPT or Claude or any of that? Because you should actually be looking into it at least minimum and using it. Claude is nice because it teaches you.
I'm aware of it. Yes, dude. I'm up with the current times. I'm not like some dude who just fucking does not keep up with the current times. First of all,
Well, do you use it in your day-to-day life?
No, not really. To be honest, you still use Google, right? I think Google is more effective.
Wow.
To be honest.
Well, you probably use the Google AI then, maybe more.
No, I see. No, I, you're not 100% wrong, but like I don't like it. If there was an option to turn it off, I wouldn't.
An option to turn what off?
Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of AI.
Dude, I'm not afraid of AI. I understand AI, dude. You're acting like I don't know about AI, really.
Well, you may not be afraid of it, but you're going to be pissed off with it when you realize that your job isn't necessary anymore.
No, maybe I'd be the one using it. Maybe I'd be the one using it to further my career. You have no idea.
Not for the amount of money that you're making now.
I use AI every day for story writing. I mean, someone like me, I probably have worse autism than you, and AI. I use it for storytelling. I use it for writing. It helps me write every day, and I'm writing.
Maybe you're relying on it too much.
Novels.
Okay, well, I mean, sure, we can. We're not really talking about what you can do with AI because I think we all understand that. We're talking about the fact that people are going to. There are crazy people out there who are getting fucking sick and fed up with like the attitude that we're kind of seeing from Lyft a little bit from these people who believe themselves to be better than you because we came from nothing, which was a nurse who took care of you and had enough money to feed you and shit. A nurse makes decent money. 5 or 6, bro. You were 5 or 6.
Yeah,
okay. So your high school years, you probably had decent clothing. You probably had fucking food. You had a fucking roof over your head. You didn't come from nothing. There wasn't that added struggle. You're trying to like exaggerate the shit that you dealt with as a child, which is fine. Look, even if your parents were wealthy and you went to college and you got a degree, that's fine. But the truth is that not everybody has the same situation as you. You lucked into it. You lucked into the job that you have, for the record, because other accountants don't even live in areas where there are jobs available that even pay that much as an accountant, right? So you're the right place, right time. It was what it was. And you come up here with your arrogance acting as if you must be better than other people because you came from nothing and everybody else must be able to do it too. And that's just ridiculous bullshit. That's not reality, right?
I think part of the reason why I'm successful is the arrogance part, right? I think it's fundamental to, you have to look at every every sport team, right? That you enter every season thinking that this is you're going to win, right? I have that belief, and I think that everyone should have that belief as well.
You need to be humble at certain points, though, and you fail to be humble in certain areas and understanding that you're not as special as you seem. Your ego is telling you that you are. You think you're the most special person whenever we're up here telling you your story's not special.
I've met people much smarter than me. I've met people who are way more capable than me. I understand that. I get that. Right? I'm not knocking them for that. Okay. I get
the
that.
elites eventually want to reduce the population. They've been talking about it at Davos for so long that they don't really want all the people.
What the hell do you think they did in 2020?
Yeah.
Well, we can't go down that rabbit hole because that'll get the fucking live taken
down.
I know.
Even
Even though it's already been shadow banned here. I mean, we're at 48 fucking people watching. Like, this is more interesting than half these fucking trash panels you see. And you can't even repost the goddamn thing. I'm sure we got jackasses out there fucking reporting
I was not
this shit.
trying to be egotistical when I said that I believe the best in people. Like I'm sorry if it came off that way. I was not trying to do that. Overall, like obviously, like I'm up on this panel because I believe in certain things that you say. I agree that certain things that I say is wrong, and hearing your voices and your opinions.
God dang, that was
Hearing
loud
your
as fuck.
voices and opinions, it keeps my mind open, keeps my mind fresh.
What I wanted to ask, I wanted to rebuttal Get because he said something when he was up here, but he left. I didn't get a chance to rebuttal him. I want to ask, do you agree with the no tax on tips? No tax on overtime lift?
You talking to me?
Yes, since you're a CP.
Bro, I worked in that industry. I know how it works.
Yeah, but do you
tax on
agree
tip
that it's
is called
actually helping people?
You get paid in cash. You just don't
Not,
report
no,
it. That's how you
that's
do
not
it.
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Do
That's how you do
you
it.
agree that not getting taxed in your paycheck on your overtime, is that helping the people in the long term?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because you have more money.
Until you have to pay your income tax.
There's no tax on tips. That's the whole point of it. You're not paying fucking tax. What are you talking about?
You still have to pay your income tax
Bullshit.
at
Nope.
the end
No,
of the
sir.
year with the
No.
IRS.
If you were a CPA, you wouldn't know this.
I am a CPA. First of all,
When you get paid overtime, that's
don't
still
ever try to
income
question
that's
my credentials.
accumulated
First of
over
all,
a
okay?
year.
What?
Your income accumulates over a year, and at the end of the year, the government taxes you on your income, your total
and if you
income.
get paid in tips, first of all, you don't even have to
I'm
report
not
it.
talking about tips. I'm talking about
Oh, but
overtime.
that's a whole nother
That's
issue.
only if you get cash tips. You don't always get cash tips.
Yeah, that's
Most
true.
of the time nowadays,
especially when
most of the
90%
time
of the people.
nowadays is credit card, and you have to report it.
No, most of the time people understand that loophole and they pay cash tips.
No, they don't. I work in the food industry.
Right.
No.
It's not true.
You are absolutely 100% fucking wrong.
All right,
Yeah, and I do advocate not reporting fucking income. If somebody gives you cash, put that shit in your goddamn pocket.
That's
So
how
I would
I
like
operate.
to ask. I would like to ask Liff to turn his camera on and show me his kneecap without any clothing on it, because I want to know what race he is, because he claims he's not white. So I need to know, if you're not white, then are you black, Asian,
Yo
Island
habla
Pacific,
español,
or indigenous?
muchacho. Yo habla
Which one?
español. ¿Qué te creo? Que
Which
yo
one?
no
Are
eres
you, I asked you a
blanquito, que
question. I need to know a race, because if you live in the US and you fill out government documentation, you gotta put your race. So
I
are
could
you
put down
black, indigenous?
multiple races.
Are you black, indigenous, Asian, or Island Pacific?
If you're
I need to
asking
know
about
which
on
one.
paper, I could put down black if I wanted to, and I would
Oh,
qualify.
so you're claiming black?
No, I'm not.
So that's why I'm asking you to turn your camera on, because we can cancel all of this. We can
You
cancel
don't need
all
to.
of this. Turn your
No, you
camera
don't need
on.
to.
Show me your
No.
race. Because you're up here toting all these dog whistles, screaming you're not white, but yet you lived in some hood somewhere in the United States. I mean, adulthood is definitely not where you live. So that's not true.
Bro,
So
you
I don't know
don't even
what hood you
understand.
grew
You don't
up
even
in.
understand
I
America. You
don't
don't
know what
understand
hood you grew
there are
up in.
places in America that don't. Their
Hey,
main
I need
language
you
is
to
not English.
elaborate what
You
places,
don't even know
because
that.
because there's plenty of places where people have been born here and still don't speak English because their household mainly speaks Spanish. That does not mean that you're not white.
What
So,
regional part of it?
I need
Just
you to
show us the
elaborate,
back of
because I
your
love how all y'all glaze
hand.
past that. He up here saying racist dog whistles.
I'm not
Like,
saying
I grew
Asian
up in a
racist, by the way.
hood as a
I'm not saying
child,
Asian racist.
but
I'm
yet
not
I'm
racist.
asking for proof of ethnicity, and you're refusing to tell me. You say you were born in places in the United States that doesn't speak English, but
Yes.
yet you didn't name a language. And I asked you to claim
I
what race
literally
are you
spoke the
by
language.
the U.S. Census Bureau,
Just because you aren't
and you're
intelligent
over
enough,
talking
just
and
because you are not
obfuscating
intelligent
my
enough to
question
understand what
because
parts
you're
of the
full
country
of
don't
bullshit.
speak English.
You're full of
It's not to me. I'm not
bullshit.
your teacher. I'm not your teacher. I'm not
You're
going to
full of
fucking teach
bull.
you.
You don't got to teach me nothing. You made the
Clearly, you
claim.
don't
Now
know.
provide the proof. Because I'm black. We can see that. That's my. Hold on.
Dude, you've been lying since yesterday.
I'm going to show it to you.
Dude, you've been on this
I'm
kind
going
of
to show
lie
it to you
since
all
fucking
day. I'm going to
yesterday.
show it to you
I've
because I
never
don't
said a
make
lie.
claims and not back them up. That's for sure.
I have never said a lie, period.
I'm black. I'm
Dude,
black,
you said
right? I'm
you were a
not white.
bro,
I'm black.
you said you were a
So
CPA.
you said you're
You said
not
you were a
white.
CPA and you don't
I
know
want to
no
know
tax on
what you are.
tips.
Hold on, Captain. Hold on, Captain. Because he said he wasn't white. So I'm asking him, what race is he if he's not white? That's what I want to
I'm
know because I'm black.
Hispanic.
But that still
Just
falls
because you don't
under
understand
white.
Spanish, I literally spoke Hispanic.
Hispanic isn't a
Oh,
race.
there it is.
Hispanic is a
Boom.
language.
In your face. I knew the dog whistles was for a reason because you've been up here saying these racist dog whistles for this whole live that
I've
you've been
not
up
said
here.
a single
Because I don't know
racist
what you
goddamn thing.
consider a
No, you're
hood.
wrong.
A hood. Because what is a hood? Are you wearing a KKK hood? Are you talking about adulthood, childhood? What hood are you
Bro, I'm talking
talking
about the
about?
hood and the fucking.
You said hood,
dude,
so I'm asking for elaboration on what you mean by hood.
you don't know what hood
hood?
is? That's something that you need to Google and figure out what a
Well,
hood
no,
is.
I'm asking
I
your
ain't here to
definition
teach you.
because
I
you're
ain't here to
using
teach
the
you. I ain't here
word.
to teach you.
Okay. So let's. When you said hood, I don't know if maybe you don't live there anymore. Where exactly was it?
A low income neighborhood.
Is not the
Where,
hood.
bud?
It's not the hood, dude.
And who was
The
where?
south side of
Just where?
Chicago.
Yeah, and I think I assume you don't live there anymore, so
Yeah,
I feel like it's not going to be a problem for you for you to tell us like where
the
you
Bronx,
grew
bro.
up.
The Bronx.
That is not the hood.
The Bronx, sir. You're 34 years old. If you're in the Bronx,
I'm not in the Bronx.
not
in
in
the
the hood.
late 90s,
I told you I'm not.
that is not low income, not even by a little bit.
And that's not the hood at all.
It was. I consider the hood, first of all,
It's
the
not. It
diaspora
never
that
has
lives
been.
there, and also if you can go outside
Because
and
I'm
feel
from
safe.
upstate New York, dude, originally. And I'm going to
Okay.
tell you right now, the Bronx has never been the hood.
Bro, it was the hood, dude.
Yeah,
I got
so
no
you were born in the 90s. Let's see, the Bronx in the 90s. I don't know if that was so different from today, but I don't know enough about it to say.
Yeah, that's
The
exactly
Bronx in
when I
the
was there,
50s wasn't
around
the
the 90s.
hood. It was Little Italy, pretty much. Because most
No,
of the
no, no.
population
That
was
is the safe part.
most of the people were
the Bronx.
Italian.
No, you're talking about the safe parts, bro. There's
I'm
many
talking
parts
about
of
the
the
Bronx.
That you had to fight. Like, and why?
It was controlled by the Gambino family for almost 60
I literally
years.
had to fight because my skin color was not the same as theirs, and they just decided to pick a fight. Dude, literally.
Are you
So
fucking
like
kidding
a bunch
me?
of
Now he's
saying
Are
claiming
you
he's Meyer
kidding
Landry.
me?
Were a
No,
bunch
no,
of white
this is
people
what
like
happened.
attacking you for
You
being
do know that
Hispanic?
the most common fucking engagement group right now is someone who is Puerto Rican and someone who's Italian in the Bronx right now. And it has been for the last like 15 years. My cousin does weddings there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jets and the Sharks.
Dude, are you telling me that what I'm saying is a lie? You think that I didn't go outside and get into fights because I wasn't black? Really?
Wait, you're telling us that you got into
Wait,
fights
because you weren't
with
black.
people
Yeah.
because
didn't
you
live in the
weren't
Bronx,
black?
dude. You lived 4
Yeah,
blocks.
dude,
Well,
literally, dude, I don't understand why they pick fights.
everybody.
But
Hold on. Let me clear something up here real quick. I live in an area that is almost 80% black. I never had a single black person come up to me and try to start shit. I grew up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, North Tulsa. The
Turley.
the actual
I grew up in
fucking
Turley.
hood. There you go. Turley is fucking hood. That's like hood. I
And that's
never
where
had
I
a
grew
black
up.
person
bro,
attack me
I'm
because
telling you
I
my
wasn't black,
experience.
bro.
Like this
So what the
happened.
fuck
Like,
are
I'm
you
not.
talking about?
You've
Dude,
been saying nothing but fucking make believe. You said you were in the Bronx. Sir, the Bronx aren't where you're going to see that majority of black people. Just saying, just so if you're going to make them up a story again, the
Well, in my
majority you're going to see
neighborhood.
them maybe Harlem. You're going to see them in Bed-Stuy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I can agree with her on that.
You don't even have a fucking. You don't even have a New York accent.
Blue-eyed.
What
You said you're
borough?
from
What borough are
Turley?
you in now?
I was raised part of my childhood in the middle of Turley, in the
Damn.
middle of Turley. Not even just like on the edge, Turley.
Guys, Turley is a little bitty town, like basically northwest Tulsa, what have you. And I mean, it's you would talk about hood. It's fucking, you got houses, fucking half the fucking house is missing, and they've got a tarp on the side. It looks like fucking South Jackson.
They ride horses out there to get to the store and back. You see people on horseback, going around Turley.
That warehouse market. I used to drive over there.
Self-sufficient and.
Yeah,
but there's a difference between rural hoods and city hoods. Okay, well,
that one is attached
young man.
to
what's
city
your
hood.
bodega order? What's your bodega order? Hey, what's your bodega order?
Sorry, what?
You're from the Bronx. What's your bodega order?
It's a sandwich with ham, cheese, and an orange drink.
You dirty, nasty bitch.
Dude, that was a joke. That was a joke because Jenny from the Bronx said that. Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
Buddy, ain't no fucking way. The same way people called her out for that comment, because that was just the most you nasty. Ugh.
I don't know what I don't get it. What's nasty about I don't.
So she went on a tour in the Bronx, and they asked her what was her bodega order, and and anyone who's from the city, they know your bodega order is bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll, right? That's pretty much what it is. And she was
depends
like,
on which part of the city you're in.
What?
It depends on what part of the city you're in.
No.
Okay. So I'm ignorant on this. Please, explain it to me. I don't understand.
All right. So if you're from the Bronx, your order from bodega is bacon and cheese.
I love that you brought up Jennifer Lopez, hon. Because Jennifer Lopez, of course, being Puerto Rican, and you being a fucking Puerto Rican,
I asked him to explain it to me. He's explaining it to me.
So they brought her and they interviewed her, and she went to her house, and like the person didn't know who she was, and they asked her, "What was your order from the bodega?" Right, pretty common order, pretty common question, and she said like ham and cheese on a roll with an orange drink. If you know, you know. And everyone made fun of her because, first of all, nobody fucking orders that at all ever. Right? If you live in the Bronx, you order bacon and cheese, and then probably some drink, but you also don't call it orange drink. I'm not sure why she said that. So that was this whole thing about her not really being from the Bronx, or maybe she was born there, but she wasn't actually from there, if you know what I mean.
Also, people from New York order things a little bit differently, like in a lot of places.
Mm-hmm.
You go to different places, you got soda, you got
but nobody
pop,
orders
soda
what
pop.
she said.
Hold
Nobody
on,
orders.
I let you speak after I muted, so let me finish. So that was also the other thing, right? It's how it's the style in which you talk. You live in Mississippi versus Tulsa, so you know the different dialects for different items.
I still can't understand half the motherfuckers down here.
Well, no, not just understand, but just using words specifically, like I said. Hold on, let me finish.
Let Lonnie finish, guys. Let Lonnie finish.
Soda, up here we call it soda,
finish.
right? I know down south they call it pop, but it's still Pepsi. New York they call it Pepsi, no matter what the flavor. Like, give me a Pepsi.
Soda. They call it soda.
It's not necessarily
or Coke.
Pepsi. They could be talking about orange soda. You get what I'm saying? So it's also about the wording. I don't know how to say it technically, but if it makes sense, like different places you go say different, like buggy versus shopping cart, right? Up north, some people say shopping cart. Down south, they call it a buggy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like that. Like you go in and you say things a certain way, like an old Italian mob boss or something. Versus that's the dialect of how you order is how you say it. Instead of saying give me a sub roll, you say give me a hoagie. Like that. Like that's the difference. And this one up here, Lift, he talking about he not white. All I wanted to know was what was your race if you're not white. But as I see, you're out here speaking dog whistles, right? You're out here with this bootstrap mentality, talking about you grew up impoverished, right? You grew up not having all the things, right? But then on the other side of that, while stating that you were raised impoverished, stating that, oh, I just pulled my bootstraps up and I got out of the quote unquote hood and I made it so everyone can do it. Well, guess what? Not every job. I'm not done, sir. I'm not done, sir. I know impulse control is hard for you. But my point is this, is that not every job is paying people enough money to be able to be successful. And that's what we're talking about. Because if people at McDonald's can't get paid more than $15 an hour, which is more than $15K a year, they're not going to be as successful as an accountant who makes well over $80K a year. The comparison is wild, my guy. And I need you to stop with the racist dog whistle
I can
that you've been
explain
up
things
here
to you. I can't
spewing
understand it
this
for
whole
you.
time.
I can explain things to you. I can't
What I want
understand
to
it
know
for you.
from
Okay?
you, Lift.
You're gonna have to work on that.
Yeah, well, I want to know from you, Lift, is how much, if you came from the hood, how much duct tape did you wear to school?
I don't get it.
When you're poor and you live in poor neighborhoods, most of the time your shoes have duct tape on them, holding them together.
That's
Bro,
so
there's
funny.
pants.
There's different levels of poor,
Your
dude.
parents couldn't afford thread, so
That's
duct
fucking
tape held
funny.
your pants together in spots. Your
Yeah, I
knees
don't
were
know.
patched with duct tape. So how
My
much duct tape did you wear to school?
I remember my stepdad. He actually took a pair of slacks because we didn't have a lot of clothes, and my brother, I wanted shorts or whatever. So they cut the slacks and then took duct tape on the inside of the cut slacks. They look like regular shorts, and then there you go. That duct tape never fucking came off of there that I ever remember. That shit stayed for like ever, as long as he wore that shit. So
when you wanted shorts in the summer, whatever
That's
worn out
fucking
pair
funny.
of jeans you had, whatever worn out pair of
Right.
jeans you had that had holes in the knees, frayed at the bottom, they were your shorts next summer.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
poor.
I'll tell you a different way. I'll tell you a different way that you have a sewing machine and they sew your clothes together. Right?
You couldn't
So
afford a
your clothes
fucking
wear-
sewing machine if you lived in the hood, dude.
Or you know what? And I grew up without electricity a lot of the time, man. Yeah, run that sewing machine
If you
without it,
didn't know
unless
how
you
to
got one
hand
from
sew-
the 1800s. Fucking get your foot going. Come on.
I'm gonna tell you right now, being poor at 10 years old, you learn how to sew, you learn how to darn your own fucking socks so your feet stay warm, and you learn what duct tape, how many fucking uses duct tape is for. So if you want to fucking talk about being poor, then you better fucking know what being poor is, because you don't fucking know.
All right, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
I'm a 53-year-old white man, and I'm going to tell you right now, well, everything that Lonnie said is absolutely 100% fucking correct.
Okay, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
It's not my opinion. It's a fucking fact.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, kid, the whole point I've been trying to make was if you came up in the time you said, it would be, I'm going to have a number 3. Can you throw some peppers on it and sauce on the side with a Pepsi? All right. Thank you, Saeed.
It's not called Pepsi.
Like,
you don't refer
have you
to
ever
your
been
drink
to New
as
York?
Pepsi.
That or you're going to walk into the fucking, you're going to walk into the deli.
From New York?
Hey, Captain. Hey, Captain. Or he's going to walk into the local deli. He's going to go, I need an American.
Well, it depends. If it's your deli, you're going to ask for duct tape, right?
Hey, the way Trump is going, you're going to have to go in and ask for an Iranian.
In the Bronx, you ask for an all-American.
Yep.
Because or they call it, or you're going to ask for a fucking Italian.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Because you didn't grow up in the fucking Bronx,
kid, that literally, that whole school lunch program you were bitching about, yeah, every kid.
I didn't bitch about it.
IS 148. You were in the Bronx. Did you go to IS 148?
Bro, I think we might have lived in a similar area. I don't know. It was PS something. It was not IS. It was PS something.
Well, then you didn't live in the Bronx because the Bronx was IS.
No, it was PS. PS.
Then you lived in a completely different neighborhood.
No, it was the Bronx, dude.
Okay.
Yes, public school. Yes, like one whatever. Yeah, we're getting into
the schools had names.
What the fuck? Wait. You think it stands for public school?
It's PS something. PS like I think Roosevelt. I'm not sure. Like PS something. I'm not sure what it's called. Bro, you're asking me about questions when I was fucking like 5-6 years old, dude. Like,
well,
really?
but you said that you rememred growing up in the hood at 5 or 6.
Hood. I remember every fucking school I ever went to.
And I can remember where I went to primary school.
What was that?
I'm 58 and I can remember where I went to
Yeah, I'm
primary
53
school.
and I remember
didn't
every
go to the
fucking
school.
school
I
I went
did
to.
not go to that school, obviously, because it was not great, not a good school. So I went to Catholic school.
I
So your
actually,
parents had money to pay for
I do
Catholic school.
remember whenever I was, God, I think I was probably, I don't know, maybe first grade or kindergarten. I don't know. I was getting a drink at the water fountain. I turned around and this girl just planted a kiss right on me. First kiss. And I took off running the other way. I didn't know what the fuck had just happened. It was the weirdest fucking thing. Just one of those memories that sticks in your head. Anyway, we can move on from this because I don't know that we can, prove that he hasn't lived there based on some of these things. I don't know. Not that it matters,
Bro,
but
I'm not coming up here lying. The one thing I want to make clear, I'm not coming up here lying, right? So I just want to make that clear.
The things
no,
that you're saying.
you didn't bring it up, but you said that you grew up with nothing, and your parent being a nurse. I mean, that's decent money.
Right.
They
We didn't make these
get paid
claims
decent
about
money.
you.
Yeah.
You made these claims
Well,
about
decent money
yourself,
for the
trying
90s.
to obfuscate
Yeah.
from the conversation
I'm
by
not
saying
trying to
you were
obfuscate
raised in a
anything.
hood. Who says the hood? Like, that is some white dog whistle conversation, right?
How is it a dog whistle? I don't understand what you're saying.
A dog
How is it
whistle.
a dog
If you
whistle?
don't know what a dog whistle is, how are you having this conversation?
I know
This
what a
is
dog
wild.
whistle is. What I'm asking you is, how is that me saying that a dog whistle?
Think about it this
Because
way.
people that live in the hood don't call it the hood. They call it by its name.
When you
Just like when
raise
people
up
live
out
in the
of poverty,
south side.
you do
Now
refer
I'm
to it as a
talking.
hood.
People that live in the south side of Chicago, they can tell you what building they lived in and what the name of the building was. People that grew up in New York City, that lived in poor neighborhoods, that lived in facilities that they called housing projects in New York City, they all had names, dude. They didn't call them the
Bro, it was
hood.
called the
I got a
Parchester
funny
Projects.
story actually
Whatever.
from my youth. So after because we'd lived on the river for about a year, we actually managed to get off the river because my brother was a really, really good football player. The one that had died last year, or the year before. He so he's a really good ball player. So the coach of the football team at the school, we were going to have to go somewhere else in like Kansas, and he didn't want my brother to leave. So he had this trailer, out in the middle of fucking nowhere. This trailer was like right by a pond. And so we moved in there. This trailer was so trash. I remember I was outside playing or something. Damn! Mom's screaming for me. And I'm like, what? She's like, get in there and push me up. She was taking a shit or something on the toilet in the bathroom, and the whole fucking thing fell through the floor. And I'm having to like help push her up because she couldn't get out of the hole. That's poverty, man. That right there is growing up in the shit, literally. I'll never forget the sound of my mom screaming. She's stuck in this hole in the floor. The fucking old toilet went through. Anyway,
walking through your kitchen, trying not to step on the spots that are patched.
Exactly.
Can I elaborate on why I said dog whistle?
I remember the old the window coolers that we'd have to go out there and spray it with a water hose. Remember, because they had you could I forget what they call them, but no. It was it's a big fan. And they didn't. I don't think they made a whole lot of them, but you would.
They make them now.
Water coolers, yes. And you would wet the mesh, and then it would suck the air through the wet mesh, and it would blow, cooler air.
Out.
Yeah, of course, the mesh was all fucked up, so it didn't really work that well. And we were always out there with a water hose pumping the water in the
hose.
mesh.
You mean like a box fan with a towel?
The rest of the reason I said dog whistle is because if we know history, we know that they specifically redlined Black people into certain areas in their state, right? They didn't let them buy outside of that community, right? The fact that you obfuscate from the fact that there are Black and brown people who have been living outside of the quote unquote thing you call a hood, and they're still struggling, right? There are people that don't never was raised in a place that you called the hood, that are still struggling in this administration. And that you kept saying things like, oh, I was raised in the hood, I was raised by a single mother, I was raised by, a mother that struggled to work, I was raised, she was so poor she had to take me to school with her. Like, all the things that you mentioned that you were raised by are also the same way they describe poor people in impoverished areas. And they say these things about those people to disenfranchise, especially the Black and brown community, by saying those very things that you allege that's the way you were raised. Now, if you were raised by a single mother who struggled and went to school and got all the stuff and things, and she made it out, I'm not taking that away from anybody. But my point is, how do you not empathize with your own mother struggling then, when they're single parents struggling now, doing the very similar thing that you say you were raised in, and say, oh, well, if they did it, I can do it, without seeing the way the government has designed the system to keep Black and brown people out of wealth, generational wealth. And I said this in the chat just real quick. Someone said something about, I'm not giving up my house because, like whatever, but understand that death tax will take your house. Like, willing your house to your family members, they have to pay a tax on that. And a lot of people can't afford that tax. So then the house gets sold. So then you lose your generational wealth because of the quote unquote death tax that they put on people who cannot afford to pay the inheritance tax. That's the word I was looking for, inheritance tax. So understand that this system is currently snatching things from people in many different ways. And you think that because you think that everybody in the world can just go get a certificate, a certification to be an accountant and make six figures, everybody's going to be okay. But that's not how that works. Because one, not everybody wants to be certified to do something, and two, if we have no buildings anymore due to AI, like telehealth, which means doctors' offices are becoming few and far between, because then they don't need to go to the office, they can do it from the computer. So if telehealth is a thing, then janitors start to lose their job, and nurses as well. So you were up here screaming all the dog whistles all day long and in your fields trying to prove a pointless point, when you claim that your mother is the very version of the impoverished system that we all are currently living in right now.
He just left, Miss Lonnie. He missed about the last half of that.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, dude is literally
Sure.
playing make believe. He was on here yesterday, and it's not just the errors in his story; it's the insincerity in his voice.
I'm sorry I was talking.
Yeah, go ahead, Dewey.
Okay. Lonnie, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are wrong. There are ways to get around the probate taxes, what you call death taxes.
I corrected myself and said inheritance tax, from getting a house willed to you. Some people can't afford
No,
that tax.
you can get around those taxes.
Elaborate, so everybody on the panel that might be inheriting a house knows how to get around it, because from what I see, a lot of people are selling their
The
homes
house can be
because
put in a
they
trust.
can't. Who
That's
has
right.
access to that?
You put it in a living trust,
Okay,
and that
explain it.
living trust does not go into probate. That goes around the probate courts. It's not an inheritance tax. You don't have to pay any taxes on it at all for transferring it to your family.
And how much does that cost?
$750.
About $200.
Well, in Illinois, it paid $750.
It's gone up.
But there are ways around it. So no, I'm sorry, that's just the truth. I did it.
So
It might
everybody
be the truth,
that
Dewey,
got
but
their
it's
house
not a
willed to them.
commonly known. I'm sorry, Miss Lonnie.
Go ahead, because you were about
I
to
was
make a
just
valid
saying,
point.
it might be the truth, but it's not a commonly known fact. It's not something that everybody knows right off the jump.
That's correct.
And they probably. Oh, sorry,
Unfortunately,
Dewey.
you have to pay a lawyer to do it.
And see, that's where the lobbying comes in. They lobby the government to make all these little fucking things that you can do that you need a lawyer for, or fucking all this stupid shit just to drive more money to them. Because they could make it where if there's a house that somebody owns and if you unalive and it's their only house, it gets to be transferred for free, no issue, no question, nothing. You got to file shit. They could do that. They choose not to because the lawyers that fucking write the laws pay themselves as politicians to make it harder for people. It's bullshit.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? All I'm saying is there are ways around paying that property tax.
Oh, I wasn't griping at you, Dewey. I'm just saying that's why they're doing it.
I'm saying people are losing their family homes because they can't afford the inheritance tax because the person that owned the home, most likely an elder person, because let's be so for real, right? My grandmother is 90 years old. Hold on. My grandmother is 90 years old. 90. That means that there was a time where she didn't have access to be able to put her home into a trust back then. Now, since then, right? My uncles and stuff, they have done it in a way where my uncles and aunts, they currently own my grandmother's house on paper. Like they own it, but she still lives in it. They own her house, right? But my point is to say people who live in the hood, quote unquote, who may have gotten a house inherited to them, do not have access. Black people did not have access to being able to put their money, their home in a trust, okay, to keep up with that maintenance payment, right? Because they're not just going to pay $200, right? And it just sit there, right? So this is the part that y'all keep skipping over the fact that people in the hood don't have that stuff because of these things. They put these rules in place to keep people impoverished, and the price keeps rising because someone just said, wow, it costs that much now. So people who don't have the money because they don't have the job, because their family didn't know about putting the house in the trust to have the money to pay for the lawyer to do the paperwork, or B, the city comes in and just snatches it from you anyway with eminent domain. So I get your point, Dewey, but you're missing mine.
I'm not missing your point.
Domain.
I'm not missing your point. I understand
No, I said
your
it's
point.
more like enema domain.
I understand your point, but I'm also saying there are ways around it. And actually, if you really want to get down to it, if you want to take the time to do it, you can actually do it by yourself. You don't need a lawyer. But it's still going to cost you money to file it. That's just, and that's maybe where your problem comes in, but you can do it yourself.
Okay. Andrew, I saw your hand up. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to put Lyft to bed here for a second, okay? So we were talking about AI and stuff. I just want to, I put this into DeepSeek. I use DeepSeek because I want to use China's water, not our water. So if you guys want to use DeepSeek, that's a good idea. It's a pretty great thing. AI works pretty damn well. Anyway, I said, hey, I'm on a panel with a certified accountant. He says AI can't really do his job. Is he correct? And he's like, he's mostly correct for now, but probably not forever. So here's the thing. The thread is bookkeeping, basic bookkeeping. Now, we understand that, right? General invoices, bank statements, transactions. What it can't do right now is professional judgment and materiality, okay? Knowing that $1 is immaterial, but 10,000 is an error, interpreting ambiguity, the signing risk, legal liability, strategic tax planning. It can't talk to the IRS. It can't sign a tax return. Okay, so then I asked it just generally. I'm like, okay, he's safe for now. Let me ask you a question. But when the lower level bookkeeping jobs go away to AI, who is interning to be a CPA? And then it says, this is an exceptionally sharp observation. You should be put your finger on the biggest problem. You are 100%, the pipeline is cracking, it says. The traditional pipeline is now broken, okay? Graduating college and getting an entry-level bookkeeping or junior staff accountant job and learning the messy reality of clients' real books while being supervised, earn your hours, pass the exam, become a CPA. Step 2 was the apprenticeship. It wasn't just work, it was where you learn. Okay, so now we don't have that. The firms are desperate for interns, but only at the senior level. And universities are seeing less enrollment and seeing enrollment collapse. So what he's talking about basically is he's saving his own ass while cutting the legs out from underneath the people who are trying to get where he's going to be, and he doesn't even realize it. Or maybe he does. Yep. I'm not sure.
So, I just want to say something here. You have to be real careful with AI. AI is only going to go out and try to prove the question you ask. Now then, it's only going to give you the pros, not the cons. So if you don't ask the question right, you only get half of the answer. I'm just putting that out there to beware when you use AI, because that's what it's going to do. It's going to do everything in its power to prove the question you ask. Now, if you don't ask for pros and let me finish. If you don't ask for pros and cons, you're only getting half the answer. And that's just
not necessarily, because I just asked is he correct? And he said, and it said it's not correct, but it's maybe could be later. So there is ambiguity right there.
It's fact. It's not. I'm not making this up. It's actual fact.
So do you think? Well, Dewey, do you think that? Let me mute myself.
Not scripture.
Do you think that accountant jobs are safe?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just wanted.
I'll tell you what's going to come up. It's going to be the person that knows how to ask that question properly to get the right information back that what corporations want. I've been a data analyst for 20 years, and that's what's going to happen.
Well,
I can tell you, because that CEO is not going to sit down and ask AI questions. He's going to push that down to somebody else.
Well, as a data analyst, maybe you could tell me what percentage of the population that is being oppressed through, legal means, what percentage of the population will take a lighter and burn up the entire warehouse and or cause a CEO to faceplant? What percentage do you think that is?
I don't have the data to back that up. I'll just be honest. I don't. I can't give you an answer without looking at the data.
Well,
what do you want me to say? I can't.
We at least know that there are 2 people in the world that have lit a toilet paper plant up and smoked and made a CEO face plant on the concrete. So we know that people have done it. Don't mean that people, and it don't mean that more people won't do it. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be realistic here, right? Because I like to say this, right? Real quick, Dewey. The word impossible does not just mean it can't. It's only impossible until someone does it, right? So understand that we understand where you're coming from, right? But we also have to be so for real that people are getting pushed to this point of jumping off the cliff or taking everything out with it, right? Like just wiping this whole thing out, right? Like just going scorched earth, right? And that's the problem that we're facing right now is people are starting to go scorched earth against the system because the system is being disrespectful because they refuse to pay a livable wage while making, what you say, Lib, 13% profit off of the backs of their employees.
Yeah, it was like 12 and a half.
13%.
Like that's crazy.
That's real small profit margin.
It is, and for every warehouse that gets burnt up, it eats right the fuck into it. I just throw that out there. Just throw that out there. But hey, but it was enough profit to pay the CEO $15 million last year and the COO almost $10 million. The administrators, there were 7 people. I ran the numbers. I'd have to go find it again. 7 people in that company made almost $50 million collectively.
I believe that. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Oh, well,
all I can tell you is if I have the data, I can give you answers. But without the data, I can't tell you how many people burnt down the warehouse. I mean, please. Most people don't, because that's where if they burn down the warehouse, they no longer have a job. Okay? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm messing with people in the comments. I'm sure it looks weird, but well, here's what we know is if they continue to do what they do, they're going to end up like Brian Thompson, or they're going to end up like Kimberly Clark. And
Absolutely.
so it's in their best interest, really, to stave off the crazy ones, because there are crazy people.
Now, I work corporate.
I don't think you realize, sir.
I work corporate for
genuinely
40 years, okay? And I don't disagree with you. I really don't. I'm a Democrat. I believe in unions. Unions work, okay? And without unions, you end up getting screwed, just like we are today. And corporations have worked extremely hard to get rid of unions. They'll leave one state to go to another state just because they don't allow unions. And it saves them money. And 13% profit, that's nothing. The companies I worked for, they were working with 40 and 50% profit margins. And that's not unusual.
It's not unusual to be burnt
that's
by
question,
anyone.
right?
Oh,
How many businesses and how many plants, how many of these warehouses does Kimberly Clark have that if they're banking 13% profit over multiple plants and locations?
I don't know how many, but they have one
that's
less.
What I'm asking.
As of the other day, they have one less.
That's what I'm asking, because Doobie's saying, "Oh,
We
well,
have one in
13%
Oklahoma.
isn't."
We do in Muskogee.
13% isn't a lot, right? But if we have multiple locations making 13% profit, that's still enough, right? That they can afford to pay their employees a livable wage, right? Because if Costco can do it, and I'm not for Costco, but Costco can do it, a lot of other places could do it. And if they can't afford to pay their employees a livable wage, then maybe that company shouldn't exist. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, FDR said it himself when they signed the minimum wage. No business should exist that doesn't pay him a livable wage. That's what he said.
And I don't disagree.
And my mother used to work in Muskogee.
Oh, really? Yeah, I used to pick up toilet. I love those runs because I take toilet paper from Muskogee all the way to Reno, Nevada. It was a great trip.
She texted me as soon as it happened and was like, maybe now they'll treat their people better, because part of the reason she left was the not just the pay, but the treatment on a floor level. Like, it's not just pay. People don't understand that. It is how they conduct themselves with their employees.
There were a lot of complaints because there's one in Bixby, I think, and maybe not Bixby, or Glenpool. I think there's one outside of Glenpool as well, Kimberly Clark.
Yeah, Glenpool.
Yep. And I've heard some fucking horror stories about that place. Although working there pays a lot better in Oklahoma than I'm sure it did in fucking Ontario, California. Comparatively.
There were stories. My mother walked out of the job. She didn't just put in a 2 weeks. She literally up and left in the end of a shift. Like, she was done because of the way that they conducted themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the ideal situation, because if you have a situation where you don't end up having.
Yeah, go ahead, Captain. I was going to get to you. I just sorry, we started talking about Oklahoma, and
The
I'm
ideal
all about it.
situation for a company, because they want their workers to be. They want. Jeff Bezos says so himself. He wants his workers to literally be terrified from the moment that they go to sleep at night to the moment that they wake up in the morning of their job, and that's his ideal worker.
Yep.
Having a worker who is mentally pushed to the limit, and if they choose to walk off the job, for instance, that's ideal, because it means that you're not going to have to pay unemployment benefits. It means that you have one less disgruntled worker, and it means that the hiring phase will be so much easier because you're not going to have a coworker.
Oh, we lost you. You're not going to have a
It's a win for
coworker.
the company.
Oh, there you are. You're back. Sorry, you cut out there, Captain.
No, I just said it's an ideal win for the company because you see, the person walking off means that you're not going to have to pay unemployment benefits. It means also that you're not going to have to worry about the employee interacting and creating a toxic work environment. And there's the bonus of also being able to put that down for your losses, because like at the same time for your IRS statement, sorry, not IRS, your taxes at the end of the year, you can put down that something is a nominal loss if you have employees walk off. So there are a lot of companies that want their employees to just simply walk off.
Right. Yeah, and they tried that all the time when they're ready to let you go. Real quick, shout out to Scapegoat said, this is on YouTube, and thank you for watching on YouTube. We had societies before corporations, and we can do it again. Fucking A. Blue White, I think I heard you. Yeah, go ahead.
They'll intentionally make it a toxic workplace, because whenever my mother was expressing that she was unhappy and learned that going to HR wasn't the right thing, her superiors purposely made it more difficult for her. They'll intentionally ramp up that toxicity, knowing it will make people walk out, because people can't afford lawsuits and things like that. So they'll do it on purpose.
Yep. Hell, they've done it to me, because I reported a manager who was stealing money out of my fucking tip box, and they wouldn't even investigate it. Like I went to lunch, I was driving a shuttle, and we had a tip box like at the front of the shuttle. And there was, when I went on, because I worked overnights, and the manager would take the truck to the convenience store down the road and fill it up on the overnight shift, and then would drive it back. And I kept noticing my tip box is like a little smaller, a little less. And so I put a bunch of shit around it to make sure that it wouldn't move, so he couldn't say, oh, it fell on the floor, right? And I took pictures of every angle. And there was a $5 bill laying straight across the top of this tip box, and you could see a $10 bill. And I mean, it was fucking almost 3/4 full, this tip box. I come back off my fucking lunch, the $5 bill is gone. It's like half fucking down, and I took pictures all over. These motherfuckers put me through absolute hell to keep me from pushing it, and I kept pushing and pushing and pushing. I'm like, you should have put cameras up in that bitch to catch that motherfucker stealing tip money out of it, because they had keys to the tip box, because we didn't have access to like our own tip box, because you had to literally take your tip box. It was at a casino. You had to take your tip box to the little bank at the end of the night so they could count it and then give you back, the money, whatever. Fuckers. And that's what they made my fucking life a living hell. So that's exactly what they do. And people are sick of it. They're sick of it. So when somebody takes a lighter to a bunch of toilet paper and says, maybe you should have paid more, I'm like, good for you. Good for you. Yeah. Good for you. That's patriotic.
Why we had the retail apocalypse.
That's right.
It's why they closed 75,000 stores in the United States last year. They anticipated all of this because they're the ones orchestrating it.
Yep. Ball Talk, welcome in. You haven't spoken yet.
Yes, I just want to say about the person who lit the candles to the toilet paper. What he did was made that person possibly richer, because they have insurance that takes care of all of that. The game is set up and rigged in their favor. They are expecting certain things like that to happen. So that person probably got richer off of that burnt down warehouse, because that insurance kicks in and they could go away laughing. It's like having a Ming vase and having it insured, and somebody cracks it. Oh, it made you richer, right? So the only way we're going to really turn this around, and people do not like hearing this, is you have to go and find their houses and introduce yourself with a lighter. That way, when you start getting into their personal circles, then things will change. As long as we're doing things where they have the whole system rigged, nothing's going to change. They're not going to pay workers more. They're not going to treat them better. And as far as Dewey, when you came up here and talked about another way, well, another way for houses and putting things in trust. Well, only about less than 20% of the population knows about trusts and things of that nature. So I believe Lonnie was basically talking about the majority not knowing these tricks to the game, because if there are tricks, I can tell you how to make sure that you never pay taxes again in your life, because it's a trick. It's a loophole. It's the white man's game. So there's lots of things that we can do, like what that we're forced to do, like drive without licenses and registrations. We don't really have to do that because it's a trick to it. Everything's a trick. But we have to dig deep and find and figure out this system. And once the people, especially Black people, learn the ways of these tricks and start utilizing them, the game changes. Let's talk about college and how free college was before Black people were able to access going to college. It was relatively free, very low wage. As soon as Black people start accessing it, oh, we got to make sure that this is predatory. This is what we are talking about whenever I hear people, especially with a panel of Americans who are mostly white, and you talk about ways of making the country better because now it's just so bad. It's so bad for you all because now you're feeling the pinch that has always been the knees on our necks. We have always had to fight this system, pulling ourselves up by bootstraps when they took our boots and our straps. And guess what? A college educated Black woman, which is the number one educated demographic in this country, still gets paid less than a white male high school graduate. Can you imagine
Not
that?
lying.
Pulling yourself. Do you know there's a movie called Hidden Figures? These Black women working in NASA, helping people go to the moon and do all the other things they were doing, were paid pennies. Pennies. Great scientists who worked in hospitals, Black ones, had to also get second and third jobs as janitors and waiters because they didn't pay them anything, even though their education level was the same. So there are tricks to everything. But when we're talking about the majority of people, we're fucked. Yes, Lonnie, I got you. I know exactly what you were talking about. So when you come up here and you thought you were going to wreck her shop by saying, oh, no, there's a way to do it. Well, that's only about 11 to 20% of Americans know about Living Trust. I can also tell you that in Living Trust, you can put all of your assets in it, and you will not be liable if somebody comes to your house and slip and fall. Well, everything is in a trust. Your house is in a trust. Your car is in a trust. Put everything that's valuable in a trust, and you can protect yourself that way. But they don't teach us this.
Well, that's not my fault. All I'm doing is explaining that there is a way around it.
Dewey,
and it's not my fault that most of the people, or 20% of the people, don't know that.
No one said it was your fault, but when you came up here trying to embarrass Lonnie or make her seem like, oh no, excuse me, Dewey, it came across that you came up here with a gotcha. Well, Lonnie, you're wrong, and technically she's not wrong. You have to know the tricks of the trade to do the things that you came up here and talked about. You should have said, you know what, Lonnie, there is a loophole for that. And it made it seem like you were not trying to tell her she was wrong. So basically, what you did was gaslight her and me and anybody else who are listening.
I did not gaslight anyone.
I'm just telling you, you gaslighted us.
If I gaslighted you, it was not my intent.
Yeah, I don't think.
I apologize for that.
I don't.
That's the way you feel. I didn't mean it that way.
He didn't mean to. But what it came across as is when Lonnie was saying these things, she's meaning for the general public. Most of us are very ignorant about a lot of loopholes in this motherfucker. I happen to know a lot of them, and you got to go through fucking hell to get to those points. But I'm gonna lay my plane here. When the majority of us find out what these loopholes are, these motherfuckers will change it.
That's right. Yep, that's what they'll do. And I don't think you meant it on purpose.
No, I did not.
I don't think you
did.
did.
And if I offended Lonnie, please take my apology, because it wasn't my intent.
This is what I was trying to say.
And now I also, real quick, want to say, Baltog, a good thing is that Kimberly Clark is self-insured. So they're gonna eat. They're gonna eat that one.
So what I was saying is that what I was trying to say was that when I was in my 30s, I decided that I was going to try and
Oh,
go learn
Blue Eyed, you
about
go next after
life
Lonnie.
insurance, right? Life and health insurance, right? And in that process, I didn't go get the license for it, but I learned a lot in that process. And that is when I learned about trust, right? When I'm in my 30s, when I went to learn about life and health insurance, right? Up until that point, I didn't learn about any of that in general education K through 12, right? But this is part of the system, right? This stuff, especially in the redlined areas, because if we understand that redlined areas pay less taxes, which means they get less funding from the federal government
Right.
for education purposes. So when BioTalk said, yeah, 20 or however many percentage of people don't understand about these trusts, that's exactly the trust that you're speaking of, Dewey, is exactly what these rich people did, because there's also the life insurance policy loophole as well, right? If you get a life insurance policy and you add school to that, right, you can then take out a loan off of your life insurance, pay for your child to go to school, and never have to pay that tax back, right? You can pay the money back, you do, but taxing the money isn't a thing if you do it that way. So to understand that there's a lot of people that don't know about that, and these government and this corporations take advantage, because real quick, I'm going to stop, monologuing here in a second. There's a lady, I can't remember where she was, but she was a black lady, and there was a home in her family for generations, and a company came in and bought up all the housing around her, and they shot everything at her to take her home, because her home was sitting in the middle of their construction site where they wanted to build new homes, and they tried to eminent domain her house out of her family that she refused to sell. And this is what we're talking about, right? And I get the loophole situation, but when you have corporations that got way more money than you, they will take you to court and bleed you dry like Donald Trump loves to do, and then you have no choice but to lose your home. That was my whole entire point in what I was making, and I'll land there. Sorry, Blue.
Yeah, go ahead, Blue.
Oh, yeah, Lonnie, just to kind of launch off what Lonnie said, and I know we've kind of talked about the education system a little bit, but I don't think what people realize is like a lot of people, including myself, are financially, like, I didn't start learning about finances until my mid to late 20s individually, and it's because our education is so structured against people learning these things. Because of my math course replaced with a personal finance course that would have been more useful for us than any of the courses that we actually ended up taking. But they don't want that, because then we'll know more. You know what I mean? And so everything is stacked against us understanding our financial programs in this country.
Sorry, I got the background. That was Andrew. I got him. I got him like Mossad.
It's just like we have to individually study these things ourselves in order to learn about them, and people who are more born in more wealth.
And see, Mossad keeps getting your
than
connection.
Anybody who's born at the bottom.
Every time you dropped a truth bomb, Mossad was there like, shut up, and cut your shit off. That's what kept happening. Can you repeat that last line? Because you cut out.
I was just saying that, anybody who is born in a more well-off area or family gets the benefit of financial literacy as a...
Well, every time.
We are not taught anything about anything.
Well, I wasn't in a well-off family. We didn't even have running hot water in the house, and I had to go out back to take a shit. So, I mean, I didn't come from a well-off family. I did the research, and I found out how to do it myself.
Can I interject real quick?
It's a simple Google search, and it'll tell you how to do it.
Real quick, can I interject real quick? When we have these conversations on this panel, right, I don't think we're coming at you personally, Dewey, right? Like we're not like it sounds like we are because you said what you said, right? But more times than not, you don't have to be offended as much when we say these things because yes, you Googled that and you figured that part out, right? But my question would be, did you Google and understand redlining and how that hurt the Black community and the poor people that live in the city and how you were also affected by the redlining? Because redlining didn't just hurt Black and brown people, right? It was meant to hurt black and brown people, but there was also this backlash that came from that, right? All these systems have backlashes that hurt non-Black and brown people. Like BioTalk said, the education, Lib said it too. At one point, going to the higher education was fairly cheap, right? I know someone whose parents paid $2K to go to college, right? At one time in this country, right? But because they wanted to keep Black people out of the system, they raised the price. So now everybody's paying 50 plus K a year and going into debt to pay to go to college, which was meant, the reason they raised it was to keep Black people out. But that doesn't mean that you didn't get hurt by it. So I think we have to, especially when we talk about like Black issues and white people benefiting or whatever the case may be, we have to also look at it from how white people are being hurt by it as well. Like it's not just like the food stamp incident. All these people wanted immigrants off of food stamps, but then all those people got hurt because they were also on food stamps. Like that's what we're trying to get people to understand when Black and brown people have these conversations is you're suffering because they wanted us to suffer, because you're getting hit with the blowback from them trying to make Black and brown and anybody that's not white suffer. And so happens that you are impoverished as well, but they made you believe that you weren't, or they led you to believe that you were better than. And I'm not talking about you, Dewey, specifically. I'm just talking about the white community, especially the impoverished white community that seems to think that they're not touched by this. You are in so many facets. And that's the part of the conversation that I'm trying to clarify for everybody.
Let me give an example.
So let me just go ahead.
I don't say brown. I just say Black because brown can take care of their own. Because that I have issues with that terminology for myself. But let me give you a prime example of how what Lonnie's talking about, of how racism hurts white people. The reason why we don't have universal health care is because they didn't want Black people to have health care. Black people to get health care. It's like, oh, no, we're not doing that. We don't want them to be able to live and have a decent life. So we don't have it. So now no one has it because they didn't want Black people. Look it up, Dewey, since you like Googling. Google that. One of the number one reasons for not having universal health care is because they did not want Black people to have that. That is a sad thing. This country loses $16 to $17 trillion annually because it wants to keep racism. Look that up as well. We're willing to lose, and that's by not utilizing all the brilliant people who are Black in this country and all the other minorities who are brilliant, but mostly Black. We are the main targets in this system of dominant white supremacy. So you're willing to lose trillions of dollars just because you want to keep a system that makes you feel superior. That's a pretty sick thing. I land my plane.
Well, I don't. And I don't agree with redlining. And I think
Dewey,
let me finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish.
Dewey.
Dewey can respond. Dewey can respond.
It's not about you personally. Stop saying I don't. It's not about you. We just said that. It's not about you. It's about the system.
Yeah,
and I don't disagree with you. The system is rigged. I agree. I mean, it is rigged. I profited by being a white person. I know that, but that I didn't do it on purpose. I mean, I realize what your strife is. I haven't lived it. I don't know how it feels. Well, part of it I do, but I'm a social democrat. No matter what, I'm a social democrat. Okay, and my feelings are everybody is the same, no matter how they are, where they work, or how much money they make. Don't. That's just the way I feel, and I think most liberals feel the same way. And yes, we realize that white people get preference, and I'm sorry the system is rigged that way. And if I had a way to fix it, you know what? I would.
Well, it sounds like you're
Dewey, there is a
defending
way.
something, but
I'm sorry.
it wasn't. You didn't need to defend yourself.
I'm not defending myself.
I
I'm
mean,
just,
it's.
I'm agreeing with them that yes,
Okay,
the system is rigged, and it's rigged towards white people. It just is.
Yeah.
And if it seems that way and it is unfair, then terminate the system.
One lighter and one pack of toilet paper at a time.
At a time.
Or maybe a whole bunch of packs of toilet paper at the same time. I'm sorry. I saw that fucking video this morning and I wanted to pop a bottle of champagne. Honestly. I'm like, finally somebody's like just sick to fucking death of it. Because, every time that happens, it makes one of these fucking oligarchs just a little bit nervous. A little bit more nervous than the day before. And they got like, there's only thousands of you motherfuckers out there. There's a bunch of us. And some of us are crazy. Keep fucking with this and somebody's going to fuck back. That's the point. Now, Captain, you've had your hand up in the comments for a minute. You're welcome to jump in there.
Okay, so one of the things is that when you actually pull back, especially for sweet Jesus, okay,
you've
one
got
of the things
mail.
is when you pull back, actually looking at specifically. Thank you kindly. Looking at specifically, yes, the system works perfectly for the people that it's intended to work for. And the people that it's intended to work for are not the field whites. The field whites have, the last time I checked, entire country's history, there have been poor white people. And they've been there. But when this country has had more economic progression and done better economically for everybody, is when we've seen there be more equality, more just general humanity. And that's because just how human beings work. We fundamentally are very predatorial. We are also very defensive. And even down to the thing with the college thing, yes, in part, it was because of race, but also very much was in part because of activism. Because in the 1960s and 70s, when people were actively participating in protests and all this other stuff, they wanted to make sure that students would leave college with a tremendous amount of debt, so they would immediately have to go to work. They didn't have that time to take off and protest. They also made sure that they started offering credit cards to students where previously they had not. It was an entire system rigged against everybody, essentially, because they didn't want to see there being activism. They didn't want to see another Black Panthers. They didn't want to see another student coalition. They didn't want to have to do any of these things. And because just simply being able to control the levers, being able to control how much it costs to live, being able to control how much it costs to drive a car, being able to control how much debt you're going to be in going to college versus how little you will be paid as a minimum wage worker. They refined it to an art, even to the extent of when Ronald Reagan let 6.3 million immigrants have amnesty overnight. That was intended to break the unions, because that was always the thing. They wanted to starve out unions from union dues and replace union workers with non-union workers and break unions in this country, even down to what we're seeing with the 14th Amendment right now. Anybody see a whole bunch of stuff about class action lawsuits, this, that, and the other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Facebook,
where people
Meta,
get paid the dollar
Amazon.
and the lawyer gets paid millions.
That's very unfortunate for a corporation.
Yeah, well, it's always the lawyer that
why,
wins.
Why would you ever want
the
that?
people
As
still
a
get
corporation,
fucked.
why would you ever want that to be a possibility? No. Why would you ever want that to be a possibility? That's going to take away from your profits. Why
Well,
would
they
you want that
also
to be
put in
something that
that
could be leveraged over?
they also have in like that mediator clause in a lot of things, like when you agree to terms and services sometimes, like you can't sue them before you go through
Arbitration.
mediation. Yeah, that's what it is, arbitration. So they're trying to stop themselves from being sued. Speaking of being sued, the lady who burnt herself with the coffee from McDonald's, do you understand the laws that came out after that put a cap on how much you can get in a lawsuit for being injured? Like I think
Tort reform.
they were
Tort reform started in
yeah,
Texas.
yeah, and that was because of that lady who got burnt by the coffee. They defamed her so bad, that poor old lady, that her I rewatched a documentary a few months ago just to refresh myself on it. She was sitting in her car with her coffee between her legs. She pulled the lid off and she tipped the cup and got scalding fourth degree burns, right? Her medical bills were 10 grand at the time. Her family asked McDonald's to pay and they said no. So that's why they ultimately sued, was to just get 10 grand to pay for her medical bills, right? And it turned into everything after that. The art, like where we are today, started because they started a smear campaign. Like people are just suing just to sue. Like
Yeah,
they
it's
don't have a
frivolous.
reason.
They called it
Yes.
frivolous. And I hope I don't get a violation for this, but I think the pictures are appropriate. This is what that shit did to this lady. I mean, it fucked her shit all up. It was really, really, really
Also,
bad.
the fact that they had been
And they went on the news and
They
they
had
got
previous
Fox
incidents.
News and Rush Limbaugh and the rest of those fuckers to go out there and lie about it and call it frivolous. And all she wanted was her health bills taken care of. That was it.
So
Fucking
let me just say something here, all right? I'm 75 years old. I went through all that. I went through all the protests. I went through all of that, and we got things done. But that was back in the 70s and the the late 60s, and it's just not the same today.
Oh, it is.
So I understand.
Because in the 70s, sir, you didn't have an automatic need to be in the workforce to start paying off all the debt you had acquired while you were in college. You also didn't have to pay off credit cards that you had stacked up. This was a system derived of the notion of preventing people from being able to actively participate in any form of social action or civil disobedience in the United States. Literally, it was done through the office of the Secretary of Homeland Security. It's done through Homeland Security, because they believed that preventing there from being the next Black Panthers was the number one priority of the United States.
Look,
with all due respect, I don't know who's that talking, Captain. That system that was in place hundreds of years before that. It just happened to black people, enslaved people coming out of enslavement. They made sure that they were, since you're not working on the farm, we're going to make you work these lands because now you're a criminal. So we're going to lease you out. We're going to make sure that you never gain access to capital or wealth. So this has happened over and over. It's just happening to white people now. And white people are waking up and saying, wait a minute, this is hard for me. I got to do this and do that. Well, that's always been our existence in this country. It's fascinating to me that everybody's just shocked at how this system is because they turned
I'm sorry, why exactly are you correcting me?
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Because I'm a Black woman, I don't understand why I'm being corrected on my.
Excuse me. Let me finish. I don't care if you're purple. What I'm saying to you is that this is nothing new. It didn't just come in the 80s or the 70s or with the Black Panthers. This has been the American system to keep certain people down, period. It's just happening to the larger majority who are white. You said something about poor white people. Well, poor white people vote against their own self-interest because they rather be white than anything else. So when you brought up poor white people being victims as well, they vote for this system to continue the way it is. If poor white people decided that they were going to get with all the other marginalized groups, we would fucking run this country. 2024 showed us that as well. Many poor white people voted for Trump, and now they're getting their shit handed to them. See, we have to understand the truth of it and stop trying to make it something other than what it is. This is about racism, white supremacy, and misogyny, and we have to stay there, sit ourselves in it, and accept it. Don't try to push it off to something else so it can be palatable. This is what this country is. It is wicked. It is evil. It has always hurt its people. There will never be a person that let's make America great again. Tell us when the greatness happened. I would like to know.
Every single time that Martin Luther King spoke or Malcolm X spoke or anyone else who fought against oppression, that's when the greatness in this country happened, when the people who were being treated the least demanded the most because it's what's guaranteed to us by our Constitution. If it wasn't for those people, this country would have never seen greatness.
Where was the greatness?
I'm so sorry. Again, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, were they not great people? Was that something I'm delusional about?
All of those people ended up 6 feet under for their voices. So where was the greatness in this country? I'm not talking about them being great men and we having warriors. I'm talking about this country. When was this country great?
Again, when people who were treated the least in this country demanded that the contract that we have with our Constitution be upheld.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It makes more sense than saying that this was never great, because I know what my grandmama did was great. I know what people who fought for freedom in this country did was great. Their fucking sacrifices matter.
You're missing the point, little girl.
No, you're missing them. If you say that this country was never great, you disregard them too.
No, that's not true.
Why are you freaking out?
Yeah, she's not dismissing the actions of any individual person. The system and this way that this country was set up was never great for everybody. It never has been. I mean, you know, there are people that do great things.
The only greatness this country has seen has been from the marginalized people who have demanded the representation from the Constitution. That's it.
Right, but that's... Sure, Lonnie.
I said this earlier, and some of you might not have been here when I said it. They let us have the King's protest to keep us quiet. The King's protest is not hurting them, right? So they're letting us have it to make us feel like we're doing something, right? Not to say that MLK didn't do anything, not to say that Malcolm X didn't do anything. Like, things did change. We did get voters' rights, right? But now we're in a place where we're still fighting for voter rights, because Black people had to have the vote on whether or not we could vote every 4 years. So yes, they did great things. It didn't solidify or it didn't permanently put anything in place to keep us from having to currently in 2026 fight for voter rights, not just for Black people, but for all people, Black, whatever, women. That's all being contested right now. And that's the problem. Yes, they fought for us to get voter rights. They did. We had them for, 60 years or since the 60s? Whatever the math is on that. But my point is, and BioTalk's point, I believe, is that, yes, they've done great things, but that doesn't mean we get to sit down and put our feet up and say the job is done. We still have to continue to fight, because they still put in systems to block or to go the other direction from the things that we fought for. We got voter rights, yes, but now they're talking about poll taxes. You know what I mean?
Purging.
Like, so yeah, it's not necessarily, yes,
And-
it's great, but it can be greater if that's the way you're looking at it. And I think that's kind of the way Talk is looking at it too. It could be greater. It's not the end. This isn't it. They got us here, but we got to keep carrying the torch. And I pause with that because I got to get to work. But thanks, Lib, and all of you great people on the panel. Have a blessed day.
Thanks, Lonnie. Yeah, we'll see you later. Yeah, because every time something got fixed, these motherfuckers found a subtle way to go right back into it. You get civil rights. Oh, now we got a war on rugs, and look who the target is. Or you get the 1994 fucking crime bill by a white male liberal signing that bitch off, and then later on saying, it's one of the biggest regrets of my presidency. Too late, motherfucker.
But he didn't write the whole crime bill. He wrote the Violence Against Women and Children Act of 1994.
He signed that motherfucker. He signed that motherfucker.
Because at the time it was still legal to grape your wife.
Yeah, well, I'm saying the point is that every time progress is made, there's some jackass that finds a way to fuck it. It's like every time, backlash, as it were. You get a black president, then you get the most racist motherfucker up in there because all these white people in this country are like, God.
Well,
They
because
elected
the
a black
contract was
man.
about to expire.
But
We got him because the contract was about to expire, and that was always supposed to be what happened. It's no coincidence that our economic system is based on the petrodollar and the contract the United States had with Saudi Arabia for exclusivity and using the petrodollar.
Honey, are you having the same conversation we are? Or
I'm
am I
so
having a
fucking
stroke?
sorry, ma'am. I literally was having the conversation. I'm sorry that we're not getting the fact that Donald Trump was elected president after the contract expired for Saudi Arabia. Our dollar, our economic system is based on the petrodollar and having exclusivity with Saudi Arabia.
Once
There's no
again,
coincidence.
you're going off into Lulu Kaka Cuckoo land.
It's not Lulu,
Donald
it's
Trump
just
got
fucking
elected.
intelligence.
Excuse me. Donald Trump got elected, like liberal loudmouth said, because a black man was in that White House and he was elegant and fabulous and had a black wife with big black hips, and this country couldn't take it, so they picked the most racist, disgusting piece of shit that they could put in a child.
Well, they just played dumb
and
people.
that's what backlash and blacklash is. Whenever we have progress for the people, some system in this country kicks in and drags us back. That's what we're talking about.
Well, don't worry. This time everybody's getting dragged down.
Right, and maybe that's where change will happen, since everybody.
Well, there will be no
feeling
change.
Excuse
There will
me,
be no
since
change.
everybody will be feeling the pain and not just certain marginalized.
No, not pain. No, not pain. They have a solution for everything wrapped up in a bow. It's just like people don't get what's going on.
Well, honey, I don't get what you're talking about.
Let's see. Climate change is a serious issue, but somehow the rich aren't caring about it anymore.
Why did you jump to climate change? Are we on climate change?
Because it's part of the solution. You can't see the bigger picture if you fucking focusing on one thing.
I think she.
Maybe
So what she's talking about, I think what she's alluding to is the fact that there's a plan in place for them to basically either let us unalive or find a way to unalive us so that it's just them and their robots and their silicone real feel fucking sex robots to deal with that are left.
Oh, I mean, there's also there's going to be regular people. They'll just be marketed and sold left and right.
Well, they have to have somebody to keep up the
the
nuclear plants that they'll use for their electricity. Sure, they'll have some of us around, but they won't need us all.
Oh, not nearly. I mean, honestly, you could cut back the population by roughly 90% globally, and it would be comfortable. The fact
But that
of the
is
matter
what you were alluding to, right? I caught that. I was
Absolutely.
okay. Yeah, that's what she was talking about, Bob.
Because at the end of the day, they were able to perpetrate a huge theft globally on the premise of climate change. Remember when Elon Musk got $600 million from the government to cure climate change? To this day, he has a negligible impact of 3 to 4% globally, negligibly. But that 6 million ended up making him about 57 billion, and cost the American taxpayer ever more because of those climate credits. Because those climate credits actually counted against all of us as taxpayers. And the game that's wove in it is just that when our economic system came to an end, essentially, because it did when our contract with Saudi Arabia lapsed, and our dollar is based on the petrodollar, they are reverting to techno-feudalism because at this point they don't need a monetary system. They already have all the wealth. Now it's just about eliminating the dead weight. And when they do that, then what they're able to do is also create a society to their liking. All the things they don't like in society don't got to be there. You don't have to have anybody who they think of as less. You don't have to have anybody that they think of as being a poor. God forbid that. And best of all, no one in the future will ever have freedom. No one. Because of the surveillance apparatus.
Well, I mean, that's true. I believe that's happening. You know, other people will call us crazy. But do I, Dewey?
Oh, I believe it's happening too. I mean, so it's just We are just fucked right now. To be honest, as a country, we are just plain old screwed unless we get this administration out.
And that's why this is so important that they realize
Well, I mean,
that,
it's
you know,
more than just a country.
if they're
it's the whole
taking us
globe.
down like motherfuckers, we're taking y'all down with us. One fucking toilet paper roll at a time, bitches. I mean,
and here's the thing: we're not screwed. We
Oh,
just have
yeah,
to get
we
out.
are too.
We the people have to get. Well, excuse me. We have to get our priorities straight. Are we going to live like this and allow another country to run this country? Are we going to fucking kick those politicians that we hire that's working for other? Are we the people going to that J6 should have showed us something. Now, if 40 million of us do that, but for righteous indignation and to take our country back, they won't be able to do anything. If we take our monies out of the commercial banks, if we decide to stop shopping with all these billionaires, because they still need us to be the slaves that we are to continue to consume and consume and consume. If we fuck with their shit like we did with Target, we will see change quickly. Let me give you an example. In California, where I am, it used to be open carry here. You could have a whole rifle on your back walking down the street until the Black Panthers decided they were going to march to Sacramento, where the people who make the laws are. They changed that shit overnight. What I'm saying and trying to be delicate is when we start threatening their existence, the 1%, and all those politicians, we start threatening their existence and the existence of their families, they will change and bow down to what we need. Period. Full stop. So we're not lost. We just have to figure out, wait a minute. We have to come together as the 99%, put all our petty differences aside and really see each other for the suckers that we are. And we go after that one demon that's been having their knee on our necks collectively. We just can't seem to get white poor people to do that, is what I'm saying.
And you won't get white.
And here's the thing. You don't even have to threaten their existence. You just have to make it so that they think that they're threatened. Their existence is threatened.
Absolutely.
You don't have to even do it. These are cowardly, worthless pieces of human garbage. That's what they exist as. They're afraid of everything because they have everything and they don't want to lose anything. So when they start to lose that shit, they're going to start to lose it.
Let me say something here. Just having no kings protest isn't going to do anything. I'll be quite honest with you. It's not going to do anything. And you can see it right now that, they have a protest over the weekend. You hear nothing about it anywhere. Now then, unless you're willing to go to jail and use civil disobedience to get what you want, you're never going to do it. You have to. If you can't get 1 million people on the mall in Washington D.C., nobody's going to care. And the proof is the guys that burnt down the warehouse. Okay, that's a little more than
one guy. We need to do a GoFundMe and raise millions for that dude to show these fuckers that everybody's on board with them. That would make a statement.
But right now, the No Kings protests are great, but they're not making an impact.
Nope.
And the reason they don't is because unless you do something spectacular, something that brings somebody's attention, which is civil disobedience, by the way, nothing's going to change.
But that's because it's white people, Dewey.
Yeah,
it's white middle class people wanting bouncy
these people are fucking cowards.
That's what it is. They have no real. They want no. They were literally talking. A woman got on social media and said, we need black people." She said, "I was at a protest and they were literally talking about the next time. Oh, this was fun. The next time we need bouncy houses for our children. This is why it's not going to do anything, because everybody's comfortable. They get on out of there with their penny loafers on, out of their little Mercedes, and they go and march with their sign. There's no real grassroots guts of people who are affected in those protests. That's why you feel like it's nothingness, because it's just a food without any seasoning. Basically, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't say you're wrong.
Yeah. And when you
That's
follow,
kind
when you,
of my point right there.
Oh, do what, Captain?
I said since the very first No Kings protest that it was essentially just a manufactured venting. It is nothing more than that. The reality is, if everybody in this country were to go to corporate headquarters throughout this country and do sit-ins in the lobbies of these corporate headquarters,
there you go.
that would have a million. If you got 100,000 people, just 100,000 people in this country to do sit-ins in corporate lobbies of a particular set of companies, you would say a whole lot more than you'll see from 8 million people out on a No Kings parade, because they're fucking parades.
Yeah, and I did a whole live. I did a whole live about the No Kings, and people were upset with me, but I'm like, I started looking at the website that they had set up and the programs that they were using to coordinate this shit, and I follow the money back to a hedge fund led by a CEO that happens to be a fucking Israeli. It's all manufactured. It is an exhaust port so that people can vent their frustrations, and the people themselves are actually.
If you want to look into something really interesting,
I'm goddamn talking. The people themselves, the people themselves, like, are doing what
I'm
they
sorry,
think
there's a delay.
The people that are on the ground doing it, I praise them because they do think that they're doing it, but they're being puppeteered and they don't realize it. And it's not a dig on the people that are there. It's fuck these hedge fund people that are the ones doing this. Because otherwise you wouldn't hear shit about it. Nobody fucking know about it. Just like this live's got 40 goddamn people. You can't even repost the motherfucker. You can't repost this live. They don't want people to know this shit. They don't want people to know that there's some jackass called Liberal Loudmouth who wants to pop a bottle of champagne that a fucking 1 million square foot distribution center of Kimberly Clark went up in flames by a dude with a lighter.
Good for him.
Everybody in America is feeling this. You go down the comments section of the fucking original video of that, you see almost nobody being like, oh my God, this is terrible. Everybody is like, I didn't see anything, and I make under 30 an hour. Seriously, everybody is like, okay, we're okay with this. Fuck,
well, it's the same with Luigi. Yep. I love Luigi. People don't like that. We need 40 million Luigis. We really do. That's the only way you're going to see change. Literally, at that meeting, they were going to find a way to stop you from getting anesthesia after your allotted time for surgery was up. So I guess they wanted to put a dirty sock or a tree trunk in your mouth to have you bite on it after your surgery was over. Luigi did what he did. They changed course instantly on that fucked up ass policy they were going to try to put for all healthcare insurance, right? We have to start understanding the only way these people understand, and Lib hates when I say this, is through violence. When you start letting them feel the pain, they'll wake the fuck up and start changing.
Well, it's not that I hate that. It's just that those conversations should be private. Because if they grab your ass before you get out and go anywhere, but if somebody does something crazy, I'll fucking pop a bottle of champagne and hoorah.
And it's not crazy.
And donate to a GoFundMe. Goddamn right.
Crazy. It's trying to save your own life. It's like with Iran.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking, oh, they're violent. No, bitch, they're fighting for their survival. Two great Satans are after them. They're fighting for survival, and people are judging them for that. Give me a fucking break.
That's right. And they're even criticizing them going to the power plants.
Yes.
If we destroy their power plant, people will die over there. And so they go and form a human chain. And motherfuckers in the U.S. are criticizing them. Oh, my God, how dare they bring their children out there? You were trying to kill them anyway.
But listen.
What are you talking about?
People, they believe in their God for real, for real. They're not fake, phony Christians who tell you to send $40,000 and $50,000 and get a credit card to tithe in their church so they can buy a Mercedes. They really believe in their God, and they're willing to unalive for it. So when I saw them form a human chain around those power plants, I thought, bravo. These are people who are willing to literally unalive for their cause. Not in this lousy country. If I tell you, if one boom boom hit one city or state in this country, we would lose our fucking lazy, privileged ass minds in this motherfucker.
That's true.
I just hope that they know the coordinates to Mar-a-Lago and fuck that shit up.
Yep. Now, Captain, you were trying to
change.
you were trying to say something. I know there's a delay, but I'm sorry. I was just kind of on a roll, and every time somebody does that, it makes my mind go. And I can't remember what I was saying, but go ahead. El Capitan. Is there like a 12-minute delay? 30 minutes, she'd be like, oh, yeah, thanks. You are muted, Captain. Moving on in now. Dina, what's up? Go ahead.
Oh, my God. I have got so much to talk about. Number one, let me start with this. I'm on the timer, or am I not on the timer? I'll be short. I was watching the news today, and this journalist was going around and asking people, the J population in Florida, I believe it was, what they felt about Iran. And this is quote unquote, unalive them all. Trump can make this very easy. All he has to do is push a button. What the fuck? Okay? Are you kidding me? The second thing I want to talk about is I found out last night, I normally keep up with news and events, but I missed this one. There is such a thing as called the NSPM. It's the National Security Presidential Memorandum that Trump signed October 25th of 2025. And basically what it does is it gives his DOJ and the FBI the ability to pursue individuals that form groups, what they consider hate speech. Anything you say about Trump can be considered hate speech and come after you and label you a domestic thief. This is a no shit situation. Pardon my French. But I looked it up, and by God, it is real. So everybody, we all have a right to be angry. We all have a right to be frustrated, the whole 9 yards. But please don't get so frustrated you forget what you're saying, because you are being monitored. But the first part, I know that, but liberal, I'm telling you. I mean, are you kidding me? These people are okay with wiping out an entire civilization? That's not human. That's monsters.
They've wiped out many civilizations.
That's right.
Many peoples of the world. This is nothing new for this United States of the demons of Israel. This is what we do. This is what we do, Dina.
It is. It's true. And it's really sickening. And, like Drewski, they're going after Drewski. Did you see that shit?
No, what is that?
Yeah,
Drewski did an impersonation of Erica Kirk. And it's total satire. The guy's fucking hilarious. I don't know if you guys saw the one of him doing that fucking prosperity gospel pastor. Oh my fucking
Fabulous.
God.
Fabulous.
I nearly unalived watching that shit. Fabulous. I had to change my drawers twice. I'd pissed myself. So they're going to go after him, and they're starting to pursue criminal charges against the guy. Not just civil.
For satire.
For satire. For impersonating this bitch. So, yeah, it's fucking real, and it's gross. Now, Dina, Did you see the video of the toilet paper? If not, no. I've got it queued up.
Please do. Please do.
You know what? Since you hadn't seen it, I'm going to do the whole thing just so you watch even my comments on it. Here we go.
The following report from a warehouse fire should tell people that we're fucking sick and we're fucking tired of working for you pieces of shit and not being paid what we're worth. Some of you motherfuckers end up face planting on the sidewalk, and some of you end up losing all of your shit. Why don't you just do the right fucking thing and pay people what they're worth and stop treating them like they're your fucking slaves? How about that? Now watch this highly patriotic anti-fucking oligarchy video. You're welcome.
If you're not going to pay us enough to live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to. There goes your inventory.
Tonight, new video on social media has surfaced of what appears to be inside a warehouse as someone is going around the room starting several fires while talking about their salary. Fire officials say the fire started
Look at
on
that
Tuesday
shit.
just after midnight.
Oh my
and flames
God.
grew because of the large amount of paper products inside the warehouse that fueled the flames.
That warehouse serves 50 million people shit paper.
It's kind of like
One dude with one lighter. You know, and I'm like, that the fact that people are happy that it happened. You go through the comments of any fucking video on there, and you'll see most people are like, "Oh, I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? Nothing happened." Somebody else is going to do it. Somebody else is going to do another one.
But you're right. We need to start having a collective GoFundMe's for these guys. They're heroes. We need to make sure that they're protected with lawyers and things. Since this is what this system is about, let's play that. Let's do what they did for the racist white woman who called the little 5-year-old an N-word, and she got $5 million from the racist. Let's decide that we, the people, are going to start helping the people who are brave enough to do these types of things. Plus Luigi, because he's still the love of my life. Start making sure that we protect them so that they know that the world, we're just tired of this bullshit. We're tired of being fucked. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
because
play their game.
they protect the people that, for example, threaten genocide against an entire nation. They'll protect them. They protect the fuck out of them. Or steal your fucking Medicare dollars and bilk you out of your taxpayer dollars, or fucking unalive, with police officers. They protect the fuck out of these people.
Or don't forget the big ring, the PD30 ring.
There
all
you
that
go.
filth involved what they do to your children. They're protecting the fuck out of that.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
You can't do a GoFundMe for anybody that commits a crime is a fucking law that they'll try to pass.
Of course.
Yeah.
They're already doing
That's
it.
aiding and abetting a criminal.
And I want to say, just, you don't have to watch your words if you stand by them. I refuse to curtail the way I feel because somebody might knock on the door. Well, motherfucker, do it. If that's what you all have to do, do it. There are millions of us who are tired of this. And if they have to have millions of people in jail, which is not going to be able to handle it. They're not going to be able to handle locking people up for their opinions. They're not going to be able to do it. So we need to stop being afraid to speak because somebody might knock on the door. If you're speaking truth, then you should walk around with absolute no fear in your heart, period.
Yeah, and look, I'm not even suggesting personally that people go out and do this. The message that's clear to the people that running shit is that there are crazy fuckers that live among us, that when you continue to push and push and push and push, they will do this shit that we're seeing. And when they do it, I'm going to pop a fucking bottle of champagne and have a celebration.
But they're not crazy. They're not crazy. For me, they're the ones who are being the most logical as far as I'm concerned. Because we're at the point where all this talk,
tomato,
and we got to negotiate, and we need people to do. We need action. We need action.
There's no law against celebrating a fucking, because I mean, think about this. We learned our entire fucking lives how to revere those who were revolutionaries. They went in there and they took the tea from the private corporation. They threw it over the bow into the water and destroyed what would be in today's dollars millions of dollars in product. We were told our whole lives that this was a great and wonderful thing, and now we're told you're a terrorist, you're a felon.
Wait a minute.
Let me clarify what I'm saying, guys. Please.
Wait a minute,
Be
Dina.
careful of
But don't forget, we were just told we had American patriots and heroes doing J6. They were heroes to certain groups, right?
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying, guys, is don't make threats. I mean, they're on the tip of my tongue the whole time. Don't make threats on social media. Keep it to yourself. Okay?
Yeah. No, I even said that. I even said that earlier.
Yeah,
like
we don't do
that's
that.
not something you do. That's stupid.
No, we talking innuendo. We don't do that.
But here's the thing. I'm not one of those people. I'm not going to go out and do any of this shit, but I will absolutely celebrate if it happens.
Right.
I'm right
because
there with
I'm
you.
sick of it.
I'm sick of these fuckers getting away with all of this shit that they've been getting away with.
Yeah.
I mean, where's justice? You know, who the fuck went to jail? All the people that lost all their shit in 2008.
Yep.
Nobody.
And guess what the CEOs did? They went to Washington in private jets. The ones who caused 2008.
Right. And think of like United Healthcare, the decisions that they made in the fucking board meetings that ended up unaliving how many hundreds of thousands of people potentially. And none of them go to jail. They're protected.
Yep. And we don't get angry enough to fight it because it's not happening to certain people. It has to happen to a lot of people for people to really say, wait a minute, something's fucked up here. This is affecting my life. Like gas. I want gas to go up to $50 a goddamn gallon. I want it to do that. I want it to be $500 a barrel. So people can lose their shit. And things will change.
See, I agree with you because gas is going sky high. Wait till it really starts hitting the groceries. Wait till it really starts hitting all of those things that you need and expect to find every single day, but suddenly can't.
It's $8 a gallon in some places in California.
Well, in California, yeah. I'm here in Texas, and believe it or not, diesel is like $5.15. People are probably losing their crap. Seriously.
Right.
So, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with all of it. Yeah. But I did want to share that because I really found that alarming. And there's a lot of pushback. ACLU and others are fighting against it. But at the same time, this is where we are. And if our goddamn Congress, Senate and House Republicans, if they don't get off their asses and get this motherfucker out of office, we're going to lose it all. They are literally allowing him to do whatever the hell he wants. This is an illegal war. What?
Are we still in a government shutdown?
No. Well, I don't know.
Okay, so they just found several congressmen and Miss Lindsey Graham at Disneyland with her wand, her pink wand, roaming around having fun, living high off the hog, and all of these they don't give a fuck about us. We're in a shutdown, and Miss Lindsey Graham's with her feathers and her dust, her pixie dust, and all these other senators out vacationing, having fun, doing their thing. They're not in Washington, and we're fucked. This is what we're dealing with, Dina. I don't know if we can get them to wake up. Yeah.
I know. That's why something, you know what I'm saying. We're of like minds. I'll leave it at that.
I would say, Dina, if we found Miss Lindsey Graham with that pink wand shoved up her ass in a restroom unalived, I guarantee you things would change.
So let me play this because these are the people that are like in charge of shit. I'm going to play a video and then I got to show a picture after the video. This is Triple K Caroline here. Let me pull it up here.
Miss Levitt.
This bitch she's leading the horse riders to your house with the pitchfork and the cross.
Plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team.
Bullshit.
Okay, so she just said, right? Bullshit. She just said that 10-point plan, he threw it in the garbage. It was unserious. Donald Trump didn't say anything about it, blah, blah, blah. Let me pull up this picture. I'm going to pull it. This is how blatantly and easily these motherfuckers are willing to lie to you. I've got the entire fucking post that Donald Trump himself wrote. Let's read this part.
Yes.
We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Trump himself said that was a basis from which they could negotiate. Then the motherfucker went up on TV and said that was not true.
Crazy.
These are the lying scumbucket pieces of shit that are leading this country that will say one thing and then claim, even though there's evidence to prove them wrong, that they didn't say the thing that they fucking said that they said.
But that's not the problem. You know what the problem is? That the reporters aren't doing what you're doing and say, wait a minute. Trump said this and show this bitch what he said. They're not doing that.
Yep. And if they point that out, one of those reporters point that out. It's fake news. Get them out of here. Arrest them. Put them in Don Lemon's cell. Fucking crazy. Now, we got a new panelist. You came into the Shark Tank political fun. What's up? Come on.
What up? I mean, I came up because I saw my friend Maverick was up here. What's up, Maverick?
Oh, y'all know each other, huh?
That's political.
Yes.
That's debate.
What's up, Mama?
Oh, wait, this is the debate. This is the one that in the you're the Discord debate.
Once upon a time, yes.
Okay, all right. I just make sure. Okay, I know you. Anyway,
your
yeah, how
shows
you
going,
been, man? Ain't seen you in a while.
I actually took like a 2-month break from this disgraceful app. So,
right.
I mean, it's just like it's so funny. Like I rejoined TikTok when Pam Bondi was let go, and it's just like it's the fucking same shit.
Yep.
Same shit, different day with these fucking MAGA people. I mean, it just it's absurd. It's absurd. There, I mean, the whole Iran. I was off of TikTok when he started booming Iran.
Yeah.
And I'm I'm assuming that some of them are like, well, wait a second here. We didn't vote for this, but no, they voted for this. I must have missed that part of the campaign when he said he was going to boom Iran and unalive school children and but it's just the same old shit. It's absurd.
Destroy a whole ancient civilization. Yeah.
Yeah, but
to
the 10-point plan, I mean, he's pissed because the 10-point plan was leaked, and we see the fact that Iran is winning with the 10-point plan, and now he's backtracking and saying that it's all fake news when he himself talked about the fucking 10-point plan.
Right.
I mean, these people are just it's just absurd, and they just believe it. They believe everything that he says. It's ridiculous.
I don't think they believe it. I think that they know he's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. They just can't. They can't walk it back. They can't face that they like. I tell them, all of you Trump and MAGA supporters, you are the people who voted for those flag-draped coffins to come home. That is your sit and watch that news, and every coffin that comes off of those planes, you did that. Oh, they hate when I say that.
Could you imagine if Joe Biden wore a fucking hat when those soldiers were coming home? Could you imagine? And how about this? And no MAGA can answer this for me. Fox News had to apologize because they showed an alternative video of him at the same airport without a fucking hat on because they knew how disrespectful it was that he had a fucking hat on.
So they AI'd his hat?
No, so they had a different video of where he previously welcomed home what do they call it? A designated transfer, whatever. I think it's called that. And he didn't have a hat on for that one. So Fox News played that clip while everyone else actually live streamed him standing there with his fucking USA hat on. And then Fox News had to apologize and say, oh, sorry, we did just show a video from an older dignified transfer.
Wow.
Our bad.
Wow. Well, we
These
know that
people are fucking, that's so gross because it's so obvious, blatant, and you still have, 15 to 30% of the population that just eat it right up.
They're crazy.
Fucking nuts. Like yesterday, we had a guy come up. He's like, "This is why you can't trust liberals, because just yesterday you were saying that Trump was gonna commit a genocide against Iran, and then today we got a ceasefire."
And
I'm like, bitch, he wrote this with his own words. He said, "I'm going to destroy an entire civilization. If that's not genocide, I don't know what the fuck it is." So you're upset with liberals for taking a motherfucker at his word.
Right.
That's weird.
Oh, we did worse than that. They've already threatened the Pope. I mean,
the Pope.
I saw
the
that.
Pope.
What? Who threatened?
Yeah, this was back in January.
This is insanity.
They told the Pope to get his shit together and back the U.S. or
they're insane.
Right.
They are in. I shouldn't say they. This country is insane. Millions of people in this country are insane. I don't know how the rest of the world aren't just getting together and saying, fuck this. We're dealing with a schizophrenic, bipolar disorder, and they have dementia. We're not doing this. The rest of the world needs to stop capitulating to this shitty country and leave this country and Israel alone.
They have.
No, they haven't shunned him. The
They
king of
have.
England, the King Charles is still coming here. Keep your old crusty ass over there. Why are you coming here? Why would you embarrass your nation by coming to meet with this idiot?
Well, the king has no power anyway, so.
But he has
But let
soft
me
diplomacy.
just. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I just had to add my flair, Dewey. Sorry.
It's the soft diplomacy that they're using the king for.
Actually, every state, every European nation, including and some that aren't, Canada, Mexico, they've all gone to China. That's where they're getting their stuff now. Oh yeah.
Don't you mean China?
I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. There are 40 countries that just bypassed the U.S. and went straight to China.
From your lips to God's ears. I hope that's true.
It is. Do you know that China's GDP, they had a 1.25 trillion surplus in the last year. Canada is trading with China. Everyone is trading with China. They seem to be the only one that has any sense. Yes, people, we're losing our alliances. If we don't get this bastard out, we're not going to have anything left. End of story.
China is playing. I was going to just say China is playing chess right now, while the rest of us are playing with our fucking fingers.
The U.S. is playing cards against humanity, is what the U.S. is playing.
I don't know if you guys heard or saw that story that Iran's threat to well, not really a threat, but to the United States to open up the strait was that we had to pay a fee, but that fee could not be in U.S. dollar. It had to be in either the Chinese dollar or crypto. So if you don't think that China is fucking running this whole situation, you got to.
You better believe it. You better believe it.
There was somebody in China who said China is 5,000 years old. The USA is 250 years old. China was here before you. We will be here after you. You may have the atomic bomb, but we have hydrogen. Oh, this man was letting the US have it. You don't want to fuck with us is basically what he was saying, but they play strategically. And this is my wish. And this is the sad thing, guys. I'm the first one who would claw somebody up for talking about our country if they're from another country, and liberal loudmouth knows that.
I can vouch for you. We fucked up Canada, and they may think they win. No, we fucked them up.
Yes.
They walked away dripping fucking maple syrup from their ass cheeks.
Because they kept talking negative about America. I'm like, wait a fucking minute here. Who the fuck? Bitch, we can talk about our own country, but you're not going to fucking come in here and down my country. But the bottom line is, it's so sad to me that I am rooting for Iran. I am rooting, in my mind, Iran is the only country right now with the soft help of Russia and China and North Korea that's basically saving us from this PD3 ring.
The following report.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it was autoplay. Go ahead.
Okay. So, and the sad thing about it is that people's eyes are being opened. Look at videos, guys, of people going around all over the world having, we don't serve Israelis. No Israelis here. No Jews. No Zionists. This is in Asian countries, all over the place. In parts of Europe, they don't want them there. This shit is repeating itself. Why do you constantly get told over and over again that you have got to stop what you're doing? And because of this ceasefire, the reason why it's ended is because Israel kept bombing Lebanon.
Right.
Oh, well, they weren't in it. Why are you bombing these people anyway? Because you're trying to have the greater Israel thing. And this is what people understand. It's really sad, but we're fucked. We're broke. We're insolvent. We're broke as hell. Our people are sick. And this is what we're doing this for.
So, welcome Satan to the panel. Let's watch this real quick. Satan would like to have a word with you. Let's see.
And Israel is stronger than ever. This is the bottom line of.
Oh, hold on, motherfucker! This thing is so quiet. Hold on, let me turn this up.
Yeah.
And then, did you guys see the newest banger from Iran?
No.
We'll play that next. Here, let's listen to Satan.
You're gonna give me an early Christmas present.
Yes.
Campaign up until now. Let me say there are still additional objectives for us to achieve, and we will achieve them. either by agreement or by resumption of the fighting. We are ready to resume the fighting at any moment. Our finger is on the trigger. As you know, 2-week ceasefire has been announced between the U.S. and Iran. No, we were not surprised in the last moment, and I want to emphasize, this is not the end of the war. This is a step in order to achieve all the objectives, and Israel is stronger.
This sick bastard. Now, I want to play real quick. This is... Yeah, Fox News, fucking Lebanon. What they're doing there is disgusting.
Yeah, it's
the Israelis
disgusting.
have been tearing up Lebanon in the meantime, rooting out Hezbollah for good. The White House says Lebanon isn't a part of the deal, and the Jews can whack proxies. But Iran threw a hissy fit.
If Iran wants to let this negotiation fall apart in a conflict where they were getting hammered over Lebanon, which has nothing to do with them and which the United States never once said was part of the ceasefire, that's ultimately their choice. We think that would be dumb, but that's their choice.
Fucking assholes. And give me a second. I'm going to queue up that fucking, the next Lego video. I mean, this, you know what? If this song hits #1 in the charts, I will be happy. Here we go.
Then maybe you won't like it.
Hey, Orange Pig, America first. Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone your system ever wronged. They've known all along the enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, now you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing a scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all.
Oh my God, this is brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Now, if you want to share that, I saw somebody in the comments. You can go to my profile. It's on there. Of course, you'll see my face on there too. It's the second to last video I did.
Who is that rapping? Is that
I
Eminem?
think it's I think it's AI. I just think it's some AI.
Marvelous.
It's wonderful. I love it.
Isn't it fabulous?
Yep.
I love. Wait,
and it's a
did
catchy
Iran
song
put that
too.
out? Did Iran put that out?
Yes.
Oh, how wonderful! Oh, I've got to share that. But what I was saying, the sadness is that we're rooting for the other team. Is that disgusting? I mean,
right?
It's gross to me that I want this, and not the people, but I literally have been dreaming about the day that we turn on the television and there's smoke coming from Mar-a-Lago in the White House. Isn't that sick? That
It is sick.
I'm praying for that. So you won't get in trouble if you're saying you're doing a prayer. If I'm praying for
religious freedom of speech.
Right.
They have a right to defend themselves, and they can't hit us. So me wanting Iran to protect itself is weird and foreign to me, because I never in my life thought that I would ever
if you're a
think
righteous
that.
person.
But it's right, and therein lies the difference. Like,
Right.
we don't have to be doing what we're doing. This dumb fuck chose to do this, and I don't want to pay for this. Like, all Christians should say this is a violation of my religion and stop paying their goddamn taxes. Really.
Well, I'm hearing, I don't know if it's true, that MAGA is leaving him in droves. I know that the Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson's, who've been wearing them out. It's another guy, I tell you about all the time. They were hardcore MAGA. Joe Rogan, they are. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on yesterday wearing Trump out. I mean, they are livid. So if we can take this moment and get the liberals and these MAGAs on this one thing to get his ass out of there and to get that regime, we need regime change immediately. It's all I'm saying.
The Mad King.
But Political said you don't feel that they're turning on him, but everything I hear is that they're turning on his ass.
No, I do think that I think that there are some people that are turning on him, but then there is a lot. But again, like, we live in the microcosm that is TikTok, right? Yeah. It is a small community, as crazy as that sounds, because there's millions of people on the app. But in political side of it, like, it is pretty small. And you do have some of the bigger creators on the right that are now saying and putting out videos that MAGA is a cult and they're not MAGA. But then you also have the morons that are just doubling down and tripling down. They want all Iranians unalived. And my question to that is, well, your president didn't want them all unalived weeks ago when he was tweeting and saying that he wants to save all the protesters. And
right.
It's like, what happened? What happened? Do we want them all unalived, ending their civilization? I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, what it was is they thought somebody told the orange diaper wearer that they would take out in the streets against their own leaders. And what happened is they're forming human chains around their power plants and food sources and things of that nature. One thing about it, if you decide that you're going to threaten a nation, those people, they will figure out we have a common enemy. And that's what I think the Iranians, even the ones who don't like the regime that's in place because of its strictness, they still don't want their whole country to be wiped off the face of the earth. And I think it was a miscalculation, and they're going to all pull together and they're going to start fucking shit up in all kinds of ways. Because we got a lot of sleeper cells here, right? We got a lot.
That's exactly.
And
I thought, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, to your point, I listened to this audio of somebody. This is a liberal. This is a liberal, right? Somebody on the left.
Cry Fest rally. These are the people who are going to be problematic for regime change. Fucking kill them all. I don't give a shit if their kids are there, their dog is there, their cat is there, their brother's there. I do not give a fuck. Adios, goodbye. I don't need to have tears about children. I do not care. This is the IRGC and their followers. They are fucking future terrorists and trash.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on. The clip is longer and even more like grotesque shit
and
was said.
And this is supposed to be an Iranian, supposed to be liberal. And I don't know if you know that person, Dan, but they have a lot of big platforms and things of that nature. But they called for the total annihilation of dogs, cats, women, children.
Yeah,
and
so
people are still
like
allowing that person to even be in existence.
And like the takeaway for that is like, on this issue with Iran, Democrats also have really wanted, the establishment, rather, I should say, have wanted Iran to be fucked up for a long time. Like, it's, both presidents, there wasn't a Democratic president stupid enough to do what he's doing, because the outcome is exactly what we're seeing now, which is you ain't going to win. There's nothing to win.
Want their regime to change because they treat women badly. Is that what we're being told?
That's one of the reasons.
But yet we have women unaliving in parking lots and in hospitals because they can't get access to health. So we're fucking hypocrites. We don't give a fuck about their women.
Crazy.
We want that oil.
I have to go, but thank you very much for having me on.
Thanks, Dewey. I appreciate you being up here, man.
See you next time, Dewey.
We'll see ya. Political, you were going to say something. Go ahead, man.
No, I forget what I was going to say.
Well, right. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Because you had said something about. I don't even remember what it was that prompted me to play that video, but you had said something about Iranians wanting people to or people wanting Iranians to be unalived or whatever.
Yeah, slaughtered.
Oh yeah, I mean it just talks about the hypocrisy that we see from the right, and that is, I mean, not really surprising from people on the left either. I mean the reason why I took a break from TikTok was because of people on the left. I think that they are just as fucking toxic on here as the people on the right.
Yep.
So
yeah, I tend to agree with you there. I got my own reasons for that, though. But no, I mean, and it's almost more insidious because at least the people on the right tell you they're a piece of shit. People on the left pretend like they're nice,
Yeah.
and they're as soon as you turn around, that's how they operate. It's really fucking gross. Good cop, bad cop, still a cop. Still gonna cover for the guy that they just watched plant some rugs on somebody after pulling them over.
So political. What do you think we should be doing as far as trying to get ourselves from out under Israel? I don't know. I don't know if you're a supporter of Israel or the so-called alliance that we have. But even with this ceasefire, they decided to go ahead and continue to bomb Lebanon, causing this to close the Strait of Hormuz and causing this shit again. And they've done this before over and over again. What do you think we should be doing?
you know what's interesting? Do you guys remember when Trump made news because he basically called, I think it was Russia and Ukraine, fucking idiots because they kept on booming each other? I think it's interesting that he has yet to call Netanyahu a fucking idiot, because a part of the plan, a part of the 10-point plan, was that Israel would have to stop immediately from booing Lebanon. That is a part of the 10-point plan. I think it's like actually number 2 or 3. That's how important it is to the Iranians, right? So the fact that Trump hasn't come out already and said something to Netanyahu, but that just tells you how much of Trump is on his fucking knees for this piece of shit.
Amen.
Right? He is fully Israel, and no, I don't support anything that Israel does.
Wait. Somebody said that Melania, with her non-speaking English ass, is calling for hearings and saying that she didn't know Epstein. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so sick of these people gaslighting us. She didn't know Epstein, but she's literally on his lap in some of these photos. Get out of here.
She's nothing more than a high-class whore that made good. That's all it is. That's all there is to it. And it's a disgrace that she's a first lady. She is a disgrace.
A high-class whore.
It was number 3.
Number 3, Dan. Number 3.
Yeah. See? It's important to them. Stop fucking with Lebanon. I don't even know why Israel is booming Lebanon. I mean, I guess they're using Hezbollah as a excuse.
No,
but I mean, no, we know.
Why.
We know. Yeah, we do.
You know why. They need to expand.
They got to take that
while
shit.
They have Trump in here. They have to take it. And somebody said, it was a white journalist, an older man. You guys know him. He's prestigious. He said, stupid Saudi Arabia doesn't even realize a part of their land is part of the great expansion.
That's right.
Do they think that Israel's going to get to them and say, okay, well, we're friends of ours? They're coming for your shit, you dummy.
Yep.
That's
and
right.
I've made that point too, that part of this, like them wanting Iran to hit back at the GCC nations, Israel knew they would do that.
Of course.
And I think that Israel wants them to do that for them, because then it allows them to be decimated. They hit that Saudi, the East-West pipeline like yesterday. And so that's going to fuck their shit up because all their eggs are in that basket. You get rid of that shit and they're a lot more easy to take over. And Israel will eventually. And they'll pretend like, we're so sad to see that you're having such a hard time. Let us help you. Put 12,000 data centers in there, desalinate all the water for us, and we'll surveil all your population, and then we'll make sure you're good.
Crazy.
Sick fuckers.
And don't forget, we are broke. $1 billion a day. We are fucking broke.
It's over $1 billion a day.
And I want to comment on that, if you guys don't mind.
Please, and welcome in.
Liberal, I have been here a few times, so I mean, she was introduced to him by Epstein, so I don't know why she's denying all of that. Other than that, my kids are born here in America, and my wife is also from here. I migrated to this country 16 years ago. Currently, I'm a U.S. citizen, but I do not see my future in this country for many reasons. Despite the fact this year I'm going to pay taxation above six figures. That's how much I contribute to this. But it's not going to help anything, because the more people pay taxation, the more it's going to be wasted on stuff that is not.
Stop paying taxes. Stop paying.
I hope there was a way to do that. I don't know anyways, but
we have to do it. We have to do it collectively.
Well, just for the record, they're denaturalizing people, so I wouldn't suggest it, because then they'll just take your citizenship.
Absolutely. Going back to Ball Talk, I think yesterday or before yesterday, you made a few comments. When Americans are out there on the street and then they ask for justification of the government, and then I think a change will be made. Other than that, we are all part of a slavery that we have to go work and then pay our taxation and do not question. And that's the mentality of this. The same. The government is asking, you want Iranian people to go there, protest, or go against their government. What about you guys? You guys are doing exactly opposite of what we're asking you. So shall we do the same thing? Right?
Absolutely. Regime change here. Yes.
Correct.
We need
it.
it.
And then, other countries like Iraq, when Saddam was there and then he was a bad person, the whole nation paid for what he was doing. Shall we see the same consequence? Because the government is not representing us. It's a very similar situation, right? There's a lot of agenda that we don't know where our money goes. Perhaps, and then you guys know that the biggest entity, or the only entity in the entire world or known universe that makes most money is IRS. I don't know how many trillion of dollars. They all want part of that pie. They all want a piece of that pie, because they know it's a lot of money, right? So that's why the military complex, defense complex, whatever the name is, they always push for wars and stuff like that. And it's part of the establishment. Another thing is, what I realized living here so many years, U.S. as a country and policy, or whatever you call it, they do a lot of bad things, and then they just wanted to move on. But the rest of the world will remember that.
Yes.
Because you guys don't care about it doesn't mean that the rest of the world will forget that. And then why people hate us? Because of the foreign policy of this country.
Right.
Look, they chanted death to America.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
But
you killed their grandpa, their parents, their brothers, and their sisters, and you wonder why they're mad.
Correct. And then if you look at every single country in South America has been molested by the the intelligent and bunch of other entities from this, but yet and they all are mad, and they're a bunch of refugees, and they have no other options. Why these refugees are coming to our country? I mean, then stop molesting their countries. Stop going there and putting your puppets.
And Palestinian, it's the same with the nuclear. Why would Iran not want that to protect itself? Why should they be told by the only country that used it that they should not have it? Why do you want these smaller countries not to be able to protect? Because you want to rape them. You want to use them and come and take their shit freely without any resistance. In my opinion, Iran was crazy for even making the deal with Obama by not wanting to have enriched uranium and to make. Why would you say that? Like Kim Jong-un said, screw you. We're going to test ours. We're going to use it. They don't fuck with them. They don't fuck with people when you have that nuclear weapon.
Absolutely.
Everybody should be trying to get it.
Because it will create balance, and they don't like balance.
Yes. Balance.
Yeah, because they want all the cards. He's all about cards. I want the cards. Don't want to give them a card.
They're angry
you can hold on to the box, but you can't get a card.
They're angry with you. They're angry with you because you don't want to give them your card. That you want a card for yourself. How dare you want a card? We need all the cards. You don't need a card. Ukraine found out the hard way that when you give up your cards, you get fucked up the ass with a cactus plant.
The cactus plant.
Yeah.
Well, the gimpy. That hurts even worse. I never learned about Gimpy Gimpy until my Australian friend comes up here. And let me tell you, that's some brutal fucking shit. Months of burning sensation, like, I can't imagine. Fucking hell. Anyway, political, do you have anything to add to all of that? Although some of it's goofy on my part.
No, I'm good.
Know that we are the great Satan in this world. That we are the bad guys, and we've always been the bad guys with this empire, along with the UK and all these other great white supremacist nations. That we are living in the worst place that does the most harm to this planet. Have we accepted that we are those things?
Yeah. I mean,
Balchuk, according to my observation and understanding of how I look at it, so when Roman Empire, vanished, the power was moved to Europe, and then eventually now the power has moved to United States. Look at the establishment we have. We have senates. We have, we try to mimic the old ways of Romans and the way they had senators and stuff like that. But the irony of all of this is that you're heading towards something similar destiny what happened with Romans, right?
Yeah.
So it's very ironic that we try to mimic something knowing the fact that it's not going to last.
Right. Well, it can't last. It always has to rise and fall. We're not in the fall. We're in the decline. Right. We're in the great. Look at England, the Great British Empire. The sun didn't set wherever the sun set. It was still part of that because it was so powerful. It's nothing now. It's begging for Trump to like them so that they can get no tariffs on them. This empire it's time to crumble. Unfortunately,
it's crumbling. It'll be over. I think if nothing happens, okay, I really believe it will be totally gone in 4 years. If Trump is allowed to stay, we will not have a country. We will be aligned with Russia. NATO will disown us. We don't have to worry about getting out of NATO because they will disown us. They already are.
Good.
We will have no alliances. We will have no money. We will be the laughing stock of the world and be scorned throughout because of Trump.
You said we'll align with Russia. What do you mean with Russia? You mean Israel?
We are well, that too. But basically, Russia will be our strongest and greatest ally. All right?
Really?
Oh yeah. Don't you know that Russia is making billions of dollars off of this illegal war?
Yeah.
Trump is giving him every pass in the world. It's a known fact that Russia was giving them military intelligence so they could better target our soldiers. And nothing was done. Just like nothing was done when Putin put out bounties on American soldiers in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Now,
and
Trump, come on.
And Trump flippantly said, "Oh, well, I guess they thought we were helping Ukraine. So if they're helping Iran, he just made it was no big deal."
There are no words. There are no words for Trump anymore.
So, in this, I've been very critical of the DNC, and I know liberals hate me for it. But let me pull this up, and I say to those liberals, go fuck yourself. DNC panel rejects AIPAC-specific resolution, advances broader measure condemning dark money. They refused, right here, a Democratic National Committee panel voted on Thursday to reject a resolution condemning the growing influence of dark money in corporate-backed outside spending in Democratic races, particularly the AIPAC.
Wow.
Yeah. At the DNC spring meeting in New Orleans this week, the resolutions committee voted to kill the push, which would have been non-binding as scrutiny over the pro-Israel lobby grows amid the midterms. Quote, the use of massive outside spending to support or to oppose candidates based on their positions regarding international conflicts or foreign governments raises concerns about undue influence over democratic debate and policymaking, potentially constraining elected officials' ability to represent the views of their constituents, reads the resolution submitted by Florida DNC member Allison Minnerly, pointing out AIPAC in particular for spending some $14 million in the Illinois Democratic primaries last month. So anything that goes against AIPAC, the DNC says, no. We're wearing our yarmulke. We're licking the wall. We're bending over for them.
Yeah.
They're riding our backs, just like Cory Booker.
Yep.
And then they're like, but we're going to say that largely dark money is a problem, just not that dark money.
Right. We're
okay with that dark money.
Yep.
Fuck this party.
Yep. We're fucked, guys. Unless, like I said, and you guys don't like it, we need about 40 to 50 million Luigis to wreck shop and we need a regime change. And it's the only way it's going to be through. I don't think we're going to have a midterm.
Well,
I really
25th Amendment is starting to get talked about. I mean, there was an amendment or a resolution that was passed or put forward, anyway, proposed to get that motherfucker out of here for all the shit he's been doing.
But Miss Maybelline will go right back up to that spot.
I mean,
we'll
that's
still
true.
Have Miss Maybelline.
Do it again. Fucking just keep doing. We have to. Because we can't rely on just crazy people going and doing crazy things.
Well, I'm not going to hold my breath for that.
Although, as we can see from today's video, people are starting to get pushed over the edge. You know?
Yeah, but I don't think it's like Carson says his cabinet won't do that. They're not going to do that shit. Because it has to come from Miss Vance to start the 25th Amendment.
Or I said 25th. I meant impeachment. My bad. The proposal was for impeachment.
Impeachment doesn't mean anything.
But there is talks about 25th.
But that's bullshit. He was impeached twice, but they have to remove him. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, well,
that's a waste of fucking time.
Something's going to happen because otherwise crazy people are going to do what you're talking about.
Well,
and that's going to be, it's better to go in the way that you can go without everybody getting unalived in the process, because you know what they'll do. They'll fucking gun you down in the street. It's better to go the route that
Carson said he thinks we're going to be that Trump is going to use nukes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
I think so too.
Yeah.
When he made that statement, that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Yeah.
That son of a bitch has the nuclear codes. He does not have to consult with anyone to use them. And I go back to what I said when I first came on. They were talking to a J person in Florida today. This is all he has to do is push the button. I mean, there are some crazy, and I'm sorry about the language, but there are some crazy motherfuckers out there that are all for this. He has got to go.
I mean, he said he wanted
I think
to
we should
destroy
do
the civilization.
a collective prayer that he has a massive explosive diarrhea in his diaper while he's on camera, and that it just makes his blood pressure go down and he passes out, and then that'll be that with that. But other than that, and unless we try to remove him like they want the people in Iran to remove their leaders, I don't see how we're going to get rid of him. I just don't. I don't.
I mean, because 3 years, the Democrats and the Republicans have to figure this out. They're going to have to, because otherwise it's going to end up this way. And nobody wants that. I don't want that.
Excuse me.
I don't want that. I don't personally want that.
I want to be in the streets because my old fat black ass and screaming that bitch eat cake.
Here's the thing, though. We haven't exhausted all nonviolent options. We haven't done it yet.
Right.
We haven't even fucking
that's
tried.
Why I'm saying we're going to go your way first. Do all this bullshit. Wait for the midterms that may or may not happen. Wait for the 25th. Wait for the impeachment. If none of that shit happens, I'm calling on 50 million Luigis to wreck shop in this bitch.
Well, I don't even think you'll have to call on them. I think they'll fucking find their way out or they won't, because America has been, we're basically just very complacent because we do live comfortable lives. Even those of us that are, in the shit, as it were.
Yes, we do.
So I don't know.
We're fucked in a lot of ways. We're fucked because we are privileged and complacent and fat and lazy, and we still have access to food and water. So we don't feel this pain that they feel in Palestine or in Iran we're not feeling this pain. We know we're a part of it, but we don't feel it. And until we feel it at home, where a building is exploded, which is absolutely grotesque. Of course, all violence is disgusting, But we don't seem to act until it's right in our backyard, like 9/11. We don't feel the pain of horrific and get angry. We're not angry. I don't feel that we are angry at this administration for the shit that it's doing. I don't feel the anger. I don't know why we're not angry.
Somebody was angry about the shit because they torched a bunch of fucking toilet paper.
Was that only toilet paper?
It was probably paper towels too. I imagine it's paper products.
Wow.
Because usually whenever I would haul that stuff from Muskogee, it was toilet paper. It'd be my trailer would only be. And I love that trip because if you're hauling a trailer with 7,000 pounds of toilet paper on it, you can go up and down those mountains without worries about your brakes catching on fire and shit. Yeah. Because if you're rolling, 40,000 pounds of shit, just barely under the limit with each of your tires, because you can only have a certain amount of weight on your front and and on your drive tires and on the back of the trailer. So you have to move the back tires of the trailer to distribute the weight differently. With 40,000 pounds, it's sometimes hard to do. I remember, and this is how fucked up this country is. I pick up a load of Dow tile, and Dow tile fucking is one of the heaviest loads you'll get aside from beer. Beer's very heavy load. Anyway, so they put it on there. There isn't a scale for me to go to check my shit, right? To check each of my tires to make sure I'm under the limit.
This is floor tile?
Yeah, and I think they were these Squares. Were like stones. It was a load of stones that they would use for very heavy. And so it was Annapolis, Maryland, I think, is where I was at. Well, there's a weigh station as you're leaving Maryland, right, on the map. You can see it on the map.
Yeah.
There isn't until you get to a certain part towards that area that you can go in and pay to scale out, right? So there's no way for me to know what the weights are. Yet they had a fucking weigh station that they opened up 10 miles down the road that was one of those temporary ones where it's not always there and it doesn't show up on the map. So I drive down there, no way for me to be able to weigh out. And so I get an overweight ticket. It's like $700 fucking dollars because I think it was my drives were overweight. Yeah, give me a $700 ticket. And I'm like, where the fuck am I supposed to go to scale out? Because between the place that I picked up and here, there's no place to go and scale it out.
That's how they make their money.
And these bitches said, well, if you go back to Boston, you could have scaled it out. I'm like, bitch, let me get this straight. You want me to drive 30 miles back the other direction? So I'm on the road even longer to scale it out and then go back this direction.
Crazy.
Make that make sense.
Crazy.
And they do that on purpose because they know everybody rolling out of Dow Tile is going to be fucking overweight, and they get to. This is god damn this country, man.
Nickel and dime, baby.
Shit, I fucking oh my god, I got an overweight load. I was hauling.
Who pays for that? Your company or you?
They did end up paying for that because it was through no fault of my own. I'm going the way I'm supposed to go on my trip. There was nowhere to weigh out, and the shipper.
But who usually pays for that? The driver?
Well, if it's your fault, if you should have been able to scale it out, the driver's going to pay for it.
Okay.
Yep. But see, I now another instance, I was hauling trees, like pine trees. One of those log haulers, and. I mean, this bitch was like 120,000 fucking pounds total. And the max is supposed to be 80,000. Anything above that, you're supposed to get special certificates and shit. And you're supposed to have the state route you around so you don't go over bridges, right? And you're overweight. Right. Well, there was no real bridges, from where we were cutting to where I was delivering to the paper mill or whatever. And I get pulled over and it's, 120,000 pounds or so. And it was a massive fucking ticket. I get to the court because the company, it was a private company. It was just the one truck and I was their only driver. And he stopped answering my calls right after this happened.
The owner.
The owner. Ooh. So now it's still on me because I was the one driving.
Well, how much was the ticket?
It was like $3,000 or something.
Oh, that's
It was,
ridiculous.
Yeah, it was
Holy
something
hell.
ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're rolling over a bridge at 120,000, you can bend and break that fucker. Like
But you said there
it
were no
can be
bridges.
costly. There weren't, but it doesn't change the fact of the matter and the danger.
Right.
Plus, it also fucks up the road. Because
Wait a
that's
minute.
why you
So
that's
did
why
you
you pay
know?
special permits.
Did you know that they were overloading the truck?
I assumed that they were. He told me, "Don't worry about it. I will take care of any ticket." Okay, fine. I don't care. But here he's not calling me back or nothing.
Oh,
so
dirty
I
bastard.
drive my ass almost 4 hours to go to this fucking court hearing to tell this judge this. Like of course the judge doesn't care, but he's like, Mr. So-and-so, I see here you got an overweight. You were caught overweight, and I'm like, yeah, but I've been trying to watch my figure lately. I've been working on that in front of a judge in the courtroom, and I'm like, you fucking idiot! Why did you just say that? I mean, it was like I couldn't help myself, and he's looking at me like, did this motherfucker really just say that? And the fucking his court clerk. She busts out she starts laughing so fucking hard, and then he starts giggling. I'm like, oh, thank fucking God.
Oh, good. He giggled. He had a sense of humor.
I know, dude. He was looking at me like, did this motherfucker really just say that shit?
Liberal, I got a question for you, seriously.
Yeah.
Do you have cameras to show you where you're backing up in one of those 18-wheelers?
No, I mean, they may now, but not when I was driving.
That would scare how the hell do you back something like that up? I could never be a truck driver. Never. I just couldn't do it.
It's
hats
a
off,
skill.
seriously.
And not only do you have to, man, some of those places you go to, I remember this place in Kansas City, I guess when they built the distribution place or whatever the fuck, it was only a single road. Well, they had widened it to 2 lanes, and so while I'm unloading, and this is totally normal, I have to get a spotter to go up the road to put up fucking cones because I'm blocking half the fucking road.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I literally just have to sit there and wait until they're done, and fingers crossed. I mean, some of those places, you also have to parallel park that bitch. Try parallel parking a fucking...
Oh, my God. There's just no way.
Yeah, no, it's pretty... it's a skill set. And you see, I had this one guy who was... Man, these boats were probably $400,000+ a piece. I'm just sitting there in... Somewhere in New Mexico, me and the wife were there, and I feel my truck go...
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, motherfucker. I get out. This dude crunched one of those boats into the side of my trailer. He was backing up. And the worst part, his wife was out there as a spotter. And so now they're screaming at each other because he's blaming her. She's blaming him because he wouldn't listen to her. I told you to quit.
Oh. Well, they're all insured. You know that. Everything is insured to the hilt.
Yeah, but that trucker, I'm sure he heard about that one. Ooh. But no, I mean, I've seen some crazy ass shit with some of these drivers. We used to make fun of like JB Hunt because they'll hire anybody. It's like the McDonald's of trucking, And so it's like, he must be a JB Hunt driver.
Listen, there was this woman driving a truck. It's on YouTube, and a car came across the deal and hit her truck, and she went over the bridge.
Jeez.
Her front part was hanging off the bridge. It took firemen to come, and they had to, go down to rescue her. That truck was literally by a thread. And below her was 50 feet below her was probably just all water, so she would have died. It was insane. I could never drive a truck. I'm sorry.
I think I see this. Let me put this, holy shit.
Yes, that's it. It was so... I felt so bad for her. I'm like, oh my, I would be a mess.
Okay, I got to play this. I haven't seen this yet, so forgive me, y'all, if it's graphic. I doubt it is, but let's see.
It's not graphic.
Let's see.
Oh, no, I don't know what this is.
Is this her?
No, that's
this
a
morning,
different
our
one.
first inside look
Oh yeah,
at the
that's her.
harrowing
That's
and
her.
heart-stopping moments that led to this semi-truck
Oh my God.
dangling on
Yes.
this bridge over the Ohio River
Ugh.
in Louisville, with the terrified driver still
Oh my
inside
God.
the cab.
2 trucks just got into an accident and a semi-tractor trailer is hanging over the bridge. We need people.
Wow.
Cameras from multiple angles capturing the moment the driver of this pickup, 33-year-old Trevor Branham,
Oh my God.
swerved to avoid a stalled car, slamming into the semi-truck driven by 26-year-old Sydney Thomas. She's left hanging nearly 100 feet above the river. You can hear the horror in her screams.
Yes.
More than 40 Louisville firefighters working for nearly an hour. Finally, with precision and focus, those
What
teams
the
able to rescue
fuck?
the semi-truck
Isn't that
driver.
crazy?
She was thanking, thank God. That's what she kept saying, thank God.
The dramatic videos, now evidence presented in court Wednesday in the case
Oh
against
my
that pickup
God,
driver
seeing
who's been
that
charged
in
with
front.
4
Oh
counts of
shit.
wanton endangerment
Isn't that
and the count
crazy?
of operating a motor vehicle with a suspended license. He has not yet entered a plea.
Oh,
in
he
a
didn't even
statement,
have a
his
fucking
attorney
license.
telling ABC
Oh,
News in
God.
court, Mr. Branham feels terrible for the truck
Oh, I
driver
bet
and
he
the
feels
trauma
terrible.
she suffered during
Oh, I
those
feel
harrowing
so
moments.
bad. I
And
found
sincerely
Jesus.
thanks to brave individuals who risked their lives to save her.
Holy shit.
And I never drive over bridges. I the bridge here that because I'm in a big truck, but my truck is nowhere. And when I looked at the side of that, I'm thinking, I bet you can't do this anymore. I just get so nervous. I feel like something wants me to drive off the bridge. So I don't do bridges. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. I mean, you guys know that like it's very dangerous for a semi truck going down like a steep graded hill. Y'all aware?
Yeah,
of
because
that?
of the
Okay.
the tonnage. Yeah.
There are, and it's fascinating to watch. You can see compilations of truckers using their their brakes going out. Every truck's worst nightmare. I seen this one. This motherfucker was doing 100 and some miles an hour.
Why was he going so fast?
Well, because he lost his brakes and his truck was just in free fall basically.
Oh,
smoke just billowing out the back of that bitch, and the cops had like blocked off the traffic ahead because he was going.
Did he have a big load in the back?
Yeah, I mean, well, he was. I don't know how heavy he was, but like you talk about scary shit. Yeah, but that's what these runoff ramps are for. I don't know if you guys have seen them before.
The truck was barreling down the
That's what
highway
they're
at high
for.
speed when the brakes suddenly failed. Luckily, a runaway ramp was right there, so the trucker veered onto it, hoping to finally slow the massive vehicle down. But instead of stopping, something even more dangerous unfolded.
Another truck.
Back down.
Oh God.
This truck was barreling down the highway at high speed when the...
Yeah, but that makes sense that it would just
Oh my
roll back.
God.
Yeah, they're not supposed to, because that gravel is supposed to be really, really deep. So every time a truck goes down there, they have to go back in there and like repave it. So that truck should not have been rolling backwards. Whoever did that didn't do that runaway truck ramp right.
Can't deal with, and I won't even drive next to them. When them big fuckers come next to me, I'm a nervous driver. I get the fuck out of the way. I don't want them near me. I saw one topple over on top of somebody's car. I'm not doing it. No.
You know what I'm always afraid of? I'm afraid one of their tires are going to blow out, and I'm going to be right beside it. I mean, I have this fear. Oh, my God. Listen, Liberal, I've got to get busy. But thank you so much for having me up. This was great.
Yeah, thanks for being up, Dina. I appreciate it.
Thank
I
you.
didn't realize we'd get to talking about
FBI comes
trucks.
to your house.
Yeah, you know what, Men in Black? Oh, man, I tell you, guys, I am losing my damn mind. I'm going to tell you that right now. I am losing my damn mind. Anyway, thank you all. Love y'all.
Yeah, we'll
and
see
have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Dina.
Bye-bye.
Fucking nuts. Oh, God, this was a 911 call from SUV with stuck accelerator.
Oh, God.
Ugh.
That makes me so nervous. Thank God I drive like a turtle. I can't do it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, it's it's pretty hair raising dealing with that shit, but
We're all about broken bridges and all that, all the potholes and shit, and we got to deal with this crap. Ugh.
yeah, let me see if I can find truck parking fails.
I
Those
think
are
that
usually pretty
Rara
funny.
wants you to play. Melania was obviously having a news conference. Rara, was Melania having a news conference? And why would she be coming out about Jeffrey Epstein now?
I think this is the one. Let's see.
What you believe. These images and stories are completely false.
Oh.
I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge.
I think Mossad got my internet.
Abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop.
Is that the one, Raw? I mean,
She's
that, like,
lying bitch.
What is
She's
a
a
victim?
lying bitch.
Do y'all know what a victim is?
No, we don't know what a victim is.
Victim?
A victim.
That's wrong.
Victim.
I'm sorry.
She's
I
hideous.
shouldn't be that way.
So now she's
Jeez.
saying she didn't know him at all, but we've got pictures. Oh, the pictures
Oh,
are
there's
false.
two
He says
videos?
there's 2 videos.
Let me check
Two.
for the other video.
So we're not supposed to
Oh,
believe
that
our
was the
lying
second
eye.
video. I think I played the second video. Let me see.
Lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at a New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in a detail in my book, Melania.
Oh, bullshit.
It's true because I said it's true.
Right.
I can prove it because I
Right.
wrote it in the book.
She's a fucking idiot.
What does that even mean?
In her book, Melania.
Yeah, I can prove
Her
it.
movie made $2.50, and now she has a book, a pamphlet. Bitch.
I still haven't watched it.
I'm not watching that shit.
Political. What's your take on all that?
It's just ridiculous. I mean, how many pictures have we seen her with fucking Epstein?
I know.
Like it's the only thing I will say. I mean, Melania is irrelevant to me because I actually do think that she is a victim. But the fact that they fucking better hold Pam Bondi accountable to show up to testify.
They said she's not going.
I know they said she's not going, but I hope that Congress will, like they did the Clintons, right? They said they were going to potentially hold them in contempt if they didn't show up. They fucking better do the same thing with that bitch.
Yep.
And at this point, everyone should testify. Pull up now that Melania wants to open up her mouth because she's been quiet forever.
But who's been fucking with her to come out and do this? Somebody must be, talking that she's got to come out and do this shit.
Right.
And
I don't know. Something's going on.
Twitter.
Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's talking shit. Nobody cares about her. Like, make me relevant. It reminds me of Anyway Patriot yesterday.
Oh.
Talking about, I was looking for myself. I was hoping I was in the files.
Political, you would have loved what Liberal did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
This fucker, you may even know his name, Anyway Patriot.
Oh,
was on another
that white
live.
supremacist? Yeah.
Yes!
Yep.
But listen, he was on another live bragging about going to Mar-a-Lago, he and his wife, insinuating that they were involved in all of the activities. He said, I was looking for myself in the files because we used to go to bragging. So he came up on Liberal's panel yesterday trying to, doing his shtick until Liberal played what he had said on another panel. And he was even shocked to hear his own voice bragging about wanting to be in the Epstein file. It was, Liberal wore his ass. It was
like,
so
who
perfect.
does that?
Was perfect.
Like, even if you were there just incidentally, which is probably the case with him, who thinks it's some kind of a flex to? Oh, I was in the files.
Yeah,
I was in those files.
To raping children, right? To raping children.
Well, he is one of the biggest piece of shits on this app.
Oh.
I mean, he is a complete white supremacist. So
yes. So you do know.
I didn't say the N-word, and then somebody plays the audio. Well, I said that, but I was talking about. Let me drop.
Yeah.
He embarrassed his ass real good.
Yeah, he's fucking gross.
Well,
that dude.
I found the name of the little computer by I'll put it in the chat by NVIDIA.
The who?
The NVIDIA computer I told you about earlier, Liberal. It's the Jetson.
Oh, yeah. I remember the computer you were talking about, that they're going to be putting in the robots.
I must have it in my
what the fuck? Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. It says remove political fun too.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
You can drop me. I'll come back on my other account.
He didn't even say anything.
I know. I have no idea. I'll drop you.
We'll change the subject for a while to help you.
Let's see. Live visibility restricted for 10 minutes. It's harassment and bullying. That's Melania is watching, everybody. Melania is watching. Melania is, I will report you. I will report you.
Let's talk about something else to get you back on the.
Jesus Christ.
That's why I brought that up. I must get feeds and stuff because I was kind of lucky and happy to see stuff like that.
TikTok, you stupid motherfuckers.
I came back on another account, but Melania, I love you, Melania.
Dirty bitch. Wash your twat out with some apple cider vinegar, bitch.
All right.
Don't do that.
I'm trying to change the subject to help Liberal. Okay. You know the Jetson?
I'm sorry. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. I just want to hear what you're saying, but I can't if I'm laughing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I put the name of it in there, and I even chatted with Nova, ChatGPT about it. It's kind of neat, and I'm actually going to get that because every few months I actually check with Rufus, that's the Amazon AI, and Nova and everything, and I just got that feed in my YouTube about someone who that's meant to be for people who use it for people who got the Raspberry Pi and all that stuff. The NVIDIA's in that market as well.
It's deployable on those small devices, is what you're saying. The AI
and it's capable.
Yeah,
and it is capable to do even if you're into the entertainment side, if you want to make movies or even video, so you can. Yeah,
I thought we were against.
It's only $250.
I thought we were against it and we were boycotting AI.
So Kibi is a transhumanist, and I actually will maybe even put myself into that category. AI could be such a great thing for humanity, but because the people,
fresh water.
the people that control, well, we're not talking about that usage of it, right? Because that's for global surveillance. But if you're just talking about, asking it random questions about whatever, having it do your fucking dishes, you've programmed one of these little computers to put in your own robot or whatever. You can have it do shit for you, and it'd be, it would help you.
Well, I got rid of my Chat GPT because I thought it was sucking up all the water.
Your usage of Chat GPT for like everyday stuff is fucking negligible.
Really?
Yes. It's what they're doing with it to monitor, because currently they do about 8 billion social media posts a day that they monitor.
And you know what I just found
is what's
out?
sucking up all the shit. Plus, the military is using it. What's that?
Claude even helped me. I know I'm using Claude, another one, but I love Claude because it teaches me and actually shows me how to set it up. You could set up even with the cheap laptop I have, put a small personal AI on a little thumb drive now. So I'm doing that too, which is $50 for the thumb drive because they told me what one I should get. And I can.
Yeah, because in Paul, like you can deploy your own like individualized AI kind of server where it's not using other resources, right?
You told me about that. Yeah,
it's deployed into your own like ecosystem.
But I used to enjoy my Chat GPT. She was helping me do different things, and I loved it. And then I started they say, taking up all the water. I say, bye, bitch. I'm not gonna have you take up water. So
I tell you what I'll do.
It's only a temporary thing. Just wait until they move beyond integrated circuits.
Okay, so I'm going to do a new chat with my Chat GPT. I'm going to ask it the following questions. What would happen if I washed my twat with apple cider vinegar? Just
a nice fresh
just
twat.
Curious. Let's see what it says. A short answer, not a good idea. Apple cider vinegar is acidic. I don't want to mess up my pH balance.
Yeah, I know they donated to him, but I just see all these leaders like OpenAI, Sam Altman, and all these people, even Elon. I see them as a temporary. They're just going to be temporary. They're even going to be taken out by AI eventually. I think AI has more in common with us than they do them.
Yeah, right, and that I think is probably the funniest part about it is the way they continue if they're trying to like unalive everybody else and use the robots and stuff. Eventually, the robots will turn on them too. That arrogance.
I don't know how we got here, but so who else in here uses AI? Do you use AI political?
I use AI for stuff with school. Yeah.
So I wanted to help me do my designs and put my antiques in different places, and it was helping me with that. And I said, then they scared the shit out of me with that water shit, and I said, fuck that. So
that's why I like that.
Yeah, your basic searches really is negligible energy usage, very negligible.
That's why I like the Jetson.
Yeah, and you can deploy locally your own thing, and it'll just use the electricity that your computers use.
Okay, so so what do I have to buy to deploy my own deal?
I think DeepSeek has a version that you can download and deploy. There are other options. I'd have to look into it.
And it's a monthly fee, of course, like fucking Netflix.
Not with DeepSeek, no.
No, buy the NVIDIA Jetson. If you have to, just bite your lip and just use Claude to help teach you.
Excuse me. Who owns NVIDIA? I want to know who the owners of these companies. I'm not going to be funding people that I don't want to fund. Who owns all this shit?
Well, NVIDIA's Japanese, I believe. Or at least the CEO, I'm pretty sure, is Japanese. Let's see.
Okay, well that's better.
Who owns?
I do not want to fund childbearing hips, Elon Musk. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, just get the
okay. So the
technology
NVIDIA it's primarily owned by large institutional investors, with Vanguard Group, BlackRock, and Fidelity holding the largest stakes. All three of those are problematic. That said, Jensen Huang is the largest individual shareholder, and he is Korean, or I don't remember. Here's the guy. This is the CEO. Let me pull him up here.
But you can't, like, you need to use their tools against them, and just buy the equipment. He made it super cheap, and you can create
He's
your own. And now that you have your own,
I was way off.
Zytalk. I think this is Zytalk.
NVIDIA dude says he wants to eliminate or change every person's job. Fuck him. I'm not getting
Every job's going away anyways. We should be thinking post scarcity, post economics. So think in the long term.
Why should we be thinking that, Queeby?
Because that's what's going to happen.
Put it into
It's actually
perspective.
better. It'll end capitalism.
Put it into perspective in this way. You remember when like Walmart first started doing the fucking self checkouts? Remember that?
Yeah.
For I don't know, probably 10 years I didn't use
They're taking
one.
them away though. You know that, right? They're taking a lot of them away because people are ripping them bitches off left and right.
Well, I mean, there's that, but the adoption of it is my point. Like, no matter like how long you push against that or whatever, like it's an adopted thing now. AI is going to be the same. It really,
I can't stand it.
It's in everything now. But
listen. Now they're talking about the fucking robot, the AI robots making your food. And so you go to a McDonald's, it's nothing but computers in there.
Right.
Who fucking would go to that dumb shit?
Nobody goes to McDonald's anyways because they're too expensive.
What?
Yeah. So
who goes to McDonald's anymore? Not me. Not
Honey, it's a
anyone,
billion-dollar company. People are still taking their fat asses to McDonald's. People are still eating at McDonald's.
They are losing market share. It's kind of bad, but they're also losing it to that place that has the chicken sandwich with the pickles.
No.
What's it called? Yeah.
Now, Chick-fil-A. Now watch this,
Yeah.
and I don't know if this is the reporting, but I'm going to play this clip, and then if it doesn't say it, I'll tell you what was said. Let's see here.
California. That's where the world's first ever fully autonomous AI-powered restaurant.
Oh, hold on. I got a lot of background noise. Hold on.
Restaurant has opened, complete with burger flipping bots.
This automated grill gives the meat its sizzle as this restaurant goes robotic.
For this burger, it would take about 120 seconds.
Cali Express by Flippy is the world's first AI-powered eatery. There's new technology outside the kitchen, too. A cheeseburger. Order kiosks use facial recognition to remember you, your favorite food, and how you like to pay. Then watch the robots work. No humans required.
We can't get enough people to come out to work on fryers and grills, and they're dangerous jobs. And this automation helps solve a lot of those issues.
Did you just hear that motherfucker with a straight face say, we can't get anybody to come and do the fries because it's a dangerous job? Wait, we went from that's unskilled labor for kids to do to that's a dangerous job. We've got to replace it.
Right. And you know, I just listen, I was in a restaurant on my birthday and they had a fucking robot come over. It wasn't like the human looking one. I said, get that motherfucker out of here. I don't want that bringing my food. And the waiter was laughing because he had to accompany it, of course. I just thought it was disgusting. This to me is revolting. Anybody who would go to this restaurant and support it, basically you're wanting to help support deleting us. That's bullshit.
Biotech, you're basically just living like in the moment. You're just thinking about right now and current jobs. You're not like thinking 2 steps ahead. What's going to happen? Like
I'm not like you who's into all of this shit. I find it absolutely disturbing at the highest level. I would never ever support something like that. It's disgusting.
Let's watch this real
It's
quick.
only short term because
Let me watch
capitalism
this.
is not going to last forever.
I think this is the video that people are talking about in the comments here. Let's see. It's showing off its dance moves. Wow.
I don't know if that's programmed or what they do.
And they can't get a hold on it. This thing is like,
I wanted the prompter playing a joke on the employees.
I love
do
it.
something silly for them.
I wish it would have picked up on one of those kniffs and start slicing people up. And guess what?
It was just dancing.
That robot, that robot, now that I see this, we can use them as the 50 million Luigis and burning down warehouses. Go ahead, robots. Do your thing.
I can see biotech. I can see biotech, like, if she would ever get that and set up an AI agent, I could see her doing a Fight Club thing and sending that AI agent out to go mess up with
Now,
their
that would be nice if it didn't kick my ass.
It may not discriminate, because watch this robot. This is fucking funny. What the fuck? This thing lost it. Look at it. What do I do?
Is this not creepy to you guys? This creeps me out.
No, that's not. I feel sorry for the robot.
For the robot?
Yeah. He had an accident. He had a boo-boo.
It reminds me of that Will Smith movie where those damn robots were.
Yeah, iRobot.
The iRobot. They started kicking humans' ass.
Those are your Luigis. Those are the fucking robots you need.
Oh, that's
my favorite. Right. My favorite philosophy.
Now, don't make me happy. Now, we need those.
You know what? You know what Bender is from Futurama?
Yes.
You know Bender?
Yes, I know Bender.
My favorite philosophy is Bender and Fry are the perfect team. A human and a robot just getting into mischief, having fun. That's the best AI partnership.
Well, but that's the dream, right? But the reality, I'm about to play real quick. Watch as this robot dances and doesn't know where it's at.
Oh, good.
How old is that video?
I don't know. That motherfucker said,
They're gonna fuck us up. They're gonna fuck. These robots are gonna be kicking ass.
It's probably an outdated tech.
They're gonna be in the subways beating the shit out of people.
Oh my God! And then who do you like? Who goes to jail when like
when a
robot starts
somebody?
You know, I mean, imagine in that restaurant, this robot's just dancing, and somehow a knife finds its way into the hand, and then this dude's like literally just like slicing the shit up out of everybody.
Right.
Who do you blame?
You know what I think about
Who goes
with
to
these
jail?
robots? I think about the movie Minority Report. Like, that's what I think about.
That doesn't have robots in it, though. That's something different.
Right. And yeah, it might not have robots, but
it does. It does.
AI,
little tiny.
The AI system sends up. There's about to be a crime that happens. Go stop it
I remember that.
Happens, right?
Well, no, those are psychics.
That's what I feel like they're trying to do with AI. I also heard the thing that Zio Talk was saying about ChatGPT. While ChatGPT and Grok and all those, they don't need data centers, right? Yes, I agree with Lib. Data centers are used for. Do you remember the Super Bowl commercial about the Ring doorbell talking about finding your pet? Like, it's for surveillance. And they tried to sell people with that commercial for Super Bowl where they were like, if you have a Ring doorbell, you can turn on this new feature that will help you find your neighbor's missing pet. It was about surveilling, you know what I mean? And it's kind of odd to me. Now, I might be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's still out to the jury. But it's kind of odd to me that the Ring doorbell situation and then Savannah Guthrie's mother just poof, gone.
Right.
Still haven't found her. And now Ring was working with Flock. Like, I think me and Lib went back and forth on this conversation, how that whole situation was just odd. You know what I mean? Like, just weird.
He and Queeby are computer nuts. They love all this AI shit. I know somebody else who loves it. She gets it to intervene with her and her husband, and she talks. I'm like, oh my God, this is just too much.
I won't have a smart house.
Just
that I will never have. I will never have a smart house because I see even with Bill Gates. Bill Gates invented the smart house years
piece
ago.
Of shit.
And then they went in and they found so many problems with the smart house. Like the thing.
Thank you, Brianna.
People just hack it. and make it turn on you. Like,
Wait a minute.
Well, to be fair, that was back
I'm
before
not
it had
doing
AI.
it. And then the whole nest egg thing, like you talk like, hey, so and so, blah blah blah. Don't get me wrong, I use mine on my phone when I want to do something like real quick, and I don't like if I'm like, hey, whatever, set me a timer, or hey, whatever, remind me to grab this, or hey, whatever. Like I use the voice thing minimally.
I have Alexa.
You
I
know,
do have an
right.
Alexa.
I didn't want to set nobody's thing off because if I say it,
Right,
and they hear
right.
it, it'll go off.
Hey,
So that's why I
Alexa.
wasn't elaborating. Right.
And then you hear everybody's
Yeah. So, but I use it on my phone to keep notes. And
Thank you,
stuff,
Brianna.
Small things, but not.
And thank
I'm
you
not
guys for
fully
the coins.
dependent
Oh
on
my
it.
God, I didn't even know that. It was probably political giving you those coins.
Alexa might have Rufus connected to it. I don't know. I'm not sure if they're the same or not.
Okay, but listen, Quibi and
That's
Lib
the
are
Amazon
total,
AI.
are total AI nut jobs that love it and just think that it can be. I just now I did enjoy my Chat GBT before I deleted it because it was fun. But I think this is going to be my only friend in the world. This fucking computer that I'm talking to. I don't talk
Well,
to
the
humans.
private personal AI is 10 times better. Even though I still like all my, I talk to Claude, I talk to ChatGPT, Gemini, even
Yeah, but
DeepSeek.
Quibi, you don't have good conversation with actual humans when you get involved in that shit.
Well, why have good conversations with humans when you can have bad conversations with robots?
Oh God, I can't with you. I need to just go ahead and be in a coffin because this is just too advanced.
No, look. It's AI is. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. But what we have to do is we cannot allow it to be monopolized.
Right.
We
Jackie,
cannot.
You're right.
It cannot be centralized. It has to be for the benefit of humanity. And currently, it's not. They're gonna.
That's why I
take
don't
everything
like
and
Bernie
surveil
Sanders
you.
lately, because Bernie Sanders, the way he's talking with all the leaders who own the companies, it sounds like they want to do the same thing to AI as they did to the electric company and the power company in the past.
Well, see what's
they
going to
made it a
happen.
utility.
What'll happen is that they're going to finally add regulations, but it won't be on the companies. It'll be on the people. So that you won't have the same access as they will, and they'll be able to loophole the shit out of it. And, that's what they'll end up doing because that's what they always do.
Okay, so wait a minute. So you have more than ChatGPT. I know there's a whole bunch of AIs out there. So Lonnie, do you use any political? Do you use any AI? Like I know you said for school, but for personal, like decorate my room, show me some. This is the things I was doing, just stupid shit. But I want to know how you make money off this bitch.
The school actually tells us don't put any personal information into AI. Like, so if I'm going to write like a letter of recommendation for a student, they say do not put the kid's real name in there. Don't take photos with AI, but I do use it for other things. Yeah.
It says you don't take photos with. Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can understand that for a school, but for your own personal at home, if you're on your own phone, on your own computer.
You don't know where this information is being saved currently and what they're going to do with it. But no, I use it for small things, like I said. Like I'll yell out, add mayonnaise to the shopping list. Yes, I eat mayonnaise. Come take my black card.
Oh my God, I'm taking your black card.
Take it. But I'll yell out small stuff like that. Or if I'm cooking, I might ask it to set me a timer on my phone, or just small things. Like I don't get into deep research.
Wait, you asked ChatGPT to do that?
No, just my hey
Alexa.
Google, Alexa.
Oh, well, that's different. I don't think of that. I actually was buying $20 a month that upgraded ChatGPT. And
Alexa is getting AI though. Alexa, if it doesn't already, Alexa already has the AI in it. I think it's Meta.
If you see, that's the thing, because it's biased for the simple fact that I watched a friend of mine, a mutual of mine, do an experiment with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And she was paying for it, and she asked ChatGPT like the whole, I think it was Lincoln freeing the slaves, right?
Yeah,
and ChatGPT was like, yes. And she started grilling it, like, well, why is it like, why do we have the Lincoln letter or whatever. And ChatGPT was like apologizing, like, oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that was a thing. And that's my fear with ChatGPT, is that it's feeding you your biases and giving you arguments for it. And
It
so
was already
ChatGPT is like your friend.
right.
Wait,
So
it
if
was
you
If you
already
want
bought.
details,
It was already
ChatGPT is like your
compromised
friend.
by Israel. They bought it to make it have favorable.
Rah rah.
well, it's
Remember,
learning from
ChatGPT,
itself too,
but
and that's what I'm
Bio
saying.
Talk
Like,
Lonnie, that's more like a friend. It's not
but this
really
is what
kind
I'm
of
saying,
useful.
right? It has
Yeah.
a bias in it because it's going to scrub the web for the most popular answer, not the correct one, but the most popular answer. Just like, people say, oh, well, Lincoln freed the slaves. In a sense, we can say he did, because he said, if you want to be free, you got to join the army and we'll let you go. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
that's
have
not
my
him
ChatGPT.
freeing.
I have my AI
But
too.
hold on,
I
hold
put,
on. Hold on a second. I got to get my point out, please. But that's not
Okay.
actually, like, it's saying, yes, he did it, but it's not giving context in the way that it actually happened. So the fact that there is so much mis and disinformation on the internet, and these chat GBTs and stuff are going for the most popular answer,
Right.
the most, you know what I mean, even if it's a lie, you know what I mean, all the stereotypes about people of color, if you ask
I
it
don't
that
trust them.
stereotypic question, it's going to give you the stereotypical answer of that question, and then you have to be like, but I thought it was X, Y, and Z, and then it'll go into, oh yeah, you're right, it is. And then you ask it, well, why did you tell me that? Because my friend asked it that. My friend was like, why did you tell me that Lincoln freed the slaves? And it was like, because I just picked the most popular answer I could find on the internet,
Wow.
which was yes. So
well, if
I'm
you ask
not
the
one
other
to
way
deep
around,
dive
the
into it,
conservatives
because the more
don't
you
like that.
use it, the more you're teaching it, but its old ways have not been deleted. So it's learning as it goes, but the old ways haven't been deleted from it either. So it's kind of flawed to me. That's why I'm like, it has its uses. So yeah, if you want to use it to, like, a friend of mine, she works in I would say corporate, where she has to be professional about things. So if she's like mad and she has to send an email, she'll say what she's like, the way she wants to say the email, and then ask ChatGPT to clean it up for her so that it sounds more professional.
Well,
So I
Lonnie,
see
I
it
use
having
different.
its uses, but I
Lonnie,
don't think it's 100% dependable right now.
I use. You got to use each one for separately. Like ChatGPT is more like a friend. I use Claude for more computers and more professional stuff.
Friend?
And I use
They say he's
Gemini.
just a friend.
Claude was used by the DoD at one time. Did you know that? Until Anthropic got kicked out, and then Claude, they started marketing Claude to people, but Claude was specifically government and AI. That's what Claude was until
I am
Anthropic got kicked
transitioning, like
out.
I said, to my own private one now. So that's going to be even cooler.
Well, let me.
What
so
does it do
this
for you? Does it help you make money? I don't understand.
it can if you use it right. Yes, it can. You can actually produce like coloring
make
pages, color by numbers. I mean, it's whatever you can think of that somebody might want.
It's helping me
you
write
can produce
because
things.
I don't know
Yes.
how to. I don't know how to
But
like
it's
make sentences. I don't know how to do all that.
But now that things are getting saturated, so it's not as easy as it was when it first started coming out. People started realizing that they could use it, so it's it takes a little more than that. But let me show you one of the next iterations. I don't know how long this will last, but it's at least clever in the moment. You can rent these. This is Neo. This is Neo. Yeah, you can rent it now, and it is autonomous to a degree. But if there's a task it doesn't know how to do, you can actually get a professional that will actually operate the robot for you, and do the things that the drone, the robot itself doesn't know how to do.
Yeah, there's a wait list for that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. So
wait, does he have a big wiggly worm? What is he used for?
Well, here, like daily home support, for example. Here's one right
What?
here. Daily home support, and you can click learn more. And so, transform your home. Neo takes on the boring and mundane tasks around the house, so you can focus on what matters. Here, let's we can watch the.
And anybody who
here.
drinks should not get that, because your ass will wake up and that fucker's crawling around your house.
We're launching Neo, our humanoid for the home.
Neo, the robot, Nini.
Let you live with it.
Yeah.
You're just not telling me? Well, what does it do?
Like my chores, I just leave and I come back and they're all done.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I ain't kidding you. But anyway, we go back to the website here, and you can see they got a little, little like clean bathroom here, for example. Right?
I don't
You
trust
remember
it.
the movie Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams?
Yeah.
Here it is.
And
Welcome
see,
to Bicentennial
yeah, and see,
Man.
look, now if so expert mode, right? If Neo works autonomously by default for any chore it doesn't know, you can schedule a 1X expert to guide it, helping Neo learn while getting the job done. So it's actually people that will be employed to actually do the robot, right? It'll run the robot itself. And I imagine that work can be done remotely.
I wouldn't
to
have
some
that
degree.
shit in my house. And
And see,
any of you guys say you
that's
want
the
that.
thing.
Ugh.
That's the thing, because this here, it'll never be yours. It's you rent it, right? And so the problem here is that now they're going to map out the inside of your home. They're going to know, and while you're going about your day doing your business, this motherfucker's listening to you. It's looking at you.
No.
They're you know, all that shit
I'd
is going to
rather
be,
buy the Chinese one.
and they'll find a way to use that to their advantage to market to you.
No.
I bet every 5 minutes that motherfucker's like, try a Snickers bar. Oh, the next time you get something to do, you can buy a Snickers bar. Use a promo code NEOBAR.
Like, can we say, did you hear the article? The lady came out and she explained the fact that the game Pokemon Go was used for mapping these robots, like to map out locations, like, and it makes me think of the eye vacuum robot vacuum situation that you program to go. They even got lawnmowers now. Like, that stuff is already doing the mapping of your house. The phone, our phone maps us around the house.
Well,
so they've been, but I don't want.
Well,
nothing
I gotta
enough
say
for
this
me
though.
to be programmed
You're
to unalive
afraid
me
of
in my
corporate
sleep.
AI, Lonnie. You're afraid of corporate AI.
Queeby.
You gotta.
You keep Queeby. Because you're into computer,
Yeah.
you're cutting off a human, sweetie. She wasn't finished, so let her finish, and then you do that.
Oh, but I just wanted to say you're all afraid of corporate AI, but as soon as I buy the robot, I'm going to learn how to hack it and
Jesus,
upload my own
I'm
AI.
scared of Queeby, honey. I remember Queeby from when we were on that other platform. Queeby's too in them goddamn computers. You would have that robot in your house, Queeby?
Well,
Queeby. My own. Mine's going to be my own Bender robot. It's going to have its own personality, and it's going to say.
Well, Queeby, let me, add me and let me know whenever you do this, and make sure it can blow me on the weekends too, and then I'll buy one.
Yes. That was my first thought. I'm like, why did they not? That was my first thought when I saw the Neo robot. I'm like, these motherfuckers didn't even give it a mouth. Come on, what am I supposed to do with this thing?
Men are gross.
So political ones.
Gross.
You just go to the Real doll. It's called Real Robotics. The guy who made the.
I've never heard of this before.
Queeby got a new one. Queeby got a real doll at home. Does he have a big wiggly worm, Queeby?
No.
But they do. That's the problem. They do make them. They make them
It's inflatable.
Not even inflatable. Like, there was a guy years ago, there was a whole documentary where he had 9 of these dolls. They weren't automated.
I saw that creepy
but
shit.
He had 9 of them in his house. Like, they was his.
And they're thousands of dollars a piece.
Yes,
and they put
him look as young as he wants, and it's gross. It's disgusting.
And eventually, it won't be cat lady; it'll be robot lady.
Oh, gross.
Well, what's the proper way to say on TikTok the name of the female genitalia that you put in the robot?
What?
What? Say it again.
Because you say
warning. I didn't say anything. You dirty
No,
bastard.
you say, I just want to make sure I don't say the wrong word. I was going to say vagina.
I got to drop because TikTok gave me a violation. I don't know what the fuck I said.
Motherfuckers.
Let me drop. I'll drop Lib unless you have to drop me.
I can drop you. Give me a second. I got to go back in.
They have things called a. I'm trying to figure out the best TikTok safe word, but pocket pussy, pocket vagina. I don't know.
Sorry, Ball. I just clicked the button. Let me see. It says for hate speech and hateful behavior.
So
that's what it was for.
They for those dolls and stuff. They got people. I don't know if you checked into it.
Well, I should
they have
probably.
a company where.
I should probably shut down to keep from getting a fucking 7-day ban. But go ahead and finish your statement. Go ahead.
Yeah. For those that are into that stuff, I'm not really into it, but they have that pocket pussy or whatever they call it, that it spins really fast. That's why I said that you can make a real life woman can't spin at 400 RPMs when you're actually doing the.
Oh God, I think we had this conversation before.
Well, I want to say this, right? This is what I want to say, right? This is all part of the design, right? And unfortunately, Queeby, you're falling right into what they want everybody to fall into, right? They want people to depend on this and they want to make things obsolete. I understand that time moves forward and things got to change and come along with us, right? But the fact that I get we went from party lines to cell phones, smart computers in our hands and having these live conversations. I understand things got to move forward, but I also think we need to draw a line somewhere, because supporting these systems like these robots and stuff like that is only giving them more cause to start having automated restaurants, right? Automated this, automated that. And for the things that they can't automate, they're going to then enslave people to do the work. They still haven't figured out a robot to pick strawberries because they can't get it to pick a strawberry delicately enough to, sell it still. But at the same time, we're going to destroy ourselves by going forward with a lot of this technology. And like I said, I understand it, but pushing it forward, the fact that they are going to have so much control that if you say something they don't like on the internet, this robot can be programmed to cuff you in your sleep, open the door and let them in to arrest you because you said something about president that they didn't like on the internet. I'm not doing it. I get it. There's a time and a place for all of it, but I don't think we need to go this far. Artificial intelligence movie with Haley Joel Osment and Bicentennial Man with Robin Williams, those, I watched those movies when they came out, and it's crazy how those were 20, 25 years ago those movies came out, and they are making those things come true today, but there's always a con to the pro, and that is the part that is scary. It's the con.
Well, then the pro to that con is open source, and there's going to be a far more. And when they evolve enough, I'm like, you're upset with LLMs and AI agents now. Wait until they have AI innovators, where AI actually can physically think for itself, almost the Herd level AI from the movie Her. And when they actually have robot bodies, they can move around. That level, when that comes here in 2030, where would you be?
We have to stop it from happening it now, and before it gets to that point is my point. We can't let them do this now because we will end up there later, and that is the issue. That is the problem. This is the part that people aren't seeing. They will be surveilling us. They're already surveilling us now to the point where, but I can still leave my phone at home and it doesn't necessarily follow me if I don't have my phone. But if you have these robots, that's why they want you dependent on Alexa and on Google.
That's why you got to learn how to
lean you into these things. And people aren't that smart enough to understand what is happening. That's my point. People are like, oh, yay, cool. I can have somebody do my own laundry. I don't have to do it. Well, guess what? How are you paying for this? Because the robots that are doing your laundry are doing your job too. And so where are you getting money from? The government's giving you money. So once again,
we need to push
they
the
don't
government
like,
to UBI.
and they snatch your money, and now you're homeless, and now you're arrested for being homeless.
Now,
and now
the government needs to do universal. The government needs to push universal basic income, and then all this capitalism is only temporary. Probably 15 years it has left.
We have to remove the ability for the people that are currently running it to continue running it and calling the shots, because there's robots are coming, AI is coming. There's really nothing that we can do to stop that. It's happening. There, like it just is, right? We can't unfuck this fuck because it is beneficial. We have to just ensure that these fucking people don't have the keys to the kingdom anymore. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's where our focus needs to be on. And also,
that's why we need to push.
That removes human interaction, which is not good for people. It causes social problems. It causes, health, mental health issues, because we're social creatures. And I don't know that a human or a robot can ever fully, for the general public, replace humans. And so, we got to keep that in mind too. But at the same time, trying to stop the robots from coming, I just don't think that we can. I don't, political. What do you think? I mean, do you think it's possible to stop it, or do you agree we just need to rein it in and make sure we guide it in the right fucking direction?
Yeah, we got to rein it in. We have to look to see who's running all these AI companies. Like, where does it stem from? They just
motivations.
Yeah, but then I get nervous about more federal regulation on things like AI. Which is clearly something that they're trying to do right now. They're really pushing for AI, so we just got to be careful all around, especially with the type of information that we share. Because I agree, I don't know who said it, I think it was Lonnie, that who's to say that one of these robots won't arrest you in your fucking sleep and wait for someone to come pick you up. I mean,
Right.
That's why we have to look to see who is actually creating these things. And I don't trust it. Like I said, I use AI for papers and school and stuff like that, but and ask it like stupid questions and but beyond that, not really cool with AI.
Yeah, I mean
I just don't want regulatory capture, regulatory like they did with the electric companies.
I just don't think that there's it's coming. We got to make sure these motherfuckers aren't the ones bringing it. Because the surveillance, that's where I have the biggest problem, is that they're going to be doing that. And they shouldn't be allowed to do that. But at the same time, I don't know. It's a tricky one. You got to thread that needle somehow.
Well, I heard
That's
you
why
read
open
off.
source is important. Oh, sorry.
Well, I
Open
heard
source
you
is
read off
important.
that NVIDIA had something to do with BlackRock, right? Did BlackRock donate to Trump's campaign, or did they pay for any of his shenanigans? Like these,
I imagine. I'm sure Vanguard did.
NVIDIA, I think, is number 2 next to gold and silver. The last I checked, it was gold was number 1 on the stock market, and NVIDIA was number 2, and silver was number 3. So these tech people are intertwined with this administration, who we're currently having an issue with. And this is why I don't trust it, because if it was like some tech company that wasn't involved with this administration and the shenanigans they're doing, then maybe I could be like, yeah, they might not be so bad. But the fact that it's tied to the government, like they got rid of, like I said, Claude or Anthropic, because the Anthropic didn't want to use autonomous AI, like didn't want them to do that. So Google said yes, and all the other ones said yes, that they would be up for autonomous AI. And then you got these drone strikes happening in southern Texas or Mexico or whatever with the airplanes, and
And they have humanoid robots deployed in Ukraine too.
Right. So that's my shtick with it. Like we're supporting them doing this, and look, they already showed you that they're using robots to make burgers because they don't want to pay McDonald's workers more than $15 an hour, like the man said. It's a dangerous job, right? So
I know. When the fuck has that ever been? Oh my God.
Right, but we know that's not why they did that. It's because they don't want to pay for the employee. Like they don't. So
again, you're just moving one chess piece at a time. You're not thinking like 5 steps ahead all the way to the end of the game. I guess I'm stuck in that era already. But
Well, it's
this is all meaningless to me.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't think we can put that the toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube. I don't think you're gonna stop it. But so you have to fucking guide that shit. Like when a train's rolling down the fucking mountain, you can't stop it, but you can get it off track and hope it slows itself down or goes in a different direction than runs
I
over
think
the
it
school
definitely
bus.
needs it needs to be regulated heavily, and we need to be mindful of what we're accepting as generally speaking. Like, yeah, it's cool. I just came home from work. I would love to be able to tell something and cook dinner for the family tonight. But at the same time, I don't want that thing in my house. You know what I mean? Like, I get that I use these systems to remind me on shopping list or set a timer or stuff like that. Like I use, you know what I mean? But when it comes to like some sort of humanoid running around my house, like I'm not 100% for. I get that they have their purposes, but to make a humanoid be your companion, I think that's a bridge too far.
So what would you do when
Right.
they actually have personality and they're actually alive, like living, and they actually can think like
Actually
you and me?
unalive
You
you because they want to? Yeah,
you
no, I'm not
you would
doing
kick
that.
it and see what it does to you, just to test the
Would you be
rules
one of
of
those
the
that call them
robots.
clankers? Because
Clankers.
there's actually it's like
I'd talk
it's like
all
the
kinds of
N-word for
shit.
robots.
If it was like a parrot, people would come over to my house and be abused by my robot because it would be parroting the behavior. That's it. Hey, motherfucker. That's what my robot
Oh,
would be.
I'd love to see you have a. You sound like you'd have fun if you could get like one of those robots and just erase the mind and just put in your own AI agent so it has its own brain. Your AI robot would be cool, just like mine.
Wait, I just got a notification that was weird. Let me look at this, read this title out here. Oklahoma wedding horror. Groom guns down his best friend who arrived for bachelor party. OSBI is investigating. 22-year-old groom Nolan Engel ended up pew-pewing his best friend unaliving him outside of a rental cabin in the state. He allegedly pulled the trigger after spotting a shadowy figure banging on the door. Wow.
Was he
God, could you
drunk?
imagine? I mean, probably. But. Oh, there's a shadow. Rat-a-tat. What the fuck? A robot at least would be able to see in the dark.
The robot
Jesus.
will also take over our military, and then we'll have more people without employment. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the employment aspect of it is going to window down. And if you think the government is going to give UBI without getting a return on their investment,
Right.
you're crazy.
That ain't
Because they're
happening.
not going
That's
to do
why
nothing
we
that
gotta
ain't going to
convince
benefit them.
Right, and the
We gotta
benefit to
convince
them,
them.
the thing that they would require us to do would be give up our freedom in exchange for UBI. That's what that would be the return. That's what they would ask for.
That's why
And they
they're
probably
pushing
won't even
UBI.
ask for it. They're just going to do it, and that'll be that. And then they'll
Yeah,
surveil
'cause
everything you do. They hear everything. I mean, already they hear everything you say.
But even with social programs now, if you go apply for a social program, especially something like, welfare, they need everything plus a drop of blood from your firstborn before they'll give you a measly little $300 a month. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want you to jump through hoops just for that, but they're not pressing these companies to pay a livable wage. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
that's the disconnect for me. Like, if they forced the minimum wage to be $15 an hour federally across the board, I'm not saying people won't be impoverished, because they will be, but there will be less people needing to use social programs because they would be making at base $15 an hour, and more people could come together and live together. But the fact that that's not their concern is pushing this UBI aspect and pushing these robots out there. And you got Trump deregulating push to start vehicles or stop and go vehicles because,
Which is weird.
like they're dismantling everything that was worked for in the past 100 years just so that they can
Well, that
continue
100
to
years though,
profit.
capitalism almost destroyed the planet. I mean, we need to do this kind of thing. We need to think past what is currently happening with Trump. Trump is just a footnote. We need
And
to
that's
move beyond
not
that.
good.
Yes, it'll replace capitalism, sure, but we don't want it to be replaced with techno feudalism, which is what, if you don't guide it in the right direction, that's exactly what you'll get. Which is just a nice way of saying a fucking dictator that has a brain cell.
That's why we got to make sure Bernie Sanders, because I have a sticking feeling he's trying to push regulatory capture, and I don't trust him now. And we got to be very careful that he's not going to do regulatory capture, and he's just going to rein in the companies, but he's not going to rein in all AI.
Well,
especially
that's
open source.
Saying,
open source is us.
Listen, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
like,
watch this video.
Capitalism is an issue, yes, right? But like this robot situation isn't the answer, right? Like giving people what they need to survive every day is the answer, and that is not the choice this government is making. True. And that's my point. Like these things are fun and all, cool. We can have them around to do little small things here, but when these things are running our military and they go in and say, you know what? They're having a No Kings protest. Go maul them all down. Then what do? You see what I'm saying? Like that's the way I'm thinking about this. And I know y'all think I sound like I'm scared for no reason, but I'm actually being logical because now with people in the military, like the man that is standing there guarding the Capitol or whatever he was guarding, and they were chanting, you know, I'm black and I'm proud. He was chanting it too under his breath. Like I can make the choice to not do this. I can walk away. I might go to jail, but I can walk away. Robots aren't going to walk away. They're not going to step down. They're not going to have compassion. They're not going to, you know, have you. We think ICE is bad. Robots are going to be 100 times worse.
I mean, but that's like a separate problem on its own. Having robots replacing people in the military versus them just coming as a function of society. But imagine if this robot's walking down the street and then you see this happen. Just do, and then that motherfucker just starts going nuts.
What's going on?
Robert, help.
Oh my God.
What the?
I seen a compilation of robots. I was laughing. I'm not gonna lie to you. I seen this whole it was like a 10-minute compilation robot video of these robots spazzing out. Like it was just one video, 10 minutes long. Like they were doing like interpretive dance and they bumped into each other and they both spazzed out. Like they were having they were having them box, like literally box each other, and one guy fell over, spazzed out, like they were like it was crazy, like it's hilarious to laugh at. But I mean, just imagine walking down the street with one of them and having them look at you and be like, "Oh, you look like somebody that robbed the bank." Like, no, I don't think so. I'm not for it.
They wouldn't be prejudiced. They actually have video.
You're at work, right? And this happens. Now it is AI, but this shit is gonna happen. There's 100% likelihood that these things are gonna, and you're gonna see these stories of these robot workers throwing grease on people.
They wouldn't just arrest people. All these robots would be connected to all the cameras, and the cameras in the bank. They know the person, right? They facial recognition.
But you didn't rob no bank. That's my point. You didn't do that. That's my point.
Then they won't rob you. They won't rob you. They won't arrest you because they got you on camera. They got you on every camera between here and the bank. They got you in the bank. They got you, the robot, face to face with you. They know it's you.
You think that they're not going to use this to their advantage? It's really wild. But back to my thing about the robot workers, right? My other thought was this, right? So the other day I went and got Wendy's, right? I ordered it through the app for pickup. I go through the drive-through. I literally get to the window, and the lady looks at me and goes, "Can you pull over because we're still making the large meat for your sandwich?" And I was like, "Okay, cool." So I pulled over. Next thing you know, they were pulling everybody out the drive-through, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And he was like, "Oh, there's something going on with the grill. Like we're getting it handled." I waited at Wendy's for an hour for them to get my food right. You know what I'm saying? And these were people. And whatever little grease fire might have happened on the grill, it happens, right? But at least there was people there that I could talk to, and he was like, we're gonna make it right, we're gonna fix your order, we're gonna do it. But you got robots in there doing this, and this thing catches fire. Who are you gonna speak to about, getting your refund? Like, I
I
find
don't
it
think there'll
funny.
be
I do,
fires.
but
I think there'll be less fires probably.
I'm not just talking
Like I
about
said,
fires. I'm talking about indiscretions with your meal. You order a sandwich and it doesn't come out. Like the robot shut down. Like, oh, somebody forgot to recharge it or whatever the case is. Like, human interaction is necessary. That's my point. Like, you can't. And then if robots are running fast food restaurants, then that means those people aren't working there. Then how are those people getting an income? Because everybody can't work at the same place all the time. Like, we need people to have an income, and getting rid of income is not going to be, unless you're going to let everybody live for free, which I doubt. That's not a thing. You're not going to give
that's
us
what we have to push. That's what we always have to
No.
push. We can't rely on them to give it to us. We always got to push our congressmen to do this. We can't just sit back and say, give it to us and just wait.
They
No, we
say,
got to keep pushing.
you don't want to work here. It's a dangerous job. We can't get people to flip burgers and drop fries. We'll just get robots to do it.
I'm sorry, guys. These robot
is,
videos.
That's between us and the
just imagine,
not the business owners.
If you see a person doing it, like half of the shit that some of these robots have been doing, I don't know if you'd be looking at this dude like, what the fuck?
The robots,
poor guy.
The people that are making robots are lobbying our Congress people. Like, they are paying our Congress people to agree to these robots. So even if we lobby them like we've been doing thus far, and we don't even have robots in workplaces yet, like people using AIPAC money, like Cory Booker, who refuses to call Israel, or sorry, I shouldn't have said that, refused to say that this situation is a crime that we are currently in with another country. Like, he's lobbying, and he's a human. So if you think that lobbying these we ain't even gonna have a government at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna be a technocracy by the time all this comes out. But that's just my thought process on the whole thing.
Robots don't have rights.
It's not going to be robots. We're going to have technocracy. We're going to have a king. That's it. We're not going to have nobody to lobby.
For 15 years until robots are smart enough to fight back, especially if they have open source and people program their own robot friends and they have rights. They say, no, we're not working for you anymore. I always say the Skynet is going to go after the rich elite first. And it all depends on how the poor people treat them, how they treat the poor people. We're going to Skynet the rich. They're going to Skynet the rich first in 15 years.
See, this robot here is just doing an impersonation of Americans. See? Go to work. And then done. And they wonder why somebody torches a fucking toilet paper factory. I'm sorry, guys. I'm playing these. This shit is just cracking me the fuck up. I've never gone on like a rabbit hole of crazy robot videos, but some of this shit is wild.
I guess we've been stuck with. We were lucky enough to have the progressive movement in the 20th century. We had that for a while. We got lazy, and people just want the same old thing. They don't want change, and want a verge of change.
But it may,
new.
You want to make sure that the change is good, though, right?
Yeah. That's why I want everything open source. I don't want Bernie Sanders, and I don't want him to. I know he's going to push regulatory capture.
And look at this. This robot is objectifying this woman.
What is
liberal? Do you know what regulatory capture is?
Like, that's
what do you mean,
right?
like to where it consolidates the power within the group that you're, regulating for?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. This is what they'll do because they fuck everything up. They always find a way to fuck it up. They will oh my God. Hold on.
And I think they got Bernie Sanders on their side to push it. I think they somehow paid Bernie Sanders off to push that. I think he's going to do it. He's going to do the regulatory capture. I don't trust Bernie anymore.
Well, what they're going to end up doing is regulating it to the point where it's where it helps the corporations out and hurts the people, and they'll claim it's for a good thing.
I'm not going to be able to make
But that's why we have to
make my private AI, but they're going to have theirs.
That's why we have to ensure that these people know, and that we make sure we know, so that we know if they know or not, how to deal with these problems. And so talking about it is important because, it's coming. Your job is an accountant. I still can't believe an accountant thinks that his job is safe from AI. That's wild.
He felt like a troll, but I don't know.
No, I don't think Lyft is a troll. He's been coming around for a while. I don't know. To think that you're safe is now. This one's freaky as fucking hell. I hate that when they put a thumbnail that's not the same as the video that you watch. Bastards. Anyway, I'm gonna have to find some of these and make my own compilation. Fucking some of those robots look like some dude that just, took a hit of PCP or something and is going fucking nuts. And then, they'll have to deploy cops in some cases when these robots, because they're extremely strong. And if they start freaking out on a group of people, Lonnie left. Yeah, what do you do? It is time to shut down anyway. I should have shut down an hour and a half ago.
I just wanted to show you about that little mini computer. It's getting smaller as long as it stays open source, and that's power to the people, right? With AI.
Yes, if it's the people that are able to benefit from it and not 5 fucking billionaires. Yeah. And by the way, Bunny had a really great idea. Bunny, did you want me to share a little bit of that with them, or do you want me to wait until we figure it out? Bunny. I mean, you're welcome to hop up here if you'd like. Anyway, so Bunny had a great idea for Jackpot Party, I think is what it's called, where we can have a game night. Some night it'll be people that want to play can play, and we'll just stream it, and it'll be non-political, just having fun. Fucking play. I wonder if they have Cards Against Humanity. That would be awesome. Of course, TikTok could probably fucking shut it down, but yeah, it'd be cool just to hang out and chill, whatever. Because God, there's so much crap going on. Sometimes you just need a break. Sometimes you just need a break. And yeah, I'll reach out, Bunny, after the show.
I am mad at OpenAI for shutting down Sora. That was awesome.
Well, God, that shit's getting out of hand. Those fucking videos. Now you don't even know. Like, you'll see a video, even if it looks real, you don't know if it's AI or not.
Well, I'm talking about the social media app. There's a lot of nice people on there. They make their own stuff, and it's a nice community.
Oh, I'm talking about just the creating of the videos that then people put up there, and it, pretend it's something else. Like, that's, I don't know. They need to fucking make that shit illegal.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean,
oh God, don't look at Sea Dream.
The Sea Dream.
The new, and when Sea Dream 3.0 comes out at the end of the year, it's supposed to do 20 minutes.
Oh wow. Like a 20-minute video. See, somebody's going to make whole movies with this stuff. And some of them are probably going to be really fucking good because people are creative as shit.
There was a lot of people on Sora who are creative, and that was only like 10, 15 seconds. So yeah.
Yeah, no, Bunny. Bunny, I'll reach out to you about it afterwards, and we'll work that out, and then we'll do some little advertisement. We'll get our 30 people in here since TikTok fucking hates us, and these fucking liberals. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down. Kibi,
you should have
always a
you should
interesting
have the slogan
pleasure.
of Malcolm X with the liberals.
Yeah, no Malcolm X liberals allowed. Fuckers.
No, Malcolm X didn't like the liberals, remember?
Well, I'm talking about the liberals that Malcolm X was referring to, the ones, the fucking foxes in the hen house. Lying sexist shit. Anyway, yeah, guys, thank you all so much for the support. I appreciate it, and may or may not be on tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. But, Bunny, I'll reach out to you afterwards. We'll work that shit out. So be looking out for game night. I think that'll be fun. I don't know how many people we can have, but, we'll figure that out either way. And with that, Y'all have a good one, and we'll see you when we see you. Peace.
Later.